Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
That's strange. I clearly heard sounds coming from here. Never mind, let's go, honey. We probably won't find what we're looking for here. Filch, carrying his lantern, circled around suspiciously, raising one eyebrow almost to its maximum, just to see if any young wizards were hiding there. To his disappointment, he found no trace of the young wizard. Mrs. Loris did not react strangely. The three figures only came into view after Filch and Mrs. Lawrence appeared to have left. Phew, you scared me. When did you learn the disillusionment charm? This spell is so difficult it's almost inhuman. Ron patted his chest. Filch's face is really scary up close. Actually, it's not that difficult. It's at least easier than the veil spell. Indeed, but how did you manage to block out our scent? Mrs. Loris's nose is as sensitive as a dog's. Hermione waved her hand. This little spell I made won't be as powerful as Raven's, but it should be enough to block out some odors. This statement had a somewhat boastful tone, but Ron and Harry knew Hermione all too well, so they didn't feel anything special about it. Anyway, this really solved a big problem for us. Filch has been cracking down on people lately, deducting over 10 points and putting people in solitary confinement for every arrest. Before Ron could finish speaking, Filch's voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of his heavy footsteps. Aha, I knew there must be little wizards hiding there. Come quick, darling, we have to catch them and hook them up to the ceiling. Damn it, use that spell again. Wait, hold on, don't use it yet. Ron turned around anxiously and saw that Hermione's face was a little pale. He realized almost immediately that this was a sign that his magic was running out. Hermione used quite a few spells while helping Hagrid clean up, and then she used 5 cleansing charms, a disillusionment charm, and a minor spell she made herself, which seems to have depleted her magical energy. Harry noticed the problem too, and he immediately grabbed Ron and Hermione and ran deeper into the corridor. The young wizard was still more agile and powerful than Filch. Go for it, woohoo. You can't catch their Filch. No matter how many times the caretakers have tried, they couldn't catch the night-roaming young wizards. It's an old Hogwarts tradition. The surrounding portraits continued to mock them. It's not yet time for the portraits to take a large break, so they aren't angry about being disturbed yet. The 3 young wizards quickly outmaneuvered Filch and Mrs. Loris. They finally had a chance to stop and rest. Hermione leaned against the wall and sat down on the floor. She felt like she was about to throw up. Ron is in better condition while Harry is in the best. You reacted quickly, otherwise we would have been caught by that old man Filch. Hermione, how are you feelings? Hermione shook her head. She doesn't even have the strength to speak now. Dinner kept piling up. She felt that even a slight word she said might cause her dinner to run away from home. Call. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and tried to calm himself down. Hermione's state just now had startled him as well. He never expected Hermione to run out of magic. This was the first time he had ever seen Hermione suffer from a magical depletion, although it's only in the initial stage. Where have we ended up? Oh right, I still have the map Raven gave us. Harry pulled the map out of his pocket. Even though they are already in their 3rd year and will soon be in their 4th year, they can still easily get lost while wandering around Hogwarts. We're almost at Ravenclaw Tower. It looks like the wooden doors to Ravenclaw Tower are just a little further ahead. What I'm more concerned about is how far we are from the Gryffindor common room. Wait a minute, let me see. This is strange. Harry frowned slightly. A bad feeling immediately welled up in Ron's heart. Please don't tell me we've gotten ourselves into some weird mess again. No, it's not really strange, but Raven's map seems to be broken. Look, it shows 2 Ravenclaw towers. Maybe my cleansing charm messed it up. 2 Ravenclaw towers. Ron took the map. The map does show 2 towers, but one tower's outline is very faint, looking like a pencil mark that wasn't completely erased. It seems to really be broken. That shouldn't be the case. When has Raven ever made such a low-quality product? He just made this map on the spot. It probably didn't even take him 7 minutes. At least the other routes were correct, and they could still find their way back to the Gryffindor common room. After Hermione had rested, the 3 of them set off, following the map to the Gryffindor common room. Strangely, the route shown on the map kept changing along the way. At first, Harry and his friends thought the staircase at Hogwarts was acting up again. But after walking for a while, I realized something was wrong. Even the most erratic staircase at Hogwarts can't be this erratic. They had been walking for almost 20 minutes, and the distance to the Gryffindor common room hadn't shortened at all. You know what? I think it's not a bad idea for us to sleep in the hallway tonight. It would be a really novel experience, wouldn't it? Ron began to speak. Don't be silly, Raven's map must be broken, and we just happen to run into the massive shifting of the stairs. I think we can find our way back if we keep looking. Really, you think so? Because I feel like we've been dragged into something strange and dangerous again. Merlin, for 3 years now, why are we always there when something happens at Hogwarts? Harry didn't say anything because he felt the same way. The changes in these staircases seemed to follow a pattern. Hermione frowned. Although this was the first time she had seen the staircase here change, she still managed to discover a pattern in less than half an hour. Go Hermione, I'm counting on you. Ron sat down on the spot, seemingly ready to fall asleep right there. Ron now has two plans. Either Hermione finds a way and the three of them go back to the Gryffindor common room to sleep, or they just go to sleep where they are. He didn't want to continue walking. Ron didn't want to wander into another place like the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. Are you sure this is the right way, Hermione? This is the only path, although it doesn't lead to the Gryffindor common room. What? No way to the Gryffindor common room. Great, we've gotten ourselves into another strange situation. Ron's shoulders slumped. SHH, stop talking nonsense. If we don't follow this pattern, we'll just be going in circles no matter which way we go. Or do you really want to sleep in the hallway all night? I think sleeping in the hallway for one night would be fine too. Hermione selectively ignored Ron's words. She's back in the zone now. We've entered exploration mode. It seems that Raven's map is perfectly accurate. They've stumbled into another wondrous area of Hogwarts. But why is there such an area here? This place is very close to the Ravenclaw Towers. If this place has always been here, why have the young Ravenclaw wizards never wandered into it? Hermione is now bursting with curiosity. Come and look at these walls. The patterns look a bit like ancient runes. Harry frowned, his right hand lightly touching a dent in the wall. Hermione and the others also walked to the wall. No, this isn't runes. But it is indeed an ancient magical symbol. It's strange, why would something like this be inscribed here? Hermione had been exposed to ancient runes longer than Harry, and she immediately recognized that this was not ancient runes. However, it does indeed resemble the ancient magical symbols that Professor Bussida demonstrated in class. Let me guess. Next to the Ravenclaw Tower, there are mysterious ancient magical symbols. We might be in a Ravenclaw secret chamber right now, and maybe one of Ravenclaw's pets will jump out and give us a surprise. Harry and Hermione both looked at Ron, which left Ron somewhat confused. What's wrong? Isn't it quite possible that it isn't? It's precisely because this statement is so plausible that it doesn't seem like something you'd come up with. Hey, that's outrageous. I was in the top 20 of my grade last semester. Yes. After looking for a while without noticing anything special, the three young wizards left and continued deeper into the corridor. Before leaving, Hermione used magic to trace some of the writing on the wall. However, since her magic power hadn't fully recovered, she could only make a small imprint. As you continue deeper into the corridor, it gradually becomes quite spacious. The absence of torches in the corridors made the place somewhat eerie. The three of them unconsciously moved closer together. Finally, following the map and the pattern, the three arrived at a statue. Behind the enormous statue was a wall which Harry tapped on and found to be very thick. The statue depicts an eagle. It is a truly lifelike sculpture. An eagle stood atop a tall tower, looking down with arrogant pride. Harry felt the guy was looking at them, but he reassured himself that it was just the angle. This statue should be above or below Ravenclaw's secret chamber. But how do we get in? Go in for Merlin's sake. Shouldn't we be thinking about how to get out of this hellhole? What if we go in and there's another three-headed dog or another old basilisk? Ron had no intention of going in. He's had enough. I've been studying the history of this ancient Eastern power for the past few months. Do you know what the old Huxia saying goes? Harry patted Ron on the shoulder. The phrase, since we're already here, means that since we're already here, instead of worrying about other things, we should stop worrying and do something. Ron's lips twitched. In any case, Harry and Hermione have decided to thoroughly investigate this place. No mechanisms, but how is that possible? This should be the entrance. After all, it's Ravenclaw's secret chamber. Perhaps it's related to the writing on the walls. Ron felt a little sore in his eyes. Can't we just memorize this place and solve it during the day when we have some free time? It's bedtime now. We're exhausted after a long day, and honestly, I don't see the need to go into Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets. This is the Ravenclaw legacy, aren't you curious? Ron shrugged, not curious. What's more, that's Rowena Ravenclaw. To put it bluntly, why didn't she choose Raven as her successor, but instead chose the other three? In terms of intelligence, there is currently no junior wizard at Hogwarts who can compare to Raven. The routes outside are still changing. Even if we don't want to go in, we have no other way to go, right? Okay, that's true. Who would do this kind of mental exercise at night? How about we try the explosion charm? Yeah, and then Filch caught them, and everyone got a major demerit, plus 100 points deducted from each of them. Do you have any better ideas? You searched for ages and found absolutely nothing, didn't you? Okay, Ron's right, we don't have much time to waste. Let's try a low-powered thunderburst. If we keep going like this, it'll be midnight soon. You might as well try seeing what effect a low-powered thunderbolt explosion would have. If this statue were a little more fragile, perhaps a small, powerful thunderbolt could have blasted a small opening into it. Hermione wasn't really in favor of the idea, but she didn't have a better one. So the three of them stepped back a few paces. Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at the base of the statue. With a flick of the wand, a burst of red magic shot towards the base of the statue. Harry sensed something was wrong as soon as he cast the spell. He couldn't explain where this feeling came from. It seems he developed this feeling after training at the duel club many times. Get down. He whirled around and tackled Hermione and Ron to the ground. Sure enough, before they even hit the ground, blue lightning grazed their scalps and flew away. The blue lightning struck the ground, creating a small but significant crater. Harry's spell had no effect when it hit the statue's feet. Damn it, these four old geezers want to kill us. Before Ron could finish speaking, his face turned even paler. Because in front of the eagle statue, a gargoyle as tall as a person gradually took shape. Then 2, 3. Bad idea, this is a really bad idea, I should have thought of that. Hermione turned pale with fright. She had sensed something was off about the idea earlier. Stop talking nonsense, run. Ugh, how can these gargoyles cast spells? Ron let out a scream that a delicate girl would make. The gargoyle's spells grazed past the three of them repeatedly. Where are they now? Where are they running to? God knows. I don't know how long I fled, but finally the sound of the gargoyles flapping their wings disappeared behind me. When they came to their senses, the three of them were back in the familiar corridor. Now, even Neville could walk back to the Gryffindor common room with his eyes closed in this corridor. Ron knelt on the ground, panting heavily. He even had to support his body with his hands. He really used every ounce of strength he had just exerted. He even pulled Hermione, who was exhausted, along with him. Hermione leaned against the wall. Her poor dinner still couldn't escape the fate of making close contact with the ground. Harry sat against the wall, his hair soaked with sweat. Those four old guys, they wanted to kill us. Those green lights, I bet they were a killing curse. Ron rolled over and collapsed to the ground, his face paralyzed. If he gets the chance, he'll definitely grab those four old guys by the white hair and give them a good talking to. Are you looking for a proper heir? Is this the kind of test one should take to find a proper heir? If Ravenclaw, the symbol of wisdom, is like this, who knows how dangerous the other people's secret chambers might be? Raven actually said that the Slytherin inheritance chamber wasn't dangerous, and I actually believed him. The Ravenclaw legacy, even the entrance, is this dangerous. How safe can the Slytherin lineage truly be? Oh, right. Map. Harry took the map out of his pocket. Raven's map is displaying normally again. There was only one Ravenclaw tower and no extra strange corridors. Everything seemed as illusory as a dream, but the clothes they wore, torn apart by the curse and rubble, proved to them that this was not a dream. It turns out that Raven's work is never of mediocre quality. His maps are excellent. Ron and Hermione couldn't help but laugh weakly. At breakfast time on the second day, then we ran like mad and those gargoyles kept chasing us, they even used spells. I bet those green lights were killing curses, and those red lights, they definitely weren't good spells either. Actually, when they went back last night, they were determined not to tell any more people about this, only Raven. But they didn't expect to run into Gemini on their way back. The two guys kept asking questions, and before Ron knew it, he let something slip. Hermione was so angry that she slapped him a few times. Gemini was intrigued and began to probe deeper. I won't go into the details of the process, but the end result was that the story gradually spread among the young wizards. Now everyone's going to have to start looking for Ravenclaw's Temple of Knowledge. Raven chuckled and rubbed his head. If someone else can find it, it's because they're more suitable than me. And even if they find it, it doesn't guarantee they'll inherit the legacy. Harry and the others just stumbled in by accident, only to be kicked out by the mechanisms. He personally doesn't really care about these things like tradition. It would be best if he could have her, but it wouldn't matter if he couldn't. I'll go ask Luna, she'll definitely know how to get in. Je always thought Luna was the most Ravenclaw little wizard. Although her actions sometimes seem a little strange. After Je ran off with the milk, Harry went up to Raven. Sorry, Raven, this wasn't part of our original plan. Please, what's there to apologize for? You were the ones who discovered that place. You had the right to decide whether or not to disclose its information. There's absolutely nothing to apologize for. Raven didn't really have any particular feelings about it. He picked up the orange juice and took a sip. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about the ancient magical symbols on the walls you mentioned. What do they look like? Have they remained unchanged from beginning to end? Damn it. My memory is terrible, I'm so stupid. Hermione, who had come closer, suddenly slapped her forehead. She quickly rummaged through her small handbag and pulled out several pieces of parchment, which were covered with many strange symbols. I knew I'd forgotten something. Here you go, Raven. This is a small sample of magical symbols I copied yesterday. It might help you. Thank you, Hermione. Raven took the parchment, completely new magical symbols. Did Ravenclaw create so many magical symbols themselves? Raven immediately recognized that all the symbols were brand new and none of them were on record. Are these all undocumented magical symbols? I was even planning to look them up in the dictionary one by one. Yes, none of these symbols are recorded. Are the walls covered with these symbols? Harry and Hermione nodded. The walls were covered in them, densely packed. And I remember that later, when we were running away, the magic symbols on the walls turned pale red. Hermione's words left Harry somewhat confused. Is there? Hermione nodded very firmly. I saw it must be, but it's only a faint reddish glow. I think this might be a change caused by an error in our solution. Raven nodded. That was indeed possible. I was planning to visit Ravenclaw's Hall of Knowledge recently, and this was the first hurdle. You guys have done me a huge favor. A temple of knowledge, so Ravenclaw didn't hide it in a secret room. Yes, the statue at Royna Ravenclaw's Temple of Knowledge spoke some riddles to me. Normally, I would have to solve all of them, but your encounter last night saved me a lot of trouble. Now I only need to solve the most crucial riddles. That sounds really cool, Raven. Would you like to take us with you on your adventure? We're quite curious about that place. Of course, but don't tell anyone else. I'm taking Fleur, Ryan, and the others, and you guys with me when I go in. If this group grows any bigger, it could eventually include the entire Hogwarts. Raven wouldn't mind having more people, but it would be unwise to bring a large group of young wizards into Rowena Ravenclaw's Temple of Wisdom. Security is one aspect, but allowing only a small number of people to pass through some checkpoints is another. Don't worry, we'll tell Ron at the last minute. He definitely won't let it slip this time. This is despicable cheating. Luck is also a form of ability. Even Ravenclaw wouldn't deny its importance. Harry and his friends managed to find the entrance by accident. That's their skill. Most people simply don't have that kind of luck. This has nothing to do with intelligence. They ruined the very first level. Perhaps. Raven smiled. With a gentle lift of his right hand, a huge stem slowly floated up. Before heading to Ravenclaw's Temple of Knowledge, Raven planned to first extract the veins from the stem of the gerbil red juniper. As for the riddle the statue presented to him, that thing is very easy to unravel. Are you about to begin? That's utter nonsense. He's already prepared so much, it's time to make his move. Raven divided the veins of plants into 6 major sections according to the plant's organs. Roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, and seeds. Very clear. There are 6 sections, and according to Raven's research, each section has an underlying structure. This network will be enormous beyond imagination. Raven was still pondering how to attach them to his body. Let's begin. Raven flicked his right hand, and the enormous stem instantly unfolded. With another wave of his hand, orange-red smoke slowly adhered to the unfolded stem. Raven was confident. The Slytherin Legacy Guide appreciates Raven's state, the temporary habitat of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. The centaurs were all rather listless, and Hagrid was doing his best to cheer them up. Suddenly, almost all the horsemen raised their heads at the same time. They looked up at the sky. The Milky Way is inlaid on the night sky, and the stars twinkle like diamonds. Hagrid looked up somewhat puzzled, but he couldn't see anything. What's in the sky? Lie. Ferenczek unusually directly told Hagrid to shut up. Only they, the centaurs, know what they are witnessing. Among the countless stars in the sky, one star shines exceptionally brightly, even twinkling with ever brighter light, outshining all the other stars around it. Its brilliance even inspired other celebrities. Gradually, the other stars around it also became much brighter. At this moment, the Milky Way shimmers in the night sky. Although Hagrid couldn't understand it, he knew that in divination it must symbolize something important. Ha 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 ha, we're right in our thinking. A turning point in destiny. History, we have witnessed history that will be passed down for thousands of years. The horsemen got excited. Hagrid had hardly seen anyone like that since they arrived at their temporary settlement. The horsemen danced happily. Even the usually serious and arrogant Bane lit a campfire at this moment and joined everyone in a lively tap dance, arms around each other's shoulders. Hagrid couldn't understand why, but he was happy to see the centaurs so pleased. The horsemen were happy and so was he. Ha ha ha, Venus, destiny, he will be unstoppable. Come Hagrid, we have witnessed history. Our cubs will be proud that we witnessed this day. Ferenczek burst into laughter. His platinum blonde hair seemed to have become even more dazzling. Haha, what's going on here, Venus? Is it related to ravens? You know the rules, we won't explain too much, but come on, let's have some drinks. That sly Bane took some good wine with him when he escaped the Forbidden Forest. Tonight is definitely the perfect time to drink it all. Centaurs possess an exceptional talent for astrology. In contrast, it's not as easy for wizards to use astrology for divination. In the divination classroom, Trelawney made her already messy hair even more chaotic. But how could this be? Damn it, I shouldn't have drunk that damn wine. Trelawney looked at the stars. Such a clear celestial configuration is quite rare. This also ignited her fighting spirit. Unfortunately, she drank a whole bottle of sherry at dinner time today. This has left her feeling somewhat dizzy. Venus, Venus, shining white Venus, ravens, but what did he do? Why was there no warning beforehand? Damn it, I swear I have to quit drinking. Although that's what she says now, she actually breaks her vow every other day. She also realized that the starlight tonight was due to Raven's twinkling. But why? What did Raven do? She's in such a bad state right now that she can't deduce what Raven did today at all. As for the future, she could only make a rough estimate. I should go to sleep. No, I can't. I'll stake the honor of Sybil's name on it. I must find out his future. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore stood on the balcony, enjoying the breeze and gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. Isn't this a golden age that only comes around once in a century? That child will be unstoppable. He will achieve something that almost surpasses Merlin's. Grindelwald smiled. Around when did his mindset change significantly? Perhaps it was that clash of ideas they had previously had, or perhaps Raven really did unleash terrifying Muggle firepower last Halloween. You're still the same, you only see the achievements. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. What he saw, however, was the impact of Raven. Raven energized almost everyone. My retirement day is just around the corner, old man. Come on, have a drink with me. Such a beautiful view always deserves a little wine to complement it. As long as you don't give me those syrupy drinks. Raven was unaware that the stars were shining brightly because of him tonight. He is compressing the pulse. These connections were as outrageously large as he had anticipated. Moreover, the veins of magical plants are far more complex than the marrow runes on magical creatures. This has resulted in Raven now having a complex and extensive network of connections. You need to find a better way to organize them. Your current method is so inefficient that it makes me sigh. The statue spoke as if making a joke. Do you have a better way? Raven had discovered this during his previous experiments, so he had already prepared his combing techniques. However, this is a clumsy method, and its efficiency is indeed not high. No, and even if I did, you wouldn't listen even if I told you the answer directly right. Then shut your mouth. Ravenclaw really should be a better leader, not a defective product like you. Reese, did you stay up late again last night? Mom will be very angry if she finds out. Raven rubbed his eyes. I didn't stay up very late, but I did stay up for a while. His dark circles weren't severe. What were you doing last night? Researching again? What's the rush? With our current efficiency, when that Dark Lord is resurrected, he'll be fighting alone. How many combat troops do they have on their side? 2 veteran legendary wizards and 1 newly crowned legendary wizard. A large group of junior wizards whose combat power was slightly stronger than that of ordinary wizards, and a small number of them had even reached the Auror standard. There are also several highly experienced and accomplished professors. How do I lose? Even if Voldemort were to resurrect at his peak and have a large group of Death Eaters following him, they would still have the advantage. What's more, their family is currently trying to wipe out that group of Death Eaters. This has nothing to do with that guy. He's not someone I need to be so wary of. He wouldn't be in such a hurry if it weren't for the sword of death hanging over him. Voldemort. The reason he was able to escape in his first year was simply because Raven was too inexperienced at that time, and his magical power was simply not up to par. If their magical power had been up to par, Voldemort would have been crushed by Raven with a single, effortless strike when they were in their first year. Okay, then why don't you rest in bed a little longer today? You're not really interested in Quidditch anyway, are you? Raven ruffled his hair. Substitutes also have to wait in the waiting room during the game. Don't worry, I can rest a little longer in the waiting room. Today's match is Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff, and Raven, as a substitute, has to stay in the waiting room. However, barring any major unforeseen circumstances, Raven doesn't need to play. He can simply rest in the waiting room. Then you should rest a bit more. Wait, is that Malfoy's father? Why is he here too? As Jo approached the stadium, before she even parted ways with Raven, she spotted a small golden dot in the stands. Raven didn't even notice at first. Not bad, your eyesight has improved. Ha, coward, he's no match for his son. In the stands, Lucius looked around anxiously, as if searching for something. It's a pity he's destined not to find the person he's looking for in the audience today. But he could go and have a chat with Lucius after the game. Malfoy and his father are two of a kind, aren't they? Jo didn't quite agree with Raven's idea. She felt that Malfoy and his father were cut from the same cloth. Equally annoying. Haha, okay, you go to the stands now. I'm going to the waiting room too. Just then, Lovey saw Jo and was waving at her from a distance, so Jo also left her spot. Upon arriving at the waiting room, the Hufflepuff players were already ready. All right, everyone, don't be nervous. With Raven's support this time, victory is practically guaranteed. You're the most nervous one, aren't you? Relax, Seed, I've never seen you so nervous. Everyone nodded in agreement. It would be a lie to say that the others weren't nervous. They were a little nervous too. This was the first time since joining the Hufflepuff team that they had come so close to securing a complete victory. But if we're talking about the most nervous person, it has to be Cedric. This guy practically has "I'm so nervous" written all over his face. Relax, guys, I don't really have the right to say this as a substitute, but relax, it's not a big deal. Raven smiled and sat down to the side. Sigh, I don't want to put pressure on anyone or give them negative energy, but I really feel that Professor Sprout has high hopes for us this time. Zacharias felt that Professor Sprout valued the result of this competition very much, and he did not want to disappoint Professor Sprout. No Badger wanted to see Professor Sprout's disappointed expression. Professor, she probably really wants Hufflepuff to win a championship trophy at least once, but I still think doing our best is enough. And honestly, Raven didn't think there would be any suspense in today's game. Ravenclaw's team is not significantly stronger than Hedgehog's overall. In reality, the overall strength of their two college teams has always been roughly the same. In order to win the championship this time, Cedric has almost adopted Wood's training methods. Originally, everyone's skill level was about the same, but this time Hufflepuff trained like crazy to win the championship and also got a brand new superfast broom. It would be hard not to win with this. Hufflepuff, get ready to enter. Mrs. Hodge opened the door to the lounge and called out to those inside. Yes, Mrs. Hodge. Cedric stood up, he took a few deep breaths. Let's go, guys. It's time to get out there and win the championship for Hufflepuff. For Hufflepuff. For Hufflepuff. That's really fighting spirit. After they left the waiting room, Raven sat down by the window. Here you can have a complete view of the entire event. However, the experience is definitely not as good as watching the game from the stands. The Hufflepuff team enters and takes off. Wow, they have new brooms. This is the first time they've changed their brooms in years, and these new brooms look really nice. Actually, Cedric didn't want to use the new broom that Raven had given them. This made him feel that even if he won, it would be an unfair victory, but Zacharias later persuaded him. Zacharias never felt that his victory was unfair. He now understands Slytherin from last year. After watching the game for a while, Raven started yawning. He simply didn't have much interest in Quidditch. In his eyes, this sport was something he would just play casually during his leisure time. He looked away and then at the notebook in his hand. Last night he stayed up very late to finish combing out the veins extracted from the stem of the gerbil and red selaginella and attaching them to his body. The statue is right. It should come up with a more efficient way to handle this. However, the most important thing for him to do right now is to take a short nap. He was really sleepy. Putting away his notebook, Raven wrapped his robe tighter around himself and gently closed his eyes. Because he had malicious detection disabled, he didn't notice it. In the waiting room, something unseen by anyone was standing beside him. Is it staring at Raven? Have no idea. Because it doesn't have anything that can be called eyes on its body. It stood there for a long time, only quietly leaving when the game was about to end. From beginning to end, no one realized it had been there, and no one knew why it had come. We absolutely have to celebrate tonight. I'll go to the kitchen and get some food. Banquet. After the game, Raven went to talk to Lucius. He came to Hogwarts to curry favor with Raven, just as Raven had expected. After talking with Lucius, Raven returned to the Hufflepuff common room. As soon as I opened the door, I heard cheers from everyone. This was truly the closest Hufflepuff had ever come to winning the Quidditch championship. After their victory against Ravenclaw, they only need to win their next match against Gryffindor to claim the championship. To be honest, the pressure was immense. Gryffindor is arguably the strongest team at Hogwarts, and Hufflepuff has almost never won a head-on match against them in recent years. But at least for today, they don't want to think about these things. Come on, Raven, forget about your stuff today, let's celebrate. You played a crucial role in our victory. Cedric extended an invitation to Raven. Raven had no objection to this. The young wizards of Hufflepuff celebrated their victory in grand style. Professor Sprout was also very happy. Her face was flushed with laughter at the celebration banquet. Zachary's got some alcohol from the Gemini and showed off his bartending skills at the party. Although his cocktails were terrible and his mixing skills were lacking, he did manage to liven up the atmosphere and successfully got himself completely drunk first. Professor Sprout didn't want the young wizards to drink alcohol, since even among the 7th-year wizards few were already adults. How can underage wizards drink alcohol? But she found that she couldn't stop the little wizards at all. Who hasn't been curious about alcohol when they were young? Even if Professor Sprout tried to stop them, they would still drink it quietly and secretly. Professor Sprout had no choice but to change his strategy. It's okay to have a little to try, but you absolutely shouldn't drink too much. At least don't get as drunk as Zachary's. That's too harmful to your health. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became even more lively. At the banquet, Vera exaggeratedly praised Raven's new broom. According to her, Raven's unnamed broom was even better than the firebolt. That is indeed true in a sense. Although this broom's acceleration is not as fast as the firebolt, it completely outclasses the firebolt in almost every other aspect. Taking this opportunity, everyone thought Raven could come up with a name for this broom. Although Raven had no intention of selling this broom, it certainly deserved a name, didn't it? Based on everyone's suggestions, Raven finalized the name of the broom, Champion Number 1, simple and straightforward. Everyone initially wanted to suggest a cooler name for Raven, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this name was already quite suitable. And so Raven's broom was named. The morning after the victory celebration. While all the other Hufflepuff kids were still resting, Raven left the dormitory early as usual. He arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower. Without a mouth, yet able to speak. Without eyes, yet able to see. Raven did not choose to go to the place where Harry and his friends had tried their luck. Instead, they arrived at the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. A bronze eagle-shaped door knocker is quietly inlaid on the door panel. The wise need not knock, the foolish knock and are not seen. Of the 4 riddles combined, Raven thinks the one that best fits the image is Ravenclaw's bronze eagle-shaped door knocker. Ah, he actually chose a Hufflepuff, how interesting. The bronze eagle-shaped door knocker made a sound, but its mouth didn't move and its eyes were tightly closed. There's no rule stating that the air can only be from this college, is there? Indeed, you can continue your search. Actually, I think I've found it. The final key riddle is, only the contemplative can perceive in the mirror the path indicated by the glimmer of light. Taken together, the key elements are only 2, a bronze eagle-shaped door knocker and a mirror. There are no mirrors around the Ravenclaw Tower. There are only chairs and small sofas, which were left by the students who couldn't answer the questions. This would make them more comfortable when they are forced to sleep outside. However, even with these things, they wouldn't sleep very comfortably because the ceiling at the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower always leaked. The location of the leak is not even fixed. It might leak here today and in a different place tomorrow. Even if you plug this leak now, it might start leaking in another place later. This angered a small group of young Ravenclaw wizards. It was infuriating enough not being able to answer the question about the bronze eagle-shaped door knocker. But to make matters worse, even sleeping in the hallway outside wasn't peaceful. The constant dripping of water was enough to drive me to the brink of a nervous breakdown. Raven waved his hand, cutting off all other sounds in the vicinity. At this moment, only the crisp sound of dripping water could be heard. Follow the sound to find the puddles. Raven leaned down slightly, adjusting his line of sight. The pool reflected the bronze eagle-shaped door knocker and also its shadow. Normally, the morning sunlight shouldn't cast a noticeable shadow on the door knocker. But due to the corridor's unique structure, the bronze eagle-shaped door knocker still created a blurry shadow on the wall. The hazy, indistinct shadow pointed in one direction, and following that direction, a narrow corridor appeared on the wall at some unknown time. The entrance to the corridor was so narrow that it could completely hide itself in the shadows, and young wizards would not notice it at all if they did not look carefully. As expected, I must say Ravenclaw is truly worthy of the name. Simply moving the corridor to avoid unauthorized junior wizards trespassing is certainly a viable option. Just like Slytherin's inheritance room, wasn't it precisely through this method that it hid within Hogwarts for a century? While this method is indeed feasible, it lacks a lot in terms of aesthetics. I'm very impressed, extremely impressed. You solved the puzzle beforehand. It's been about a month since I received the puzzle, so yes, I solved it beforehand. Although I received the puzzle a month in advance, it only took me less than half an hour to actually solve it. That's understandable, don't you want to start the next level now? The bronze eagle-shaped door knocker was somewhat confused when it saw Raven get up to leave, and not to enter the corridor to start solving the next puzzle. Yes, I will come here again tonight just to verify my guess. Raven smiled. You're very different from the other young wizards, aren't you? Many people have said that. We'll take care of this tonight. Tonight? What's up? Ron was stuffing food into his mouth when Raven's words left him completely confused. Oh, don't worry about it, I'll call you tonight anyway. Harry felt he had to wait until the last minute to tell Ron, otherwise, with Ron's big mouth, who knew if he would let something slip again. I don't know what you're thinking, but I feel that must be very rude. After that, Raven went to find Ya. She and a lovey were planning where to sneak off for a stroll that evening. They've recently become obsessed with teasing Filch. They lured Filch over and then hid. It's like playing hide-and-seek. But no matter how fun this game is, it's not as fun as going on an adventure with Raven. Finally, Raven informed Kieran and the others. Ryan will also be joining the operation this time. He's been talking a lot with his senior classmate lately, and they've realized they can't be together every day. Even if you like it a lot, it's not allowed. Private space is important. Excessive encroachment on each other's personal space will only make the relationship more fragile. It was quite surprising that Ryan actually said those words. There was still time before their evening mission, so the young wizards had to attend class first. Now, can anyone tell me the main habitat of the Chimera? Hogwarts, we only saw a dozen or so during Halloween. A Hufflepuff boy's remark made everyone laugh. Haha, yes, if you look at it that way, Hogwarts might become a habitat for many magical creatures. We should be thankful they won't actually do that. I believe you are already very aware of the danger they pose. Ak raised his hand. Mr. Arak, please speak. They mainly live near active volcanoes, sir. Yes, very good, Hufflepuff adds a point. Lupin continued explaining things about the Chimera, but the young wizards generally weren't very interested. After all, they had already faced these dangerous magical creatures head-on. The dry, textual knowledge was already not very appealing to them, and now they find it even harder to muster any interest in such monotonous knowledge. This phenomenon is not limited to Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw wizards. It also occurs in Gryffindor and Slytherin. Or rather, those two colleges were the hardest hit areas. The young wizards of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw at least managed to muster some interest, and even if they were just pretending, they would at least put on a show. But the Gryffindors and Slytherins couldn't even be bothered to pretend. It's okay, I've had this idea recently too. I think our teaching plan can be changed. What would you like to hear about? Are we going to talk about something else? Upon hearing this, many young wizards' eyes lit up. Professor, please tell us about those particularly dangerous magical creatures. Extremely dangerous. Honestly, if you were to write a book about extremely dangerous magical creatures, most of the magical creatures you encountered last Halloween would be on it. Professor, are you familiar with any dangerous magical creatures from ancient times? Professor Basilda mentioned in our last class that there were many extremely dangerous magical creatures in ancient times. Even the venomous leopard was just a house cat compared to them. A Ravenclaw girl raised her hand and spoke. Lupin nodded. I don't know much about this because the vast majority of such creatures are extinct, but I do know a little. Tell us about it, Professor. Seeing that everyone seemed quite willing, Lupin smiled helplessly. These facts are actually not very useful to learn. The young wizards can only listen to them as stories. Judging from everyone's expressions, we definitely won't be able to talk about anything serious today. Consider it an extracurricular activity. Okay, let me think. The most famous magical creature back in our school days, the ancient giant. To this day, I still don't know if these magical creatures really existed or if they were just made up, but when I was in school, everyone believed they were real. Sure enough, everyone's enthusiasm was aroused. Ancient titans, aren't they different from the titans we have now? These two are more like two completely unrelated species. Even tracing back to ancient times, they were two completely different species, of course, assuming they actually existed. Do you all know what giants these magical creatures looked like 500 years ago? The young wizards shook their heads, except for Kieran, who was sitting next to Raven, who raised his hand. It's almost the same as it is now, Professor. Absolutely right, Mr. Kieran. I'll give you a point for your broad knowledge. That's right, the giants of 500 years ago are almost indistinguishable from those of today. Vila are another similar creature. They are beings that haven't changed much in 100 years. Giants 500 years ago were simply taller, stronger, and more deadly than they are now. The average height of modern giants as adults is around 7.5 meters, while ancient giants could reach a height of around 10 meters. They were stronger, more savage, and less intelligent, but apart from these differences, they looked almost identical to modern giants. Ancient giants are another type of magical creature. Their youths can reach a height of about 10 meters. According to records, they can even move a 100-meter-high mountain in a week after they become adults. Their intelligence was almost identical to that of wizards. Although they were completely unable to use magic, they were virtually immune to the direct damage from spells. Even the killing curse had no effect on them. There are actually such creatures. Do you think this is true, Raven? Kieran whispered to Raven. It's quite credible. I've looked into these magical creatures and the information about them is fairly comprehensive. But how could this species become extinct? They possess strong physiques, high intelligence, and near maximum resistance to magic. How can such a creature be made extinct? Just listen, the professor will explain. Sure enough, Lupin quickly continued. However, this species was wiped out by a plague 500 years ago. Because potions were like ordinary liquids to them, they were unable to heal themselves and were ultimately driven to extinction by the plague. The downside of high magic resistance is that any potion is like ordinary liquid to them and cannot heal them at all. At that time, ordinary medicines were difficult to use to treat ordinary people, let alone be effective in treating ancient giants. Such a powerful creature was wiped out by a plague. It feels... A Hufflepuff girl spoke, frowning. Don't underestimate epidemics, they are also a type of natural disaster. Are you planning to go like this tonight? Everything I need is ready. Raven patted his crossbody bag, indicating to Fleur that everything was ready. Okay, you have a point. Raven really brought a huge group of people with him on this adventure. Not counting him, there are 11 people in total who will be following him tonight. If Ravenclaw knew that her heir would bring 11 unrelated people to try and overcome the obstacle she set up, she'd probably be speechless. If she were truly as intelligent as the rumors suggest, she should have realized this was a very real possibility. The statue doesn't set a time limit for deciphering the mystery. Anyone could use that time to find a bunch of helpers. Anyone who, after the statue has uttered a series of frightening statements, still goes off alone to decipher the mystery is either extremely confident in their abilities or a complete idiot. What you're saying makes sense. If she were truly that clever, then this situation must have been within her expectations. Hibiscus carefully maintained her wand with wand oil. She needed to make sure her wand was in optimal condition for the battle tonight. The two sat in the empty classroom, waiting for the others to gather. How's your vein extraction coming along? Very good. I just extracted the veins from the stem the day before yesterday, and I've already attached them to my right arm. Raven rolled up his sleeve, revealing his right arm covered in veins. This looks really complicated. It is indeed more complex than the marrow inscription, so I spent a long time the day before yesterday extracting and sorting out the veins in the stem part. I've adjusted and optimized the extraction method these past 2 days, hoping it will be effective. 5 out of the 6 sectors are now left. Although Raven felt that given the previous extraction efficiency, it wasn't unacceptable. He could just stay up for another 5 nights. However, if there is a more efficient method, we should definitely use the more efficient method. Gray and his group arrived shortly afterward. Phew, what's gotten into Filch lately? I get the feeling he's gone mad from arresting people. Gray thought Filch's angry demeanor made them think they had thrown a dung beetle at him. Recently, Jer and the others have been teasing Filch a lot, which is probably why Filch seems so angry. A trick? How did they trick Filch? By sticking thumbtacks on his chair? What? No, of course not. Our family wouldn't play such pranks. They just like to make a little noise to get Filch to do something pointless. The Raven family wouldn't play such a malicious prank. They always believed it was meaningless. The essence of pranks is to have fun, not to seek revenge. If you really want to get revenge on someone, why resort to such childish tricks? The Casanova came with the rest of the group too. He's become quite restrained. Stop teasing me. Ryan rolled his eyes. Next came West Asia, and the 3 of them played another trick on Filch on their way here. Phew, that scared me to death. It was my first time going out at night. Rolf patted his chest. He was extremely nervous just now. Jo and Lovey were very excited. They were clearly very satisfied with their results. You guys should have seen Filch's furious face too. He was absolutely livid. He deserved it. Rolf sat down next to Raven. Raven, have you decided on the location? Yes, I checked it beforehand this morning and there were no problems. Rolf looked at Raven with admiration. That must be really difficult. You're a genius. Harry and his friends arrived last. Ron didn't look very happy. What's wrong, Ron? You have such a sour face. Well, you don't trust me. For this reason. Don't force me to use recent examples to argue with you. Hermione said coldly, that's George and Fred, they're the ones who kept asking me. So you were the one who let it slip at the end, weren't you? Snort. Well, that's a fact and he can't deny it. All right, guys, everyone's here. Let's get going. Be careful what you say, don't attract Filch's attention. Why? We can definitely outrun him, and it'll be fun to tease him running around Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately sensed that something was amiss. Wait a minute, is Filch's recent obsession with arresting people because of you guys? Westasia stands tall and proud. Olivia also revealed a smile like that of a little fox. Oh. I thought he was going through menopause, but it turns out it's because of you guys. Ron said that's why Filch has been almost obsessed with arresting people lately. He thought it was George and Fred who had played some prank on Filch again, but who would have thought it was these three little wizards who did it? That annoying old man must have been thoroughly tormented by you guys. Furong smiled gently and ruffled Zia's hair. Westasia looks even more proud now. This can be considered a form of exercise for him. He looks very thin and really needs to work out. These words made Raven smile helplessly and shake his head. All right, enough of that. Keep your voices down when we move around. Our goal tonight is to get to the Wisdom Hall in Ravenclaw, not to wander around the castle with Filch. After making the basic arrangements, Raven and his friends left the empty classroom and headed towards the Ravenclaw Tower. On the way, the group encountered Filch, but Raven used a single spell to make everyone invisible to Filch and Mrs. Loris, and also to prevent them from smelling or making a sound. This is the first time I've seen Filch's face up close. I really wish I hadn't had this experience. Ack felt his stomach churning. That was an incredibly ugly face. How can someone be so ugly? George and Fred will be very curious about how you did it. They used up all the dung balls and still couldn't make Filch like this. They even saw the bloodshot in Filch's eyes up close. That was truly terrifying. George and Fred, come on, they can only pull off cheap pranks. Those pranks are nothing compared to the ones played by Je and the others. Ron thought highly of Je and her friends' pranks. It even surpassed the pranks of George and Fred. Even though this rating certainly carries some personal grudges. All right, guys, quiet down. I need a quiet environment. The location of the dripping water changes, so Raven needs to listen to the sound again. Wow, you got here so quickly. You even brought so many helpers. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker said. It sounded somewhat surprising. However, its surprise seemed to be focused on Raven. In less than a day, it learned a simple story from the young wizards about what kind of person Raven was. In first grade, he created a curse. In second grade, he established a company. And in third grade, he even faced a deadly curse and survived. It made sense now why the statue had chosen Raven. But why would someone like that need help? And there were more than 10 helpers. It simply cannot see the necessity of doing so. Having helpers is always better than having no helpers, isn't it? Raven listened intently to the dripping sound in the darkness as he slowly began to speak. In the quiet environment, Raven easily found the new leak. The new location is ingenious. The accumulated water reflects the moonlight, allowing it to shine onto the bronze eagle-shaped door knocker. The reflected moonlight could create a blurry shadow on the bronze eagle-shaped door knocker. Following the direction indicated by the shadow, Raven found the corridor once again. Good heavens, I've passed this place 3 times already. How could I not have seen this little corridor? Ron was shocked because he had passed by this place 3 times and hadn't seen the corridor at all. Although the entrance to the corridor was not wide, it was not so narrow that he would have to look carefully to see it. Don't even mention it, none of us saw anything. How did Ravenclaw come up with the idea of hiding the corridor like that? This is a true case of blind spots. The entrance is right here without anything or magic to cover it, but they just can't see it. To get in, you either need to conduct a thorough search or rely on shadow clues. Finding the entrance solely by sight is not impossible, but it's certainly quite difficult. What I really want to know is, has this corridor been hidden like this all these years? Has no one ever accidentally wandered into it? In response to Furong's question, the bronze eagle-shaped door knocker slowly said, of course there are. Didn't an example just happen a few days ago in your team? Over the years, quite a few little wizards have accidentally wandered into the corridor. However, they couldn't make much of a splash. First, the young wizard who accidentally wandered into the corridor also couldn't solve the next puzzle. Secondly, before Harry and his friends, no young wizard had ever accidentally wandered into the corridor and left, yet still managed to pinpoint the approximate entrance. Ultimately, not everyone has access to cheat maps. Only Harry and his two companions were able to use a map to determine the approximate location of the corridor after accidentally entering it. Alright, let's stop wasting time and go inside quickly. Zia and the others entered the corridor first, then it was Gray and Harry's group. Raven and Fleur covered the rear. The main reason was that the bronze eagle-shaped door knocker seemed to have something to say to Raven, so Raven and Fleur chose to cover their retreat. Are you sure you're ready? I'm not asking you all, that group. I'm asking you, only you. Ravenclaw had long anticipated that a prospective heir would arrive with a large group of helpers. The earlier levels can indeed be solved by multiple people working together. However, the later challenges can only be faced and solved by the prospective successor, and those checkpoints are precisely the most dangerous ones. Is it dangerous? Extremely dangerous. Raven curled the corners of his mouth slightly. That suits me perfectly. Ravenclaw is a smart woman. She certainly understands that risk and reward go hand in hand. The higher the risk, the higher the reward should be. He and Furong turned and entered the corridor. The bronze eagle-shaped door knocker fell silent. The long corridor in front of the Ravenclaw Tower fell silent once again. However, this silence was soon broken again. Two red-haired little wizards crept over furtively. The bronze eagle-shaped door knocker didn't even bother to speak to them. These two guys seem pretty clever, but as for intelligence, hee. The two young wizards searched for a long time at the door, passing the entrance to the corridor 4 times, but they still couldn't find the corridor. This is really hard to find. We should go find Raven and buy his map from him. Ours isn't as good as his. Their map doesn't show the second Ravenclaw Tower at all. No matter where you are or how you look at it, there is only one Ravenclaw Tower. That makes sense. We'll go find him tomorrow. Maybe we can even get him to join us. If anyone really does inherit Ravenclaw's fortune, it'll definitely be Raven. The twins were unaware that Raven had already found the corridor leading to Ravenclaw's Temple of Knowledge. They were unaware that Raven had recently planned to search for the Ravenclaw Temple of Knowledge. After all, Wood has been training the Hufflepuff team every day due to the pressure they've been under lately, leaving them with almost no free time. Harry and his friends were in the same grade as Raven, so they would run into each other in class. However, the twins were a year ahead of Raven, making it more difficult for them to get the latest news about him. The twins' voices quickly attracted Filch, who was patrolling around. To avoid being caught by Filch, the two had no choice but to head home for the day. Filch soon arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower. His lantern illuminated a hidden corner of the corridor, but he didn't notice anything unusual about it. The corridor fell silent once more after Filch also left. Those who possess wisdom are always in the minority. The bronze eagle-shaped door knocker seemed to be talking to itself. On the other side, a group of people who entered the corridor brandished their wands. The corridor is quite narrow at the beginning, but it gradually becomes more spacious as you walk further in. Did you feel this way when we accidentally wandered in? Like that feeling of it being narrow at first, then gradually widening as you go deeper. Hermione frowned and asked. Harry and Ron both shook their heads. I don't remember. Filch was chasing me quite closely and I didn't even notice. Me too, I only remember being very tired from running. Hermione shook her head helplessly. Look at these words, how strange. It looks like scribbles. These are ancient magical symbols. It is said that each of these symbols contains immense power. The 3 little ones from West Asia looked at the wall and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Kieran and the others stared at the wall in surprise. They're really densely packed. Do you think these symbols might be what give the corridor the ability to move freely? Very likely, Ryan said, stroking his smooth chin in a pretentious manner. But in reality, he didn't see anything at all. These symbols, Raven's hand gently touched the wall. His amber eyes gleamed slightly in the darkness. He felt a vibrant power emanating from these symbols. He didn't have this feeling when Hermione gave him the rubbings of the symbols she had made. Now, directly touching these magical symbols on the spot, Raven immediately felt the power contained within them. Powerful, mysterious. What's wrong, Raven? Seeing that Raven was acting strangely, Hibiscus asked in a low voice. Raven turned around. Power. I can feel the power contained within these symbols. Raven didn't know whether the power within these symbols counted as mathematical power. He can only use strength as a metaphor. Could my feelings be related to the Marrow script? Because none of the people present could feel the power Raven was talking about. These symbols look complex and spectacular, but beyond that they perceive nothing. Perhaps, let's delve deeper. Raven slowed his pace, because he planned to memorize the symbols as he went. What's the use of memorizing them? Raven didn't know, he just felt he should make a note of it. As everyone gradually delved deeper, the power inherent in symbols is becoming increasingly strong. Raven's brows gradually furrowed. Wrong. These symbols are definitely not simply symbols that grant the corridor the ability to move. Simple mobility doesn't require such powerful ancient magical symbols. Everyone, please be careful from now on. After walking through the initial corridor, Raven and his companions arrived at a constantly changing staircase. The staircases here can be arranged in almost any way. There was even a straight staircase that turned into a spiral staircase in front of Raven and his friends. I know the pattern here, so just follow me. Wait, what's going on? Hermione hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly narrowed her eyes. No, this isn't the pattern I figured out before. The patterns have changed, and the rate of change has accelerated. The pattern has changed. After all, it's a level left behind by Ravenclaw. If it were really that easy, I'd start to doubt whether it was even a Ravenclaw puzzle. Ryan shrugged. He felt that this was normal. This is a level left by Ravenclaw. It would be too easy to only have one solution. It's okay, we can just look for the pattern again. Raven pulled out a map. His map provides an overview of the staircase variations throughout the area. This helps him to more intuitively summarize the changes in the staircase. Come on, let me see. Speaking of which, I've been wondering about something. George and Fred practically ran all over Hogwarts with their maps, so why did they never find this place? Ron felt something was strange. Given George and Fred's almost nightly, high-intensity nighttime patrols, how could they possibly not have discovered this place? Perhaps their map doesn't show this area. After all, their map wasn't made by Raven. Oh right, I just remembered something. My dad said the map George and Fred have was made by him and Professor Lupin when they were in school. Ron's eyes widened. We should use this as a pretext to take the map back from them immediately. Hermione punched Harry and Ron a few times. Quiet, go make noise in the dorm, you're disturbing our thinking. Harry and Ron immediately covered their mouths. This made everyone find it somewhat amusing. All right, let's go. Raven's words made Hermione's eyes widen. Raven, you've already figured out the patterns. No, it's just a rough estimate, it's only enough for our needs. Although Raven said that, everyone knew it was just his usual way of speaking. He said he only did a rough calculation, but in fact he must have already calculated the exact result. This made Hermione somewhat discouraged. She knew there was a gap between her and Raven, but she hadn't realized it was this big. She hadn't even finished collecting all the information when Raven had already calculated the answer. Is this what genius is? Raven keenly sensed that Hermione's mood was a little off. So when leading everyone up the stairs, he deliberately took 2 wrong turns. This seemed to have improved Hermione's condition somewhat. However, his little tricks couldn't fool Furong and Zia. Rise, you shouldn't have spoken up so directly. Yes, that was something I didn't consider. Our Miss Beaver is more fragile than I imagined. The 3 spoke quietly in hushed tones, making sure their voices wouldn't reach Hermione's ears. This is the first time I've realized that Hermione's pride is so fragile. That's normal, your brother really hurt her. I was hurt like that too. Furong recalled the scene when she first met Raven. She also suffered a significant blow from Raven while she was at Nicholas Flamel's house. The more talented a person is, the more likely they are to be driven to despair by Raven. The group continued deeper into the area. Finally, they arrived in front of the giant eagle statue. The giant eagle was just like it was when Harry and the others came a few days ago. Standing atop the tower, it looked incredibly lifelike, its arrogant eyes fixed on the young wizards below. All right, this is where we arrived before. It's strange, there's not a single sign of a battle here. Harry found it strange since the gargoyle's spells had caused some damage to the corridor. But now, the corridor is completely unharmed. I'd like to see what kind of mechanisms are hidden here. A lovey circled around the statue, tapping here and there. This eagle looks a bit strange, it looks more like a raven, not like a purebred eagle. Rolf leaned closer to the statue and examined it carefully. Ravens, eagles aren't those symbols of Ravenclaw. I don't think this is a clue. West Asia felt that this information was completely useless. 3 first-year wizards were studying the statue, while Gray and his friends were studying the symbols on the wall. They believed that to open the entrance, one must obviously start with these symbols. But these symbols were all created by Ravenclaw. How can we understand what they mean without any documentation? Just like how archaeologists try to understand the meaning of an oracle bone inscription when there is a severe lack of information. How were they supposed to decipher the meaning of these magical symbols with such a severe lack of information? I think there's only one way to figure them out. I'll give it a try. Raven clapped his hands together and pulled, and the magic symbol he had seen on the way appeared in his hands. The symbols formed in the air, creating a ring that slowly floated and rotated around Raven. Wow, what kind of magic is this? Gray and the others felt that Raven was acting like a super wizard. He looks a lot like Dumbledore. A little spell based on ancient symbols ... It just looks cool. It doesn't actually work. This is true. This spell simply allows Raven to more easily distinguish ancient symbols according to sentences. Each sentence forms a circle. Of course, this isn't absolute since Raven was the one who made the division and he could have made mistakes in the process. Let's first see what effect this sentence has. Raven took a ruby out of his crossbody bag. This gem has an extremely high magic conducting effect, so many alchemical tools choose to use it as a material. A symbolic ring that had been around Raven slowly floated out and landed on the ruby. As the symbols were engraved onto the ruby, it began to emit a faint glow from within. The others didn't feel anything special, but Raven could sense that the surrounding magic was gathering towards the ruby in a small area. Raven frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He couldn't sense the flow of magic before. As mentioned before, this kind of thing is very ethereal, and even judging its strength and quantity can only rely on the experience of powerful wizards who can only arrive at a rough range. But ever since entering this place, Raven has been able to clearly sense the presence and movement of power and magic. What caused this change? Why did this change occur? Raven was a little confused for a moment. As Raven pondered, the ruby gradually changed, with limbs slowly growing from its main body. A strange, ugly face seemed to have grown out of the gemstone. Harry and his friends knew exactly what this was. Damn it. This magic symbol is for making gargoyles. The three of them pulled the others and began to back away. The gargoyles from before had left them with a deep psychological scar. However, this time they overreacted. With Raven around, what good are these conjured gargoyles if they can use spells? The gargoyle made of rubies let out a strange cry upon seeing Raven, and with a flick of its tail, it unleashed a green spell. However, Raven easily blocked the spell with a simple wave of his hand. With another flick of the finger, the ruby gargoyle was shattered by an amber-colored spell. It seems you triggered the effect of that magic symbol that day. This one sentence alone certainly wouldn't achieve the same effect as Harry and the others did that day. The situation they encountered that day was triggered by a compound magical symbol phrase. One line is used to detect attacks, another to generate gargoyles, and yet another to allow gargoyles to be generated continuously. Raven's experiment was very fast. One ruby can test one spell symbol, and multiple rubies can test multiple spell symbols simultaneously. He quickly grasped the effect of most of the sentences. However, Raven didn't quite understand the meaning of each symbol in more detail. After all, there's not enough time. No matter how talented Raven is, it's impossible for him to understand the specific meaning of these symbols in such a short time. Of course, simply understanding most of the sentences is sufficient. Raven gleaned from these sentences a sentence that would affect the statue. This sentence will bring the statue to life. Of all the other sentences, this one is the most likely to open the door. Raven found the sentence on the wall and infused it with his own magic. The magic symbols shimmered with a pale blue light. The giant eagle on the tower slowly raised its head. Its stone feathers unfolded slowly, just like those of a real bird. That's it. Is this the end of the puzzle? It took Raven less than 30 minutes to find the symbol sentence he wanted among a large number of symbols. Judging from the timeline, this puzzle can truly be considered simple. However, Gray's words clearly did not gain the approval of the others. Have you forgotten how long we searched without finding the answer, and in the end we just gave up and ended up with a bunch of gargoyles chasing us? If it were me, I might not be able to find the right answer even after 3 days of trying. Hermione and Ron spoke up. Don't be fooled by how easily Raven solved this puzzle. It's not as simple as others solving it too. Who else could, like Raven, roughly divide these strange symbols into sentences upon first sight? There were no commas or periods on the wall. Heaven knows how Raven managed to roughly divide them into sentences. Yes, you certainly can't. Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure, but unfortunately this treasure can only ever be possessed by a small minority. The giant eagle spoke slowly. Its mocking and arrogant eyes swept over all the little wizards below, finally settling on Raven. That's very impressive. Although you got the answer through brute force, the speed at which you arrived at it was astonishing. With insufficient existing information, exhaustive search is the most reliable and direct method. That's true. Can you tell me how you divided these symbols according to their meaning? Raven shrugged, feel. In reality, he was able to roughly distinguish the symbols by relying on his sense of power. However, if you have to put it that way, it's a feeling, so Raven doesn't think he's talking nonsense. Interesting. Sometimes the answer to a question is unexpected, making it seem rather simple, doesn't it? Anyway, you've solved the third puzzle. Are you ready for the fourth? Certainly. The giant eagle slowly swooped down. Its voice seemed to have become even lower. Are you sure? The later levels will gradually become more and more dangerous, unlike this one which is safe. Its words made Ron purse his lips and he muttered under his breath. This stage is dangerous enough already. Ron's words drew a glance from the giant eagle. Foolish little wizard, I don't even know why the chosen successor has to include you. Hey, what a rude guy. Raven interrupted their argument. I believe we are ready. Please open the passage. The giant eagle nodded slightly. I admire your confidence. Enter Rowena, the prospective successor to Ravenclaw. May you always keep a clear mind. The doors of the Temple of Knowledge will be open to you. After he finished speaking, the tower slowly opened an entrance, revealing an internal staircase. The spiral staircase was very long. After entering the staircase, everyone walked downwards for nearly 30 minutes and still hadn't reached the bottom. However, the surrounding space did become much more spacious. Okay, I have to say I'm a little scared now. Olivia and Jo were standing very close together. The endless corridor made her feel uneasy. She didn't have this feeling when they could still see the entrance at first. But now looking up, all you see is darkness, and looking down, all you see is darkness. It seems like there's no end to this place. Wait a minute, guys, this is clearly not right. Such a long staircase, such a long time. If we hadn't cast some kind of seamless extension charm, we should already be deep underground by now. Ron sensed something was wrong. That's very wrong. Raven also sensed that something was wrong. Let's rest here for a bit. Raven frowned, his left hand gently stroking the wall. Use the detection spell. This spell is the same spell he used when making the map. This spell can quickly reveal the terrain. But strangely, this time his spell had a bizarre reaction. The detection spell moved along the wall, constructing the structure of a staircase in Raven's mind. This is a staircase with no beginning and no end. Raven clearly remembered how far they had descended in those 30-odd minutes. But now, the detection spell had returned to almost the same distance, and he couldn't find the entrance at all. Okay, so you'll play it this way. It seems the infinite staircase is the next puzzle he faces. The first puzzle is finding the entrance to the corridor. The second puzzle is to find the pattern in the changing staircases. The third puzzle is finding a way to unlock the true entrance. Now he faces the fourth mystery, an endless spiral staircase. No wonder the giant eagle asked him seriously earlier if he was ready. None of the earlier puzzles resulted in death. Even the large number of gargoyles activated by the third puzzle are not fatal. At most, they can only injure or stun the young wizard. But if you can't find the answer to the fourth puzzle, you'll really be trapped here and die. Raven stopped channeling magic into the detection spell. Let me think about it carefully. Ravenclaw wouldn't leave behind a puzzle that guarantees death. She didn't create this stairwell to be an SCP and trap young wizards there. Her true intention was to test the young wizard's thinking abilities and whether he met her requirements. Therefore, she will definitely have at least one answer. Did you hear anything? While Raven was thinking, Hibiscus suddenly spoke up. Everyone immediately fell silent. A sound like a baby crying slowly emanated from the depths. Kieran gasped. Guys, can I say I'm a little scared right now? Ak was also a little scared. That sounds like a baby crying. I swear, if a ghost like Peeves jumps out later, I'm going to give it a good beating. Ron moved a little closer to Harry, his wand already poised to strike. Jo was also gripping her wand tightly. She's a little scared now, but their family doesn't show fear by crying, screaming, or running away. I'll see what's really behind this charade. As she spoke, she was about to rush down. However, Raven and Rove pulled her back. No, we shouldn't split up. Roth's right, calm down, little war god, don't panic. They're wizards, what are they afraid of? If all else fails, Raven can simply break the anti-apparition spell in the stairwell and use apparition to take everyone out. There's no way we'll really be trapped here to die. Give me some more time. Raven placed his left hand on the wall, constantly sensing the power within the stairwell. Strangely, however, most of the spells in the stairwell have no way to be broken. Seeing that everyone seemed a bit off, Raven told them to go inside his crossbody bag and rest for a bit. Only he and Furong remained outside. That's strange. Don't rush, little cowboy. You said these are Ravenclaw's riddles. You can't expect to solve all the riddles just by thinking about them, can you? Raven took a deep breath. Okay, you're right, I need to calm down. Raven had just used a spell to silence the baby's cries, so the environment was now quiet, perfect for him to think. When he was really stuck on a particular point, Furong would chat with him for a while. To be honest, I don't understand the point of bringing them here. Zia and I have a high level of understanding with you. If an emergency occurs, we can actually help you. But what help can others offer? Hermione was the smartest among them, but even she was at a loss in the current situation and couldn't think of a solution. I don't expect them to help me in these ways. Raven wasn't after anything from bringing them along. Raven let them come along simply because they wanted to come and see for themselves. It's that simple. No wonder you have so many friends. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't bring so many burdens along. Raven smiled and shook his head. A burden is a bit of an exaggeration. They might not be able to help me much in these areas, but at least they won't be a drag on me. Hibiscus sat down next to Raven. Really? Just now at the second puzzle you didn't deliberately take 2 wrong turns to appease Miss Beaver. This isn't really a burden. Even if we take the correct route directly, it won't save us much time. In Raven's view, this was by no means a burden. Furong shrugged. Okay, you decide. Raven let out a long sigh. We've wasted too much time here. If we keep wasting time like this, we won't even see the final puzzle tonight. Don't worry, if it doesn't work today, we can try another weekend. This place isn't going to disappear. That's true, or try looking at the problem from a different perspective. Fleur didn't consider herself stupid, but she also knew she wasn't as smart as Raven. She could only offer advice that she herself didn't think was very useful. Yeah, let's change our perspective. Wait a minute. Raven's brows suddenly furrowed. Change your perspective. He stood up and looked up. The base of the spiral staircase forms an inverted spiral staircase. This is normal. Many staircases are like this. But after being reminded by Fu Rong, Raven suddenly noticed something different. Spiral staircases typically don't have anything resembling a handrail on their base, do they? If those are simply extensions from the front and considered superfluous armrests, why did Ravenclaw bother making them so elaborate? Furong, you're a genius. So you solved another puzzle in such a short time. I know you've always been smart, but today I've gained a new appreciation for your wisdom. How long did Raven think about this? About half an hour. This is a Ravenclaw puzzle, one of the mysteries that could even kill people. Just like the previous puzzles, Raven solved them in only half an hour. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's thanks to Furong. Her words reminded me. I believe my contribution is completely negligible. What did she say? Was it about looking at the problem from a different perspective? This is nothing but empty talk. To put it bluntly, it's nothing more than a sarcastic remark. Try thinking about the problem from a different perspective. Do you even need to tell me? If I could change the angle, wouldn't I have done so already? Anyway, I think if we change our approach, we should get the answer. Change direction. Rolf was somewhat puzzled. Are we going back? Raven shook his head. No, we want to go up there. He pointed upwards. Everyone looked up. Up there, do we go backwards? Raven nodded in agreement with Axe words. Okay, this is certainly novel. Levitation charm, I'm ready. Ron pulled out his wand, ready to cast a levitation spell. However, Raven immediately stopped him from doing so. No, we can't use the levitation charm to float up there. Not only would it be too energy intensive, but it might also fail to solve the puzzle. We need to do it completely differently. You must have already come up with a plan, right? Raven's actions confirmed everyone's thoughts. Ravenclaw left the answer to this riddle in the symbolic sentence just now. Though, that symbolic phrase that makes rubies float to the ceiling. Hermione suddenly remembered that during the experiment earlier, a magical symbol had caused the ruby to float to the ceiling. Raven said that it reversed the gravity of the ruby itself. Yes, all we need to do next is turn that symbolic phrase into a spell. Raven's left hand quickly drew a spell in the air. You need to learn this yourselves because this spell works on yourself. It cannot be cast by someone else. Reese, you want to reverse gravity on us, right? I'm frowning, Zia said, right. Okay. Zia flicked her magic wand. Reversing gravity. The group of people immediately floated up from where they were standing. They felt the downward force pulling them away disappear, and instead, it became an upward force pulling them. Damn it. Buffer. Just as everyone was about to make intimate contact with the bottom of the stairs, Hibiscus cast a buffer spell on everyone. They got up from the ground, looked up at the spot where they had just stood, and then looked at West Asia. I find myself trying to say something, but I can't say anything at all. Normally, this level would be considered a complex puzzle combining 2 mysteries. The prospective successor needs to solve two problems. First, discover the secret of the inverted staircase. Second, devise a way to reverse one's own gravity, whether by creating a new one or by obtaining the basic answer from the preceding symbolic sentences and then transforming it into a spell. However, the existence of West Asia renders the second puzzle ineffective. Is this a new spell? Why go through all that trouble? She can solve the problem with just one sentence. I have a bold idea. What if she directly used magic to become the heir to Hogwarts, or even a super wizard like Dumbledore? In Ja's hands, magic was simply a tool to fulfill her desires, wasn't it? That Zaya directly wished to become invincible, wouldn't that be? You need to consider the issue of magic power. She doesn't have enough magic power right now to do this. It took Shu a lot of magic to just reverse the gravity of all of them. Does she want to use a magic spell to make herself invincible? She can't do that yet, at least not right now. Then could I wish for a huge amount of magic power? Wouldn't that solve the problem of not having enough magic power? Hermione rolled her eyes and patted Ron a few times. Don't talk nonsense, that's impossible. Ja's talent, to put it bluntly, is actually linked to her imagination. As long as she can imagine it, magic will help her achieve her goal. But magic is such an ethereal thing that even Dumbledore couldn't concretely imagine what it looks like, let alone West Asia. Raven chuckled silently and ruffled Ja's hair. He placed his left hand on the wall. The detection spell was activated again. This time, a similar yet slightly different spiral staircase appeared in Raven's mind. He quickly found a door located above, which was currently the only exit. Ravenclaw is a genius, isn't he? He simply reversed the direction of gravity, and the answer became clear. If they don't reverse the direction of gravity, they will be trapped here and die, unable to find an exit even if they walk until their legs break. All right, guys, let's go. I found the exit. Another puzzle solved. Raven led the way and the young wizards went up the stairs. Meanwhile, in Beauxbatons, a girl with short brown hair took off her protective gear, revealing her well-defined muscles, and changed into pajamas. Where did Fleur go? Did she go to see her boyfriend again? Since you already know the answer, why ask this question? Oster sat on the bed reading a book, speaking without looking up. It's so late, why isn't she back yet? Is she planning to take advantage of her boyfriend tonight? Oster finally raised his head to look at Raoul, his eyes filled with disdain. Has your brain finally been taken over by muscles? Do they even look like the kind of people who would do something like this? Luo shrugged. Then why hasn't she returned yet? It's already midnight, unless you're telling me Hogwarts has been invaded by another horde of dark creatures. Oster closed the book. She's not coming home tonight because she's helping out her boyfriend. Apparently, he's up to something big again. Wow, that's a really formidable guy. Didn't Fleur say what big move he made? Nonsense. There's a reason she wasn't coming back tonight. What about you? Coming back so late, were you training the whole time? Luo went to the washroom. Yes, you know, the next game is very important and I don't want to lose. So they trained until midnight. Your teammates must hate you to death. Don't worry, they'll fall in love with me again when they win the championship. The young wizards quickly arrived at the exit of the spiral staircase. The wall at the exit opened automatically after Raven and his group arrived, revealing a door that emitted a soft, pale yellow light. May Merlin protect us, and may there not be a particularly dangerous puzzle behind this door. Ron clasped his hands together in prayer. Give up your unrealistic fantasies. Didn't that giant eagle say before that the later levels are all very dangerous? Ron shrugged. I'm just saying there's no guarantee Merlin won't hear me. Everyone laughed and joked as they walked through the portal. If Ravenclaw were still alive, she would be very frustrated. In her imagination, even if the endless staircase puzzle couldn't trap the little wizard, it would leave him covered in dust and exhausted. He walked into the exit with a smile. She really hadn't thought of that. Through the light gate, the young wizards entered a warm room. The flames in the fireplace bathed the room in an orange-red light. The room was furnished with a very soft-looking sofa and a simple table. There were some desserts and a large pot of tea on the table. This is a rest area. It seems Ravenclaw isn't entirely heartless. At least she's provided a rest area here. Fleur picked up a cookie and said, but she didn't put it in her mouth. I hope this sofa doesn't have any strange or dangerous mechanisms. Oh, it's so comfortable. Gray lay down on the sofa. The sofa, as soft as a cloud, immediately made him relax. I didn't expect so many young wizards to come all at once. A woman's voice came from the side. Almost as soon as she uttered the first word, everyone reflexively drew their wands and pointed them at the source of the sound. To everyone's surprise, the sound came from a strange pocket watch. She was a gold pocket watch which looked antique and elegant, with a false collar and a pair of white gloves below it. These things are all floating in the air. Your remarkably quick reflexes were excellent, even by Rowena's standards. The pocket watch showed no sign of panic at being pointed at by the wand, and instead spoke with continued elegance. Are you one of the guides left behind by Ravenclaw? Yes, congratulations on successfully navigating the endless staircase. I advised her against setting such a dangerous and terrifying puzzle, but unfortunately she didn't listen to me. The lady with the pocket watch acted very humanely. Not just her way of speaking, but also her body language. So this is just a place to rest. Yes, while I can't persuade Rowena to change the puzzle she set, I can at least convince her to create a place for you to rest. These words put everyone at ease. Move over there a bit, give me some space. I need to sit for a while too, that damn staircase is way too long. I'd like some tea, would you like some? Raven, would you like some? Raven waved his hand gently. No, I'm not very thirsty. Seeing that the young wizards had relaxed, Miss Pocket Watch seemed quite pleased as well. It surprised me. I thought I'd be staying here alone until Hogwarts collapsed. After all, Rowena's puzzle seemed far too difficult to me. What might be too difficult for others is nothing to His Highness the Prince of Hogwarts. Lovey said this while stuffing a cookie into her mouth. Her words were accepted by everyone. Your Highness, does Hogwarts have a prince now? Of course, Raven, he is our acknowledged Prince of Hogwarts, and he is now our representative as a whole. Ryan spoke up. Miss Pocket Watch turned her pocket watch around and looked at Raven. Oh, I see why they say that. You have an excellent soul, the spirits of those four shine within you. You flatter me. Has no one other than us come here in all these years? Unfortunately, no. Rowena's puzzle is far too difficult. Finding the single rune that opens the entrance from hundreds of new magical runes is difficult enough, but then there's an endless spiral staircase. No one can possibly solve so many puzzles in a row. Finding the correct opening rune tests not only the candidate's knowledge and eyesight, but also their intelligence and memory. The spiral staircase, on the other hand, tests the candidate's observation skills, creativity, and mental resilience. The young wizard, lacking keen observation skills, couldn't find the answer to the riddle even after walking until his legs gave out. Even if the uncreative young wizard discovers the secret hidden in the staircase, he still cannot create magic that can reverse gravity. Young wizards with weak mental fortitude will gradually lose their sanity to the endless, dark spiral staircase and the eerie cries of infants. Are there any more puzzles like this later? West Asia asked. Yes, I can't reveal more information, but I can tell you that there are 7 puzzles in total. The fact that you've arrived here means you've already solved the first 4. Are there 3 more puzzles like this? My God, besides Raven, who can solve all these problems at once. This is the effect Rowena wanted. She only wanted the young wizard who best met her requirements to become her successor. Miss Pocket Watch actually wanted to say the best, but considering there were many little wizards here, she couldn't say it aloud. All right, let's rest for a bit and then get ready to set off again. Actually, the next 3 puzzles are personal. I'm sorry, I don't think you'll be able to accompany him from now on. After Miss Pocket Watch finished speaking, 2 light portals opened in the room, one light blue and the other light yellow. The pale blue door will take you back to Hogwarts, while the pale yellow door leads deeper inside. Is there any way we can find out what Raven is going through? Furong asked. Yes, this mirror will display an image. If you're worried about him, you can wait for him here. Miss Pocket Watch pointed to an oval mirror on the wall. That's all right. Are the next 3 puzzles dangerous, Miss Pocket Watch? The woman with the pocket watch paused. Yes, each one will be more dangerous than the last. She couldn't say any more. All she could say was that the next 3 puzzles would be more dangerous than the last. These words made Ryan and his men consider giving up. Why don't you think about it again, Ravens? The endless spiral staircase is dangerous enough, but the next 3 puzzles are even more dangerous. To be honest, Ryan thought maybe we should just forget about it. The risk is far too high. However, Raven gently shook his head. I want to try it. Raven rested in the rest area for about 30 minutes. During this period, he also extracted the veins from the roots and leaves of the gerbil red juniper. The improved extraction technique was indeed incredibly fast, extracting 2 new veins in just 30 minutes. Miss Pocket Watch was very interested in this new knowledge, but Raven didn't have much time to stay there. He still has 3 more hurdles to overcome. Raven took out the statue and explained to Miss Pocket Watch what the inscriptions and veins were, truly astonishing wisdom. To uncover such knowledge, you are undoubtedly the best candidate to inherit the knowledge of Rowena. Miss Pocket Watch was surprised that Raven had already discovered such knowledge at such a young age. This is something that even Rowena and Ravenclaw couldn't do back then. He's definitely the most suitable, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen him. And do you know how long it took him to solve the riddle left by Ravenclaw? Less than half an hour. He solved the riddle left by Ravenclaw in less than half an hour. Although because of Harry and his friend's accidental intrusion, Raven didn't need to solve several riddles. That's amazing. Even Rowena back then couldn't have been as talented as you. Raven simply smiled at the compliments. I'm now ready to move on to the next level. Can I enter through the yellow door? Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit longer? The next level will be extremely dangerous. I believe I am fully prepared. The wand was an extension of him, and he carried with him some commonly used potions. He even carried an extra pistol and several magazines. Preparations are almost complete. All right, please go through the yellow gate. Your next puzzle awaits you there. Oh, and by the way, I also need you to put down your bracelet. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an anchor alchemy item. Raven's silver swan bracelet and Hibiscus's swan earrings are a pair. Miss Pocket Watch wouldn't allow Raven to enter the next puzzle while wearing the bracelet. Otherwise, Fleur could easily break the rules they set. I thought Rowena Ravenclaw would impose restrictions on puzzles like before. She did indeed create the restrictions in advance, but even she couldn't have foreseen that centuries later, someone would create an anchor point teleportation alchemical accessory. Rowena Ravenclaw was a very wise woman, but she was not a prophet. Even prophets cannot predict what will happen hundreds of years from now. He took off the bracelet and handed it, along with his crossbody bag, to Furong for safekeeping. Please be very careful, okay? I will. Besides Furong, everyone else also sent their blessings to Raven. Once you're ready, enter the portal. Good luck with your test. Raven nodded to Miss Pocket Watch, then stepped into the next puzzle. Furong's hands clenched unconsciously, her eyes fixed almost unblinkingly on the mirror. She didn't think these problems would stump Raven. She knew very well that Raven was the most talented wizard in history. But she just couldn't control her worries. West Asia exhibits a similar pattern. Meanwhile, as Raven embarks on a new puzzle, the hourglass in the Great Hall symbolizing Ravenclaw begins to change. A raven made of mithril appeared out of nowhere and began to circle the hourglass that symbolized Ravenclaw. It's midnight now, no one can see this. Only Dumbledore sensed that something was wrong. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he always had a strange connection with the school. He could always sense when something changed at Hogwarts. He left his principal's office and went to the auditorium. A bright light shone from the tip of the Elder Wand. The raven made of mithril shimmered with a pale blue light under the bright illumination. By Merlin. The Ravenclaw lineage has also been found. Raven succeeded. Dumbledore vanished from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in Raven's dormitory. Sure enough, Raven and his friend's dorm room was completely empty. Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh. This little guy didn't even tell him, the most unique little wizard ever. Dumbledore muttered to himself. On Raven's side, as soon as he stepped into the portal, he felt as if his limbs were being torn apart by something, and then restrained by something else. The light before my eyes faded. Raven kept his eyes closed for a moment before opening them. The first thing he saw was what was on his limbs. His limbs are now firmly bound by 4 iron chains. He flicked his left hand, and the 4 chains made a crisp sound, but they did not open. It seems the unlocking spell can't directly open these 4 chains. He looked down at the ground where there were many pebbles. Aside from this information, Raven was unable to collect any other information. It was pitch black here. There seemed to be strange sounds moving about in the darkness. The most urgent task is to solve the problem of the light source. Raven snapped his fingers, and a sphere emitting a bright white light appeared in his right hand. The sphere was tossed upwards, and it slowly flew into the air. This behavior greatly shocked Miss Pocket Watch. What kind of spell is this? He can cast it without using a wand. What surprises you most is yet to come. Just watch, Raven will shock you so much your clock hands will pop out. This is nothing. The orb of light dispelled some of the darkness, and Raven was finally able to see the creature in the shadows. A dark figure charged towards Raven. Raven barely managed to dodge to the side. A dark shadow carrying with it a chilling, rotten stench swept past quickly. A ghost. Raven frowned slightly. He never imagined that such a creature actually existed. In the lounge, almost everyone frowned. What the hell is that thing? Raven said it's a ghost. What's a ghost? Since Raven has entered the puzzle, Miss Pocket Watch is also able to reveal some relevant information. Wraiths are ancient magical creatures derived from infernals and are a more dangerous variant. This puzzle requires Raven to defeat all the wraiths and kill them, rather than simply banishing them. On Raven's side, even more ghosts charged towards him. Due to his limited range of movement, Raven could barely dodge their attacks. How many ghosts are there here? Raven rubbed several more orbs of light and sent them in different directions. Suddenly, the situation on the field became clear. Those were thousands upon thousands of evil spirits. Some of them lay on the stone wall, watching Raven intently, while others lay on the ground, poised to strike. But the vast majority formed a black storm swirling around Raven. "You'd better tell me those things aren't very dangerous." Ron said, his face deathly pale. "I also hope they're not very dangerous, but do you know about Dementors?" "Don't tell me these guys are like Dementors." "No, they're different. Unfortunately, in some ways they're more dangerous." Gray laughed angrily. "Are you telling me that there are tens of thousands of things more dangerous than Dementors swarming around Raven, and all Raven has to do in this level is kill those things?" With his hands and feet bound, "I think we should start thinking about how to get in and rescue him." Although his brow was furrowed, she managed to remain calm. "What exactly do these ghosts do?" "They tear a creature's soul apart until it is completely shattered. Directly attacking the soul, how could the variant of the Shadow Corpse be so powerful?" "All right, don't worry, he'll be fine." "How could a little wizard, who's even smarter than Ravenclaw, be stumped by these things?" The statue wasn't worried about Raven at all. In his view, this puzzle was even simpler than the previous ones. As if to prove his theory correct, Raven began to move dramatically. As he dodged the attacks of the ghosts, 4 pebbles floated up from the ground. The pebbles were softened using a transformation technique, and then the softened pebbles were attached to the keyholes of the 4 chains. Rotate, fine-tune, harden, unlock. The 4 chains were immediately unlocked. The hands of the pocket watch even paused for a moment. Transfiguration? Can transfiguration be used like this? She had never seen such exquisite transformation magic. It's impossible to conjure up the key directly, since Raven has never seen the internal structure of the lock, nor has he ever seen what the key looks like. However, he can soften the pebble, making it flow into the lock like a liquid, and after fine-tuning and hardening it, he can get a pebble shaped like a key. An exceptionally good transformation technique. Most young wizards of this age can only turn pebbles into pure water or a pitiful crippled mouse. "See, I told you not to worry about him, he's a true genius." With the chains removed, Raven could more freely evade the attacks of the shadowy figures. Even now, the ghost can only manage to grab his robe at most. But this can't go on. Raven noticed that the ghosts were starting to panic. Their movements are becoming faster and their attacks are becoming increasingly fierce. Among tens of thousands of ghosts, there's bound to be one that manages to encounter Raven. Raven quickly revealed his weakness and was pierced through the chest by a ghost. In that instant, Raven felt as if his entire body had been struck by a heavy blow. An indescribable pain suddenly swept over his entire body. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it. This is absolutely unfair. He's facing tens of thousands of enemies. This isn't about letting people through, this is about killing. Ravenclaw is killing people. Ack felt this was completely unfair. Why should Raven face so many enemies all by himself? Yes, who can understand what Ravenclaw was thinking back then? We all tried to persuade her, but the result was obvious. Like water off a duck's back, why didn't Raven use a mass destruction spell? He could definitely do it. It's useless. Ghosts are immune to the direct or indirect damage of most spells. Even Patronus Charm is ineffective against them. Using it on them is just a waste of mana. This round tests the candidate's on-the-spot creativity. Only by creating a spell on the spot that can subdue and kill the evil spirit can one overcome the difficulty. Suddenly, Furong seemed to have thought of something. "Miss Pocket Watch, you just said that the ghost is a variant of the corpse, is that right?" "Yes, that's right. Isn't this just a coincidence?" Raven recently studied the marrow runes on the corpses. He could now be considered the person in the entire wizarding world who understands the Shadow Corpse best. He will solve this problem. Before he could finish speaking, Raven slammed his left hand on the ground. Shadow Ghost immobilizes. An amber-colored, semi-transparent barrier suddenly burst forth from its original location, enveloping all the evil spirits within it. The swarming ghosts that had been like locusts suddenly froze in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. Phew, they really didn't give me any time to react. Raven stood up from where he was. These evil spirits were launching a high-intensity attack, and he had to constantly dodge them, leaving him little time to think. He approached a ghost, and a pale blue light emanated from his right index finger, gradually forming a semi-transparent scalpel blade at his fingertip. "Let me see what the main differences are between you and the undead." The pale blue scalpel sliced open the ghostly figure before them. Raven actually started the autopsy immediately after stopping the group of ghosts. The lounge fell silent. He figured out a spell that could immobilize ghosts in less than 10 minutes. The young lady with the pocket watch's voice sounded surprised, with a slight trembling of gears. This is somewhat of a coincidence. Raven recently studied the infernal, so he's arguably the most knowledgeable person about infernals in the magical world right now. The Shadow Ghost is a powerful variant of the Shadow Corpse, and they will always have some similarities in essence. That's why Raven was able to create a spell that could immobilize the Shadow Ghost in such a short time. But he only started devising the spell after he went in right. That's why Raven is considered the representative of all the young wizards at Hogwarts. He's the best. Rolf spoke up. His eyes were fixed on Raven's dissection. That's a truly masterful anatomical technique. Rolf felt that every move Raven made was worth learning from. This is really. Miss Pocketwatch had never seen such a talented little wizard. Back to Raven's side, he quickly dissected the entire ghost. His behavior seemed to have instilled fear in some ghosts, but this had no effect on Raven. Interesting. Your physical structure is even somewhat similar to that of Dementors. Nature is always unpredictable, isn't it? Even a powerful species like yours could be wiped out. Just as the ancient giants died of a plague, these ghouls were also wiped out by nature. Having obtained the information he needed, Raven used a detection spell to probe the entire space. There are no other puzzles, no other hidden elements. It seems the puzzle of this level is these ghosts. Let me think. Ravenclaw wants me to wipe you all out, don't you think? The ghost seemed even more frightened. That's very interesting. Even though Raven had disabled malicious sense, these ghosts had no eyeballs and looked like emaciated skeletons without lower bodies. But Raven could sense that they were afraid. To be honest, I was actually thinking of keeping one or two, but you're probably no longer fit to live in this world, so let's forget about it. Raven gently rotated his right index finger. His movements were small, but the effects they had were truly terrifying. The lava fire was modified by Raven. The ghostly blue flames swept through all the shadow demons like a storm. The ghost struggled in the flames, but could only be burned to ashes by the eerie blue flames. He even freed the ghost from its bonds. Yes, his mental state is actually a little abnormal. I guess maybe all geniuses are a little mentally unstable, who knows. Raven could choose a more direct and efficient spell to kill all the shadows directly. He has that ability, but he chose a more cruel solution. Release all the demons from their bonds, and then use flames powerful enough to incinerate them to burn them alive to ashes. During the burning process, the ghosts can struggle and resist, but in the end they will still be burned to ashes. I don't see anything wrong with this. Yes, is there anything wrong with that? The woman with the pocket watch remained silent. Raven quickly dealt with all the ghosts. A pale yellow portal slowly opened in front of him. He waved his hand to disperse the flames. It's challenging but not too difficult. Without much rest, Raven stepped into the portal. Only 2 puzzles remain. The bright light faded. Raven opened his eyes and quickly looked around. This appears to be a bedroom. It looks very cozy and warm. A soft, comfortable large bed sits in the center of the room, with unidentified green plants on the bedside tables on either side. Even with Raven's extensive knowledge, he couldn't identify the plants. The solid wood wardrobe next to it looks brand new and sturdy. The only drawback seemed to be the window in the room. Outside the bedroom window was a solid stone wall completely blocking the window. What's going on here? Is this the second lounge? Everyone looked at the lady with the pocket watch and the statue with puzzlement. But unfortunately, the answer was not so pleasant. Throughout the 7 tests, this was the only rest area. So this bedroom is Raven's next challenge. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, at least this place looks more comfortable than the scene before. His words were not accepted by the statue or the lady with the pocket watch. It's not as simple as it seems. After gathering the initial information, Raven's first action was to use a spell to open all the wardrobe doors. There was nothing else inside, only a large, perfectly rectangular stone. This rock completely fills the wardrobe. It seems we won't get any more information from this wardrobe. Raven used a spell to open the bedroom door again. Everything outside the door looks normal. It was just a perfectly normal corridor. At the end of the corridor was only one door, which looked exactly the same as the bedroom door that Raven was currently facing. Open the door at the end of the corridor and you'll find another bedroom. All right. Raven understood. It was the same trick as the spiral staircase incident earlier. Except for the first bedroom, the other bedrooms each have 2 doors. One leading to the back hallway and the other leading to the front hallway. After Raven opened the door for a while, everyone understood what was going on. Isn't this just another spiral staircase puzzle? Does Ravenclaw have no other puzzles to offer? The statue rolled its eyes at Gray. Keep watching. Who do you think Ravenclaw is? Unlike the spiral staircase, Raven found himself unable to open the door after less than 5 minutes. Isn't this an endless bedroom? Raven narrowed his eyes slightly and began to retrace his steps. However, as soon as he stepped out of the room, the door behind him was slammed shut. The force was so great that the shockwave even made Raven's hair fly wildly. This is a new reaction. Raven tried to turn the doorknob again, but the door seemed to be fixed to the space, remaining completely still. Even Raven's attempt to use the light and shadowless technique failed to forcefully blast it apart. Raven didn't test it for long because there was soon a knock on the bedroom door. Knocking? But isn't that the bedroom? What could be knocking on the doors? Why does Ravenclaw like to come up with all these weird things? Can't she just ask Raven some simple, normal questions to solve? Like, where do you find a piece of bezoar? Harry really didn't understand. Why does Ravenclaw always like to make these puzzles dangerous and bizarre? She didn't seem to want to choose a successor at all. Rather, she seemed to want to kill the successor. After the knocking sounded, Raven's amber eyes slowly began to glow. The curse is about to be unleashed. Who's knocking? I'm hotel security. A customer just reported a loud noise coming from your room, so I came to check if anything was wrong. Hotel security, hotel, but this isn't the place. Raven snapped back to reality, only to find that the layout of the bedroom had changed at some point. He was now in what was clearly a hotel room, with no further doors behind him. This is absolutely bizarre. Excuse me, sir, I didn't hear you clearly. Would it be all right if you opened the door? Raven's gaze turned towards the doorway, and he cast a clairvoyant spell on his eyes. The scene outside the door immediately came into his view. The security guard seemed perfectly normal. That's perfectly normal. He looked like an ordinary hotel security guard. There was nothing wrong with him. He was even wearing a security guard uniform from the modern world. No, it's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into the table and tripped. It's nothing serious. Okay. Please feel free to contact us with any questions you may have. Have a nice day. The security guard left, puzzled. Raven watched him leave using his X-ray vision, listening to his footsteps fade into the distance. Only then was the malicious detection enabled. However, as soon as the malicious perception was activated, a torrent of malice emanated from the doorway. Those malicious attacks struck Raven's eyes and chest like heavy hammer blows. This confirmed to Raven that the security guard at the door was still there. He immediately ducked to the side, and sure enough, a muffled thud came from the doorway, as if something had fallen from the ceiling to the floor. Guest, are you asleep? Are you sure you're asleep? The security guard's voice came through the crack under the door. That voice was completely different from the one he had just spoken. The sound is now thicker and more nauseating. I've had enough. Now, right now, immediately, tell me what that thing is, what Ravenclaw is trying to do. Otherwise, I'd like to see if you weirdos can survive being torn apart. The tip of Hibiscus's spell, shimmering with light, pointed at the statue and the lady with the pocket watch. She was ready to unleash her power. West Asia also reacted in the same way. Gray and the others had already placed their hands on their wands. This no longer resembles the selection of a successor. Look at all this stuff. What are these things? An endless staircase that can trap people to death. Tens of thousands of ghosts that can tear people's souls apart, and now this eerie room and the strange creature at the door have emerged. Is this a selection process for an heir? This is outright murder. Believe me, we advised Ravenclaw that these puzzles seemed equally dangerous and completely unnecessary to us. Furthermore, even if you destroy us now, it will be of no use. Once Raven leaves this lounge, he faces only two outcomes, either successfully inheriting Ravenclaw's Temple of Knowledge or dying in the test. Destroying us will serve absolutely no purpose. The pocket watch on the young lady's watch bobbed up and down, as if nodding in agreement with the statue's words. So what's that damn thing lying outside Raven's room right now? Surely you can answer that now. Dinosaur-like beast. Damn it. Upon hearing the name, Rolf couldn't help but gasp. What's wrong? What are those things? Do you know them, Rove? Rolf swallowed hard and nodded with some difficulty. They are the ancestors of the boggarts, more dangerous and more powerful. It is said that they don't simply transform into what people fear. Instead, they pull people into scenarios they create, slowly destroying a person's sanity. Oh, damn it. All right, open that portal again. I want to go in. Calm down, ma'am. I've already told you we can't open it. We're not even Ravenclaw's creations. What makes you think we have the ability to break the restrictions she's placed on us? And to put it bluntly, what good would it do him if you went in? Now Raven can only rely on himself. You shouldn't have made him put the swan bracelet down. I'm sorry, but it's my duty. I have to do it, on Raven's side. The security guard loitered around the entrance for a while before leaving. This time it was a complete departure because Raven sensed that the malice was gradually diminishing. This relieved Raven. He looked around. We have two pieces of information available now. First, this puzzle was definitely not something Ravenclaw built in advance, because both the current hotel room and the bedroom from before have a modern layout. As a figure from hundreds of years ago, Ravenclaw certainly couldn't have built the room like it is today. Secondly, the thing outside the door just now must be related to this mystery. But what exactly is it? Why can he and the rooms here be transformed into a modern style? Raven placed his right hand on the wall. There are indeed magical fluctuations here, but these fluctuations are very strange. Living things. He frowned. The magical fluctuations in this place felt to him like they were alive. Raven closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. It's time to organize my thoughts. The room seems to be inhabited. Even if it's not a living thing, it must be part of some living thing here. Considering that Ravenclaw used a large number of ancient magical creatures as puzzles in the previous level. This time, she might use ancient magical creatures as puzzles again. So the question is, if these speculations are true, and Ravenclaw did indeed use an ancient magical creature to construct this puzzle, then what ancient magical creature would she use? A strange room changes malice. 5 answers quickly came to mind for Raven. To determine which of the 5 answers it was, Raven had to leave the room to gather more information. Pushing open the door, a corridor covered with a red carpet came into view. The corridor was a maze of interconnected passages and looked quite strange. In a typical hotel, there's usually only one room in a corridor, but right now, there's only this one room where Raven is. Making sure the door behind him wouldn't close immediately after he left, Raven began to explore the corridor. Unsurprisingly, the detection spell still couldn't extract any useful information here. There was no other way. Raven could only rely on his eyes to get information now. Having chosen a direction, Raven began to delve deeper into it. This corridor gave Raven a very strange feeling. It was a very strange sense of déjà vu. He couldn't figure out what this déjà vu was until he encountered a pair of twins around a corner. A flower-covered wall, a painting, and 2 twin sisters wearing light blue dresses. Damn it, this is a scene from The Shining. Hermione gasped. The Shining, what's that? Ryan and the other young wizards living in the wizarding world had never heard of The Shining. A horror movie released more than 10 years ago, it's really eerie and scary. The Shining was released in the United States in 1980, and almost every young wizard from a Muggle family has seen this movie. Upon seeing the twins, Raven immediately turned and walked away. He has gathered enough information. Dreadnought. Knowing what kind of magical creature it is makes things much easier. Raven quickly walked back to his room and closed the door. He had just closed the door when, a moment later, the sound of huge waves crashing against the door echoed from outside. Bright red liquid seeped into the room from under the door. However, the liquid disappeared very quickly. He has now determined that this is an ancient magical creature, the Dreadnought, constructing a scene based on the memories in his mind. The next problem to solve is how to subdue or even kill the dire beast. Very little information about the Dinomorph has survived to the present day. Even before today, Raven had never imagined that the Dreadnoughts were creatures that had actually existed. Hilarious, hilarious. As the spell was cast, the scene in the room changed slightly, but the change was minor and quickly stopped. Really. The funny spell is used to deal with boggarts. As the ancestor of the boggarts, this spell also has some effect on dreadnoughts, but the effect is not significant. To subdue the dire beast, Raven needs a more powerful new spell. Guests, please do not damage our hotel facilities. The security guard's voice came from outside the door again, but this time he sounded somewhat annoyed. Damaging hotel facilities. Don't worry, once I figure out a way, you and your hotel will just be burned to ashes. Raven hadn't studied the boggart's body structure in detail, nor did he know much about the dreadnoughts, so it wasn't realistic for him to create a spell that could subdue them in a short time. In this situation, the simplest approach is to use overwhelming force. Raven used a few more funny slapsticks, and suddenly several gerbil red junipers appeared in the room. A variant of the growth acceleration charm was used to make the gerbils and red selaginella grow taller and larger. And then another growth acceleration charm was used to make them grow rapidly to maturity. Is Raven planning to summarize the entire outline of the last 3 parts during the test? But why? Yes, an excellent decision after weighing the time cost. The ugly statue thought Raven's decision was absolutely right. It's unrealistic for him to create a completely new spell from scratch, specifically targeting direhorns. He's never studied boggarts in detail, so that path is impossible. It's much more efficient to break through directly through brute force. Compared to studying the boggles on site, Raven's method of collecting all the remaining gerbil veins was simpler and more efficient. Open the door. Open the doors. There were continuous noises outside Raven's doorman's room, but these sounds didn't attract Raven's attention at all. His attention remained focused on the gerbil and red selaginella in front of him. There are 3 remaining parts: flowers, fruits, seeds. The sounds outside the door gradually changed from shouting to be asterisk 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 G on the door. It sounds like a dire beast is breaking down a door with an axe. The sound of the door being broken down made Hermione frown. Did the dreadnought read the entire The Shining? Raven's hands are so steady, it's like he can't hear those sounds at all. Did he put on earplugs? No, he didn't use any of those spells at all. Raven simply didn't care about those opinions at all. A vein has been extracted. Amidst the sound of the door being broken down, Raven had already extracted the flower's veins. What remains are the veins of the seed and the fruit. Isn't this room also part of the dreadnought? Why does he need to break down the door to get in? Harry's words drew everyone's attention to this. Huh. Yeah, why is that? He wanted to catch Raven. Wasn't that just a matter of a thought? He might be trying to scare Raven. Dreadnoughts are the ancestors of boggarts, and they also feed on people's fear. Rolf said, frowning. But he can't scare Raven either. I suspect he probably couldn't even tell whether his target was frightened or not. If he could sense whether the target was frightened, he certainly wouldn't continue with these pointless actions. Raven wasn't intimidated at all. His actions were completely pointless. Amidst the sound of the door being broken down, Raven had already extracted 2 key clues. The modified extraction method is extremely fast. However, the dire beasts were also quite fast at breaking down the door. He quickly split the wooden door open a crack, then widened the gap with one hand. He had barely moved closer, and before he could even say his lines, he saw Raven staring at him with a dangerous look. A bad premonition swept over him, and the next moment, Raven threw a punch. The dire beast was sent flying. The room began to tremble. Ah, people, you can't do anything without good health, can you? The 5-part structure has already brought Raven very considerable results. Raven stretched his muscles. His bones cracked and popped. If people could see Raven's body under his clothes, they would notice that his physique is becoming more toned at a visible rate. Ever since confronting the killing curse, Raven's health has been declining. He used to be considered the strongest person in his age group without exception. After facing the killing curse, although he quickly recovered his body to the level of an ordinary person, the difference between his body and his former self was enormous. Now, with the help of the veins of 5 gerbil red juniper, Raven's body has returned to its peak. No, perhaps it even surpassed the peak. Get up, let's have some fun. I've really had enough of this boring life these past few months. Ron, of all the people present, only Hibiscus and Jill were not surprised at all by Raven's actions. Bang, 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 a terrifying, loud noise came from the mirror. The white-haired wizard abandoned elegant spellcasting and wise schemes, instead embracing the most primitive and savage way of dealing with problems. Fight, for Rowena and Ravenclaw's sake. Beat up a dreadnought. Raven's amber eyes gleamed faintly, as did his fist. This is one of the benefits of integrating the wand into one's body. Raven doesn't need to make any changes to the hilarious spell. He could imbue his fists with the effects of this spell if he wanted to. Although the spell funny doesn't have much effect on the dire beast. However, the fact that it has little effect does not mean that it has no effect at all. If something is effective, quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. Stand up. Fight back. Raven actually managed to defeat the dire beast by using a spell like hilarious, causing it to lose its human form, and the surrounding room began to change chaotically. This is the second time tonight that I've felt like saying something, but I don't know what to say. Don't know what to say, I know exactly what to say. Hermione immediately gave Ron an unfriendly look. She slapped Ron hard. Watch your words, there are children here. Her worries were somewhat unnecessary because the 3 first-year wizards present didn't have time to consider what the people around them were saying. Rolf stared intently at the dreadnought, thinking he might be able to use this opportunity to discover its true form and deduce the true form of the boggart. Olivia watched Raven's fighting skills with eyes that shone like light bulbs. That's so cool. Just seemed to have put herself in Raven's shoes, and she was simultaneously and rapidly thinking about how she would react in this situation. Looks like this level won't be a problem for Raven either. Furong slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But how could he? What on earth happened? How could he defeat the dreadnought with his bare fists? Keep your voice down, ugly statue. Your observation skills have declined. Look closely at his fist. I suspect he's imbued it with the magic of funny, quite an unexpected choice. It was blunt, brutal, but undeniably effective. No, stop hitting it. Count it as passed. Ravenclaw's 6th puzzle. Count it as passed. The dire beasts really couldn't take it anymore. He had never been beaten so badly before. Even Ravenclaw had only arrested him and imprisoned him here. Raven is the first person in history to dare to fight like that, no, to be able to fight a dinosaur like that. Your intelligence is far greater than I imagined. Huff and huff. Amber flames ignited at Raven's fingertips. But unfortunately, I still can't let you live. The dinosaur looked extremely surprised, even as its face kept changing. Why, Ravenclaw didn't say you had to kill me. Yes, she didn't make that rule. It's my fault for not letting you live. With just that one sentence, Raven ignited the surroundings. In the amber flames, the dinosaur slowly turned to ashes. He struggled desperately but could not escape his fate. Although it's just a simple combination of the comical and fiendish spells, it can indeed be considered a deadly curse for a dire beast. A pale yellow portal reappeared in front of Raven. He could certainly let the dire beast go since, to be honest, the dire beast hadn't caused him any real harm. Moreover, this dire beast is very likely the last remaining dire beast in the world. But this dinosaur was acting with the intention of killing him. Just now, all of this dinosaur's actions were aimed at instilling fear in Raven, so that it could take advantage of his vulnerability and absorb the fear within him until his mind completely collapsed, at which point Raven would die. This is why the Dreadnought is recorded as an extremely dangerous creature. Raven's family would not allow a dangerous creature that showed murderous intent towards them to live. Even though this creature is extremely rare enough to drive magizoologists around the world crazy. I thought that as a Hufflepuff he would let this dire beast go. The group of ghosts in the fifth riddle cannot be let go, because they will absolutely not let Raven go. Moreover, in the fifth puzzle, Ravenclaw requires candidates to kill all the shadows in order to pass the puzzle. So no matter what, the ghost in the fifth riddle cannot survive. However, for the sixth puzzle, Ravenclaw did not stipulate that candidates must kill a Dreadnought, and the Dreadnought is intelligent enough to abandon Raven as their target. But Raven still didn't let it go. This seems a little unlike Hufflepuff. Perhaps a Hufflepuff would let that thing go, but as Grindelwald, Raven would never do that. West Asia was not surprised at all by this result. This has always been their family's parenting style. Some things are forgivable, such as minor offenses that don't cross the line or less excessive arrogance and contempt. These things are forgivable in their family, but some things cannot be forgiven. Showing them murderous intent and attacking them is one of the most unforgivable things. The eldest sister, Scylla, once rescued a stray dog from the roadside. She intended to take the dog home as a pet, but the dog bared its fangs at her and attacked her. The next day, there was one less stray dog in that alley. Saren personally cleaned it up thoroughly. This is what Zane and Thessaly taught them, and they didn't see anything wrong with it. This does make you look a bit like gangsters, doesn't it? The ugly statue joked, gang. The woman with the pocket watch was very puzzled. This was the first time she had heard the word. You'll learn the meaning of this word later. Right now, we should focus on Raven's final puzzle. There are 7 puzzles in total. Raven has already passed 6. There is one last puzzle remaining. Step through the gate of light. Raven has entered the final puzzle. When he opened his eyes again, a giant tens of meters tall was lying in front of Raven. This guy's head alone is much bigger than Raven's entire body. His body is also covered with a large number of complex ancient characters. A name appeared in the minds of all the young wizards, Ancient Giant. Ron gasped, remembering something he'd said at some point during the semester. Hogwarts will be blown away by a giant. By Merlin. Could it be that I truly possess a talent for divination? However, Ron's suspicions had barely surfaced when Raven shattered his illusions with his actions. After circling around the ancient giant, Raven came to a conclusion. This ancient giant is dead. There was absolutely no other possibility, because Raven saw the huge hole in the ancient giant's head. That hole could even be considered a cave by Raven. After gathering a general overview of the information, Raven frowned slightly. What is he supposed to do in this level? This time, there were no eerie scenes, no dangerous creatures, and no strange puzzles. Here lies the well-preserved corpse of an ancient giant. What does Ravenclaw want him to do in this puzzle? You know what? I'm starting to think Ravenclaw is acting strangely. While Raven was pondering what the puzzle wanted him to do, Ryan and the others were also thinking about the same thing. Why couldn't she just carve the question into a stone or write it on parchment? Even the question itself has to be guessed. Because she's Rowena Ravenclaw. Stop standing there making sarcastic remarks. Let's use our brains and think about it together. The mystery is definitely related to this ancient giant's corpse, but what could it be? Hibiscus gestured with her chin toward the ugly statue and the lady with the pocket watch. If you want to know what it is, why don't you just ask them? Hermione wanted to think about it some more, at least to come up with an answer, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Furong seemed much more relaxed than before. After all, this seventh puzzle doesn't seem as dangerous as the previous ones. On Raven's side, he circled the ancient giant's corpse 3 times but still couldn't find the answer. Raven then turned his gaze upwards towards the corpse. Perhaps there are some clues up there. To Raven's disappointment, even after floating above the ancient giant's corpse, he still couldn't find any special clues. This is just an ordinary ancient giant's corpse. His face was covered in gruesome scratches, but the scratches were almost entirely random. After thinking for a moment, Raven once again turned his gaze to the large hole in the corpse's head. Could the clue be hidden in that big hole? Would Ravenclaw do something so tasteless, hiding clues in a corpse's wounds? Raven thought Ravenclaw wouldn't do something so tasteless. But his sixth sense guided him to go inside and take a look. This is definitely not a good idea. Standing in front of the large hole, Raven muttered to himself. He didn't want to go in. Even though he had dissected many creatures and wasn't averse to things like corpse brains, he still didn't want to go inside. However, no further information is available from other sources. Sometimes people just have to do things they don't want to do. Raven still stepped into the large hole. Before entering the cave, Raven transformed his robe into a protective suit. It is the most comprehensive protective suit, capable of preventing the intrusion of the 3 major threats: nuclear, biological, and chemical. It's unclear how Ravenclaw managed to do it, but the corpse looked as fresh as if it had just died. This is true from the outside of the body, and it is also true from the inside of the body. The enormous wound was even somewhat warm. Raven needed to cast another cooling spell on himself to explore the area more comfortably. As they went deeper, Raven's brow furrowed even more deeply. The inside of this huge wound is not a straight line. It didn't seem like anything had killed the ancient giant with a single blow. On the contrary, the wound exhibits an inverted cone shape overall, becoming narrower and more constricting the deeper it goes. And there are some irregularities around it. Self-harm. Based on the existing traces, Raven believes that the wound was caused by the ancient giant's self-mutilation. All the clues point to this conjecture. But why? Why did this ancient giant mutilate himself to death? It looks like he's digging for something. Is it because something is parasitic in his brain? Raven quickly arrived at the area where the brain was located. It's even hotter here. Raven had to cast a cooling spell on himself again. The clue he's looking for must be right here. However, Raven really didn't want to touch the dead brain with his hands. The thing that clearly caused the ancient giants to self-mutilate was parasitic in their brains. God knows if those things are still there. Touching things carelessly could get you dirty. Raven first conjured up a ball of light. He was just about to throw the ball of light out to check the situation when he saw a lot of purple slime staring at him from the side. The slime looked like a fungal network, or at least it looked very much like a fungal network when it was crawling on the corpse. However, unlike ordinary fungi, these fungi also have a large amount of mucus that can move around. They had no eyes, no mouths, just murky mucus, but Raven could feel them staring at him. That's unbelievable. He should have kept the orb in his hand the whole time. Alternatively, you could activate the malicious detection feature, which would allow him to sense something amiss when he goes particularly deep into the area. Raven immediately backed away, and to his surprise, the slime didn't catch up with him. They just kept wriggling, then kept staring at Raven. Before Raven could figure out what was happening, a violent tremor came from the corpse. The body moved. Raven instinctively tried to leave, but the ancient giant was faster. The enormous hand slammed down on the cave entrance like a mountain. Unless he breaks the anti-apparition charm immediately, he definitely won't be able to get out now. The gust of wind whipped up by the giant hand pushed Raven so far that he could barely move. Raven almost instantly came up with his next plan: use metamorphosis. He immediately transformed the bone fragments and flesh scraps around the cave into a shield capable of piercing through the gale. It was driven into the bottom, and the giant hand had already slammed down in front of the hole. A fierce gust of wind was suddenly thrust in, but Raven was very well protected by the windbreaker shield. Seizing the moment when the giant hand raised, Raven burst out of the cave. In midair, Raven ignited the lava fire directly. As they passed through the lava fire, their protective suits were completely burned to ashes. Okay, now I know how the ancient giants were wiped out. The already dead body slowly rose from the ground. He did not resurrect, nor did he become another kind of being like an undead. It was still just a corpse. The only reason he could stand up was because of the strange fungus in his brain. Let me think, what does Ravenclaw want me to do? The controlled corpse began to attack Raven relentlessly, but Raven was small and could fly using magic, so the corpse couldn't catch him at all. What is Ravenclaw trying to do? Why can't I understand this final mystery even now? Ron was grinning from ear to ear. That ancient giant was terrifying. Most importantly, what exactly does Ravenclaw want Raven to do? Kill what's inside this ancient giant's brain? Is it really that simple? Did you see that stone door embedded in the wall here as large as the ancient giant's? I saw it. Is it related to that door? The final mystery of Ravenclaw is to get the ancient giant to push open the gate himself. Killing those fungi is not difficult. Flames can burn them all to ashes. But how to control them is the real challenge. Make that thing open the door for Raven. That thing attacks Raven the moment it sees him. How could he possibly help Raven? How about using a confusion charm? I bet it won't work. This thing can parasitize ancient giants. A regular confusion charm definitely won't work. I'm casting my vote for the Imperious charm. West Asia's words sent a collective gasp through everyone. The Imperious curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Raven definitely can't use that curse. Just shrugged at Axe words. Special times require special measures, otherwise how can we control this? Special cases should be handled specially. That makes some sense, but it's based on the premise that the soul-stealing curse is effective. Unfortunately, the purple carpet is immune to the 2 curses you just mentioned. Not only those 2, but practically all curses that can control living beings are immune to the purple carpet. Otherwise, Ravenclaw wouldn't have made it the final challenge. The purple carpets. The name was given by Rowena because they were purple and looked like a carpet that could cover the entire brain of the person they were parasitizing. Well, it's fine if you don't know the origin of the name, but after you find out, all the young wizards present feel inexplicably disgusted. So what do we do now? The spell didn't work. Raven quickly deduced what Ravenclaw wanted him to do based on the available information. He immediately tried several control spells he knew. Even considering the ancient giant's extremely high resistance to magic, Raven specifically aimed his spell at the large hole. Unfortunately, even though the spell hit the fungi directly, Raven did not gain control of them. Without control of those fungi, Raven couldn't control the ancient giants. This made Raven frown. Immune control curse. It seems that we need to find another way to solve this mystery. The purple carpet possesses wisdom. It's not some ordinary, silly fungus. It is a highly intelligent and dangerous magical creature. This prevented Raven from achieving his goal simply by guiding the ancient giant's movements. He needs another way. Raven flew back and forth around the ancient giant. More information. He needs more information. Just how intelligent is this fungus? What other weaknesses do they have? Intelligent creatures will hide their weaknesses, making them appear invincible. However, in reality, it is impossible for any living being to be without any weaknesses. Even a single weakness would be impossible for a living organism. Raven's eyes darted rapidly in their sockets. His brain was like a supercomputer, rapidly analyzing the movement logic of the ancient giant's corpse. Agile, flexible, and moving indistinguishable from a real person. This fungus thinks in almost the same way as humans. Their learning ability is even stronger than that of most ordinary humans. In that short period of time, the corpse of the ancient giant had already changed its behavior pattern at least 10 times. They are constantly optimizing their behavior patterns based on Raven's actions. Raven clicked his tongue in astonishment. No, this can't go on. We'll have to resort to some unconventional tactics. Raven suddenly changed his behavior pattern. His behavior started to become very strange. This puzzled not only the purple carpet but also Harry and his friends. What is Raven doing? Oh no, watch out. Why is he flying towards my fist? This change in behavior is so drastic that no one can figure out what Raven is trying to do. Fleur was also a little confused. Of everyone in the lounge, only Jean knew what Raven was doing. It's hypnosis. Raven wants to try hypnotizing it using ordinary methods. Hypnosis, that's such a far-fetched idea. They're a group of fungi, how could they be hypnotized? Gray thought the idea had little chance of success, but Hermione disagreed. No, it might actually work. These fungi behave just like humans, don't they? So how can we be sure they don't have the flaws in human thought processes? Wait, what are you talking about? How is Raven hypnotizing people? He didn't even use any hypnotic spells, did he? The ugly statue frowned and spoke. This time it was Fleur who explained it to him. During this time, she had also learned a lot about the world of ordinary people. Hypnosis also exists in the ordinary world, though the steps are more complex and cumbersome, and the effects don't seem as good as spells, but it does have a certain hypnotic effect. Hypnosis among muggles. That really surprises me, they've actually learned hypnosis. Miss Pocketwatch was somewhat surprised. She had never imagined that muggles could hypnotize others. But if As you just said, hypnosis on muggles is more complicated and less effective, then Raven's current actions are still meaningless. Even more potent hypnotic spells couldn't work, so how could hypnosis possibly work in the ordinary world? The ugly statue thought so, but Hibiscus didn't. Raven should really buy you more books about the ordinary world. The deeper your understanding, the clearer it becomes. The wisdom of ordinary people is worthy of respect. Raven's movement speed gradually increased. While moving, he also continuously made various strange but rhythmic sounds using the wind. These fungi even have hearing. It was precisely because they could do everything that humans could do that Raven had that opportunity. The fungus's attention was now highly focused. Although Raven couldn't determine the current state of the fungus from the ancient giant's expression, he could make a rough assessment based on the corpse's movements. Almost there, just a little more, 4-3, Raven silently counted his footsteps and the sound of the wind. As his foot finally landed at the final spot, the wind let out its last roar. Finish. Raven stood firmly on his feet and clapped his hands together sharply. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire venue. The ancient giant's movement stopped abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed, before it fell forward again due to inertia. He crashed straight to the ground, sliding all the way to Raven before stopping. The wisdom of an ordinary person, kid. Raven laughed. Sure enough, this loophole could be exploited. Stand up and open the door for me. His voice was like a command, and the ancient giant's corpse, like a robot receiving the command, immediately got up from its spot and walked towards the stone door as instructed. This scene left the young lady with the pocket watch completely stunned. But how did you do that? If the purple carpet could be controlled by the imperious curse, this would probably be the best effect. They're immune to spells but not to science. Raven's a genius, but how did he even manage to hypnotize someone? Hermione felt like there was nothing Raven couldn't do. Raven was already a well-rounded fighter, but now he even knows how to use hypnosis techniques. That's absolutely outrageous. Isn't it said that human energy is limited? Why doesn't this seem to be reflected in Raven? I definitely need to read more books about the ordinary world from now on. This doesn't seem like a bad result at all. The ugly statue grinned and shouted. Furong slowly exhaled. Even she herself didn't realize that her expression had been so tense just now. Now there are no more mysteries, right? Yes, he cleared all the levels. I have to say, I really never thought a young wizard could achieve that. Looking at the image in the mirror, said the woman with the pocket watch. That's absolutely amazing. Before today, if someone had told her that a young wizard could solve all 7 Ravenclaw puzzles in one night, she would have thought they were joking. Who knew there were people like that in the world? Meanwhile, inside the Great Hall of Hogwarts, suddenly another eagle made of mithril appeared out of nowhere. A raven and eagle. The 2 birds circled in the Great Hall before finally landing together on Ravenclaw's hourglass. The golden snake on the Slytherin hourglass hissed unfriendly at them, but the 2 mithril-carved birds completely ignored it. The appearance of Ravenclaw hourglasses has also gradually changed, looking much more antique and elegant. This symbolizes Raven's success. Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Ravenclaw's hourglass. It's like an elder seeing their promising junior achieve another great feat. Dumbledore was now genuinely happy. With a rumbling sound, the Ravenclaw Temple of Knowledge was gradually opened. Spacious, bright, rational. Numerous books floated vertically in the air, arranged in a regular pattern. There are no bookshelves here, only books, and I thought I'd die here, but things are much better than I expected. A strange thing flew out from the books above, and the books automatically made way for her before she passed by. It was an alchemical creature made of mithril, eternite, and cobalt. Her main feature is an eye, and the eyeball can move freely within its socket. Besides her main eyes, she was surrounded by a lot of mercury. The mercury looked like tiny spheres, constantly colliding, merging, and splitting around the eyes. Outside the mercury, a magical ring composed of mysterious golden magic symbols was slowly rotating. Throughout this journey, what has surprised me most are you alchemical creations. The intelligence that Ravenclaw has bestowed upon you has left a very deep impression on me. Imbuing alchemical creations with intelligence is no simple task. Although Raven can now achieve this level of skill, he cannot maintain a stable state for the intelligent alchemical creations he makes. At the very least, Raven couldn't keep them stable for hundreds of years. Roina is not only a great wizard, but also a legendary alchemist, but you are no less impressive. It truly surprises me. I never imagined that a young wizard could actually solve the 7 puzzles set by Ravenclaw before reaching adulthood. You don't even look 15. I'm 13 years old and I'll turn 14 this summer. This really surprises me. The big eyes stared at Raven for a moment. She seemed to be able to see Raven's soul through his body. Even in Rowena's time, such a vibrant soul as yours was extremely rare. How outstanding. Her gaze made Raven a little uncomfortable, so he looked at the ancient giant and changed the subject. Is there any need to leave this ancient giant's corpse behind? Oh him, he's gone, do with him as you see fit. Raven nodded, and a small fireball appeared at the tip of his left index finger. With a casual flick of Raven's finger, the fireball flew into the large hole in the ancient giant's head. Soon, a muffled thud came from the large hole. The ancient giant's facial features also briefly turned orange-red. With a gentle push using a small spell, the ancient giant's corpse slowly fell backward. Now it's a real corpse. That was efficient. I thought you'd keep it for research, especially since you now have the purple carpet under your control. The purple carpets. Those purple things inside the corpses' heads, Rowena called them the purple carpet. Raven nodded slightly. I can't control those purple carpets for long, they'll soon break free. Hypnosis in the ordinary world can control the purple carpet for a short time, but it's not so miraculous that it can control such a thing for a long time. By the way, how did you manage to control the purple carpet? Can you tell me? I'm quite curious. Some non-wizard methods were used. So it's Muggle trickery. Muggle trickery can actually control the purple carpet. Rowena and Ravenclaw have Muggles really progressed to this level. Raven nodded, so this is the Temple of Knowledge left behind by Ravenclaw. He picked up a book from the side, opened the pages, and found sentences composed entirely of obscure and difficult-to-understand words. These sentences presented Raven with a research topic that remains highly advanced even by today's standards. That's right, this is Rowena Ravenclaw's Hall of Knowledge. Come, let me show you its functions. For a long time to come, you will be its master. His eyes flew upwards, and Raven cast a flight spell on himself, soaring into the air. This Temple of Knowledge is a very special place. It can be considered both existent and non-existent. You can choose to keep it in your mind or place it somewhere else. The decision is yours. In other words, he can directly store this information in his mind. If I memorize this, will I instantly gain access to all the knowledge here, without needing to learn anything? Yes. Raven curled the corners of his mouth into a smile, very tempting conditions, but he had no intention of putting that thing in his head. You could call it distrust or you could call it caution. In any case, Raven would rather spend more time learning all the knowledge here himself than simply cramming it into his head. Is there anything else I need to know? Yes, the Hall of Knowledge is independent. After you finish learning what's here, you'll need to add new knowledge. After your death, the next successor can inherit the Hall of Knowledge. The sun gradually rose above the horizon. It's almost breakfast time. The young wizards, having left their beds, gradually arrived at the Great Hall after washing up. The auditorium was unusually lively this morning. Dumbledore and the other professors did not leave the table even after they had finished their meal. Geminis are strange. Wood, what are you discussing? What kind of bird was your owl attacked? The reason everyone's been talking about it is probably because all the owls at Hogwarts have been attacked. Wood rolled his eyes at the twins with disdain. Look at the hourglass, you idiots. Hourglass, what happened? Another young wizard got points deducted. They should learn from us, we haven't been. Damn it, Fred, look at the Ravenclaw hourglass. Two lifelike mithril birds stood on Ravenclaw's hourglass, looking down haughtily at the young wizards below. Someone has inherited Ravenclaw's estate. Damn it, I knew we should have gone looking for it sooner. You said that, I clearly said it. The Geminis argued for a while before finally quieting down. So who inherited Ravenclaw's legacy? Idiot, when I still couldn't find Raven in the auditorium at this point, I already knew who the lucky one was. Who else could it be but Raven? That's true. By the way, where did Harry and the others go? Wood shook his head. Neville just said that when he woke up he didn't see Ron and Harry. He assumed they had gotten up early and come for breakfast first. When he arrived at the Great Hall, he couldn't find Harry and the others. George and Fred exchanged a glance. I have a bad feeling. Me too. Look, the Ravenclaw heir of Hufflepuff has emerged. Don't forget Slytherin. Raven is still Slytherin's heir. If you go to the auditorium now, you'll be surrounded by people. After seeing that Raven had successfully completed the level, everyone left the lounge. Also appearing were the Miss Pocket Watch and the ugly statue. After everyone came out, they waited for a while before Raven finally appeared. So now I'm thinking about how to get to the auditorium. Should we not go yet? Lovey thought that if Raven didn't want to waste too much energy on this, perhaps they could go to the auditorium later. It's definitely useless. Many people probably know about this now, and if they don't wait for Raven, they'll just keep waiting. Waiting at least half a day shouldn't be a problem. And can you hide forever if you can only hide for a while? Roth's right, there's no way to avoid it now, we just have to bite the bullet and face it. After letting the other young wizards leave, Raven planned to chat with Fleur for a while longer. So this is the Temple of Knowledge. Furong looked at the rhombus-shaped crystal in her hand and asked with some confusion. Yes, it can be compressed into this shape, isn't that interesting? That's really interesting. You just said you could put it inside your head. Raven nodded. Yes, it would give me direct access to all the knowledge left behind by Ravenclaw, but I don't want to put it into my head. A wise choice. If it were her, she wouldn't want to put that thing in her head either. What if Ravenclaw does something sabotage on this? Even if Ravenclaw doesn't do anything malicious, this thing is still at risk of breaking. What if it malfunctions inside Raven's head? Wouldn't that be a huge problem? I bet this news will be in the Wine Daily the day after tomorrow. Hibiscus returned the prismatic crystal to Raven, jokingly remarking, "That's exactly what I need." Increased exposure laid the foundation for his expansion into overseas markets. Few, those puzzles, those in the know understand it's Ravenclaw choosing an heir, those who don't might think Ravenclaw is committing murder. Were the Slytherin succession trials this dangerous back then? Raven shrugged. Slytherin's inheritance challenges are more straightforward and fewer in number, but in terms of danger, I think they're about the same. Raven didn't think it was dangerous, he always had a way out. To create a tense atmosphere and prevent young wizards from exploiting loopholes, Ravenclaw has placed anti-apparition charms in all levels. Ordinary wizards have no chance of escaping from the level. This effectively cuts off the candidate's escape route, but this meant nothing to Raven. It's just an anti-apparition spell, he can destroy it by force in a little while. You've already inherited 2 legacies. When do you plan to inherit the other 2? This doesn't even consider me. It mainly depends on whether the other 2 guides of the inheritance will choose me. If they don't choose me, it's useless even if I have the intention to inherit right. Furong, however, felt that it was impossible for the other 2 guides of the legacy not to choose Raven as their successor. You are currently the most outstanding young wizard in Hogwarts. They will definitely choose you. After chatting for a while, Fleur used the swan earrings and left Hogwarts. Okay, let me think about it some more. This is really a difficult problem. How can I naturally push open the auditorium door? You've been thinking about this all the way here and there's no better solution. Just grit your teeth and go for it. With that, Zia pushed open the doors of the auditorium. The people in the auditorium immediately looked towards the entrance. The moment Raven and his friends were seen, the air fell silent, and then soon the people in the auditorium erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. The young Ravenclaw wizards also admired Raven and didn't feel ashamed because he was a Hufflepuff. After all, Raven's abilities were undeniable. The Ravenclaw heir of Hufflepuff. The whistles and cheers shook the ceiling of the auditorium. Dumbledore watched this scene with a hearty laugh. This is a scene you won't see at other magic schools. This scene wouldn't even have occurred at Hogwarts before Raven enrolled. Raven united Hogwarts. Even the young Slytherin wizards are now genuinely applauding Raven. You acted very quickly, I thought you would take longer. I have no intention of engaging in a protracted war. Raven approached Dumbledore. The old man looked at Raven with a smile. A truly astonishing feat. To have received the recognition of 2 great ancient wizards for 2 consecutive years, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding young wizard of our time. No modern wizard can compare to Raven. It's even hard to say whether there were any minor wizards in ancient times who could compare to Raven. That's an exaggeration, Professor. There are plenty of young wizards more talented than me. Raven has always been indifferent to such praise. All right, children, quiet down. Dumbledore stood up with a smile. He loudly stopped the young wizards from their discussion. The rest is the same as usual. Say a few nice words, then start celebrating. What made the young wizards even happier was that, because of this incident, Dumbledore gave all of them a day off. Today is Friday, and tomorrow and the day after will be Saturday and Sunday. That's equivalent to having 3 days of rest. This was absolutely fantastic news for the young wizards. Raven, tell me quickly, what did Ravenclaw leave behind? I thought those books she left behind were all she had. Professor Flitwick pulled Raven aside, hoping Raven would explain what he had done. The other professors were also curious about Raven's background. However, they were more curious about the Miss Pocket Watch and the ugly statue. Raven, did Ravenclaw leave these to you too? No, they are gifts Ravenclaw left for Hogwarts. Besides that big-eyed girl, there was the pocket watch lady, the ugly statue, and even the giant eagle tower that was no longer present. They were all gifts left by Ravenclaw to Hogwarts. After guiding Raven to the Temple of Knowledge of Ravenclaw, their main mission was over. Their remaining mission was to stay at Hogwarts and assist the Hogwarts professors in educating other young wizards. Personally, I'd rather go with Raven to see the ordinary human world. The ugly statue spoke. He has now developed a strong interest in the world of ordinary people. I can take you with me during the holidays. There aren't any little wizards at school during the holidays anyway. Did the Slytherin heir steal Ravenclaw's inheritance? Just how outstanding is Grindelwald, having been selected by two giants in succession? Did Ravenclaw really leave an inheritance? Or is there more to the story? Game card, new game, the latest move in Howling Forest. Game cards will ruin our children. We should boycott game cards. A move towards the US and France. Is Roaring Forest arrogant or truly powerful? The news that Raven had inherited Ravenclaw's Temple of Knowledge quickly made headlines in major newspapers. All the reporters were scrambling to cover this story, as if they'd miss out on making money if they were late. Raven's fame grew even more. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Raven quickly launched new products for Howling Forest. Game card, each card represents a completely different game. This is what the Roaring Forest R&D team has been conceiving for some time now. Another world is like a video game console in the wizarding world. It's not something people will easily buy repeatedly unless there's a major overall update. But game cards are different. The possibilities are endless, and that's how many new game cards can be created. This is the main product of Roaring Forest. There are 3 types of game cards released this time. These are building games, combat games, and simulation games. In fact, damn it, you vile bug, what right does he have? This must be a lie. In the cold, old house, little Barty roughly tore the newspaper in his hand into pieces. During this period, newspaper news was always about that young Grindelwald. Grindelwald, why can't you just stop and calm down? All this glory and attention should have belonged to his master. Like I've always told you, calm down, Crouch, calm down. Vincent, haha, the Grindelwald surname really has magic. The withered and emaciated Voldemort looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but laugh. However, his voice was icy cold and there was no joy in his eyes. Let me go, my master, let me go and kill him, kill them. Kill Vincent, kill him and his arrogant family. No, foolish, what do you take Dumbledore for? And what do you take Vincent for? If Vincent were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have ended up with Crouch as his only confidant. It was precisely because Vincent was not so easy to deal with that his Death Eater followers were constantly being killed. None of the Death Eaters still alive dare to show their faces. Even though they activated the Dark Mark on a small scale, the surviving Death Eaters who sensed it dared not show themselves. Recently, Vincent's group seems to have also mastered the method to activate the Dark Mark. They use this method to lure out a lot more surviving Death Eaters, so even if they activate the Dark Mark now, they are unable to summon any living Death Eaters. Execute the plan, Crouch, my most loyal servant. Don't cause any trouble. Everything will fall into place after my successful return. Voldemort had that kind of confidence. But my master, this Grindelwald seems to have already affected our plans. Remember our purpose, Crouch, remember our purpose. Their only goal now is to resurrect Voldemort. Not only did Voldemort firmly believe that these problems would be solved after his resurrection, but Barty Jr. also firmly believed so. Little Barty hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. My master, you are right. His best course of action now is to kill Barty Crouch the Elder and then replace him with Polyjuice Potion. Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Calm down, Crouch. Calm down, be rational. This will be the key to our comeback. Let Vincent enjoy his moment in the spotlight for now. Once he is fully resurrected, he will personally reclaim all of this. Raven was unaware of Voldemort's plans. As the weather gradually becomes hot and dry, Hogwarts has also entered a period of review. To ensure the young wizards could have a comfortable summer vacation, the professors added an extra study period each week. Self-study sessions will be held in the auditorium. There will be homework assignments for 2 courses every week. The professors of these 2 courses will also be in the auditorium during self-study sessions. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand and the professor will come and explain. What the hell? What kind of nonsense did Snape set up? Is this something we're supposed to know how to do? Ron looked at the project in his hand, his bright red hair becoming a mess from scratching. This question is way too difficult. Among the young wizards their age, only Raven and Hermione should be able to answer it. He looked at Hermione, hoping she could quietly offer them some help. Unfortunately, Hermione was also racking her brains trying to figure out the paper assignment Snape had given her. This was extremely difficult for her. It seems Hermione can't save us this time either. This is just making trouble out of nothing. These are things we shouldn't be writing at all. If the topic were just how annoying Snape was, they could easily write a 3-foot-long paper. What a pity. The topic of this paper is how to make a magic potion that makes a person's hair stand on end using aquatic insects as material. You might have better insights into the topic. Perhaps I should give up the professorship to you. What do you think? Snape's sinister voice rang out behind the two of them. Harry and Ron both looked speechless. This person is insane. Why could he hear them talking badly about him behind his back every time? Does this guy have nothing else to do all day but stare at them? Let me see what you've been writing for so long. Mix and crush the leaves of the golden lantern flower with water bugs, and use the roots of the rootless grass. Why am I not surprised at all? Snape looked at Harry and Ron with a mocking expression. Your answers are even more novel than those Hufflepuff ones. They're truly imaginative. Lower your heads and finish these 2 papers. I'm quite curious whether your brilliant ideas will actually succeed. Snape took the ruler in his hand and struck Ron and Harry on the head twice. This made Ron and Harry wince in pain. Only after seeing Snape walk away did the two exchange a glance and make a face in Snape's direction. All right, you two, don't let him catch you again. Hurry up and write. We're running out of times. Hermione lowered her voice and whispered. Harry and Ron knew they were running out of time, but they simply couldn't come up with a story. They had never even seen or learned about the rare magical creature, the water-eyed worm. Snape will teach about the function of the water worms later. How could they possibly know how to use water worms to create a potion that makes a person's hair stand on end? This is just making trouble out of nothing. What surprised me most was that you, Hermione, were also struggling with this topic. I thought you had already finished preparing for it. Don't talk nonsense. This isn't a topic that can be solved by simply reviewing the material. The textbook only covers the uses of water worms, how to process them, which potions they are commonly used in, and the recipes for those potions. However, the book does not provide the answers to the questions Snape asked this time. So even if Snape forbade the young wizards from looking at the books now, it would still be very difficult for them to answer this question. The self-study period ended quickly, and then it was time for dinner. Snape collected the young wizards' papers. What was annoying was that he deliberately placed Harry and Ron's papers on top, making mocking noises while eating, and occasionally giving Harry and Ron a sarcastic look, as if they were the dumbest idiots in the world. This made Harry and Ron lose their appetite. How could he say that? It's clearly because he hasn't taught those things yet. It's not our fault. Damn water bugs. I hope Snape wakes up one day to find himself turned into a water bug. As expected. Snape used his essay to thoroughly mock Harry and his friends. Even though Hermione's answer was very close and she was very serious, he still dragged Hermione into it and mocked all 3 of them mercilessly. Young master, is there anything else on your end? No, you can continue. Raven frowned, his expression looking extremely cold. This made all 3 of them, who were already angry, suppress their urge to complain. Harry sat down next to Kieran and the others lowered his voice and asked quietly, "What's wrong, Kieran?" Raven looks angry. Kieran frowned as well, he looked very angry. This is a matter for the ordinary world. Raven's family was provoked. Provocative? Whom are we provoking? The Grindelwald family in the UK. Harry and Hermione stared at each other, their eyes wide. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. Are you kidding me? That's the Grindelwald family, the Mafia. There are still fools who would be so blind as to go and provoke us. Mr. Gideon didn't want us to tell you this, but after consideration, we think you need to know. They seized their former territory, sold drugs, trafficked women and children, monopolized the local market, and even killed a former brother of theirs who had returned to a normal life. This is a provocation. Raven tapped his right index finger lightly on the long table, producing a crisp sound. Anyone could tell that Raven was very unhappy. Have their origins been investigated? Miss Ron said they must be a group of freshmen from the south. Because of the hunting of Death Eaters, many werewolf employees have now joined the Grindelwald family, becoming their new brothers. That's why they know so much now. A new gangs. Normally, a group of inexperienced young people wouldn't give the eldest sister and second brother any headaches. If you break a few people's noses and give a few more people cuts on their heads that require hospitalization to heal, that group of young people will immediately scatter. The fact that the eldest sister and second brother still haven't been able to handle this suggests that those guys are definitely not a young gang. Either they have powerful backers or these guys are just rival gangs in disguise. But anyway, why hasn't this matter been resolved yet? Most of our brothers in the ordinary world are now in America. Very few remain in the UK, and they are scattered throughout the country. Since we are wizards, we can't directly attack ordinary people. So this matter has been dragging on for 3 or 4 days without being resolved. If there were enough men, and those bastards dared to make a move that day, their heads would be stuck in the fence by the early hours of the next day. How do you plan to resolve this matter? Raven's amber eyes darkened slightly before he slowly raised them. You all continue to follow my eldest sister and second brother's orders for now. I have exams coming up soon, and if this matter isn't resolved by the time I finish them, I'll take action. I might involve you all then, so be prepared. Okay. They didn't need to ask Raven how they could act legally and legitimately. They just needed to follow his instructions. Raven laid the two-way mirror flat facing the table and his gaze quickly calmed, or could that be called peace? Damn bastards. How dare they lay a hand on Uncle Malcolm? Zaya was furious. The news of Malcolm's death made her want to go back immediately and kill them all one by one with a spell. They will pay the price. It's not just those who attacked Uncle Malcolm who will pay the price. Their entire organization and the people behind them. Everyone involved in this incident will pay the price. This group of people dared to take action against their family now because they knew they had brought all their brothers to the United States. However, they certainly couldn't have imagined that although their family no longer had as many ordinary brothers as before in England, they now had two little wizards. Moreover, he is the strongest little wizard. What are your plans? Do you need our help? Everyone looked at Raven. Raven looked around, then put the two-way mirror away. Thank you everyone, but for now, we probably don't need any help. This is their specialty. It can definitely be solved. Now Raven is only thinking about what method to use to solve this problem. Seeing that Raven and Joe were in low spirits, everyone suppressed their urge to share. Give Raven and Joe some private space. Dad should be negotiating right now. What's the point of talking? They've already come knocking on our doors. West Asia's statement is not entirely correct. Negotiation certainly cannot solve the problem under these circumstances. If the other party simply wants territory, they could just occupy the territory they used to own. Why bother finding Uncle Malcolm, who has already retired? This is a declaration of war against their family. Negotiation cannot solve problems. But negotiation is not just about solving problems, but also about putting pressure on them. In this situation, if you're going to take action, you have to do it cleanly and thoroughly. The thugs below can be easily dealt with by force, but those slippery eels above won't show themselves unless you put some pressure on them. Focus on your exams first. If things aren't resolved during the break after the exams, we'll go home early and help resolve this. This was overheard by Malfoy, who had been eavesdropping. After much deliberation, the guy finally decided to speak up. Vincent. Raven raised an eyebrow and turned around. Is there something you need, Malfoy? Do you think I could go with you? This surprised Raven. Together, you mean to take down that rival gang in the world of ordinary people? Malfoy nodded. I need a reasonable reason. I want to learn more from you. My father, perhaps his handling of certain matters wasn't particularly outstanding. He hoped that he could become a real, excellent Malfoy in the future, rather than just claiming to be an excellent person. This surprised West Asia as well. Is this Malfoy, that arrogant and treacherous guy? I personally think there's no problem, but this is no small matter. I'll ask my father's opinion. If he also says there's no problem, then you'll be able to keep up. Thank you, Vincent. Dad, Zane had just returned home when he saw Gideon and Sairon cleaning their rocket launchers and rifles. How's the situation? Saren put down his rifle and asked. Just as we predicted, the people behind them should be unable to hold back and show themselves in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Gideon scoffed. I really don't know which idiot dared to target our family. They really aren't afraid of not even having a complete corpse after they die. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Where's your mother? Mom is upstairs preparing the eulogy. Although Malcolm wasn't exactly a core member, he was still a former brother in the family. Since he had no children and no elderly relatives, his funeral will be handled entirely by Zane and his family. Let's schedule the funeral after this matter is settled. At that time, the heads of the most key culprits will be displayed at the funeral. This is at least some consolation. Shouldn't you tell Rise and Joe about this? They must already know. Zane opened a bottle of red wine for himself and said, Do you think those werewolf employees are your brothers? They are Rise's employees, Rise's brothers. You told them these things, so they can't possibly keep them from Rise. This is also what Zane is most satisfied with. Being able to gather a large group of people is not a particularly outstanding skill. What truly matters is the ability to make those people loyal to him, even to the point of sacrificing their lives for him. Well, that's true. Knowing their temperament, they'll probably be back soon. Ha, then those idiots on the other side will be facing two invincible little wizards. Hogwarts, the young wizards are once again in exam week. The number of subjects to learn in the third grade increases, so the number of subjects to be tested also increases. This gave Harry and Ron a real headache. They didn't study as thoroughly as Raven and Hermione, so they were always a little worried about not doing well on the test. Ron was worried that he would be scolded by Mrs. Weasley if he did poorly on the test. Harry was worried that he would be embarrassed if he did poorly on the test. Harry shouldn't have been under so much pressure. His parents didn't have high expectations of him, and Sirius Black's expectations of Harry were even lower. He wouldn't have cared if Harry was last in his grade, but Harry himself is prone to internal conflict. Therefore, 80% of the pressure he faces is self-imposed. Gray and his classmates did well on their exams. Their scores certainly weren't high, but they definitely weren't low either. His level is considered above average in the entire grade. As expected, West Asia's exam results showed a severe imbalance in their academic performance across different subjects. She performed exceptionally well in all the practical exams, but she did poorly in all the exams that required written tests. Before the exam, Raven told Zane about Malfoy's situation. Zane was also surprised that Lucius's son would make such a decision, but he had no objection to it. Malfoy can go and learn something, but he should be mentally prepared. This isn't going to be a fun game. If you want to follow them, Malfoy must first take care of himself. If anything goes wrong, they will not be responsible. Secondly, Malfoy needs to prepare himself mentally in advance. As mentioned earlier, this is not a game. Malfoy will see some scenes that will have a great impact on him, so he needs to be mentally prepared beforehand. Malfoy said there were no problems with any of that. Upon learning of this, Miss Pocket Watch and the ugly statue also became very interested in it. Raven originally didn't want to take them, but seeing how curious they were, he compromised. You can go along to watch, but you absolutely must not interfere with or affect them. What are you planning to do? Hogwarts has an anti-apparition charm. I'll do it. West Asia raised her hand and said, anti-apparition charm. What is that? Before West Asia, any restrictions and counterspells are utterly ineffective. She can do whatever she wants. Yes, this time it was West Asia that made the move. In fact, Dumbledore or he both have the ability to ignore the anti-apparition charm, but since she has spoken up, let she do it. As for asking Dumbledore for help, Raven hadn't thought of that. Dumbledore's moral standards are a bit too high, and what they're about to do in the next few days probably won't align with his values. Grab my arms, let's go. Miss Pocket Watch held the ugly statue in one hand and grasped J's arm with the other. Malfoy placed his hand on J's shoulder, his movements gentle, as if afraid of hurting her. J turned her head and punched him hard. Raven gently placed his hand on J's arm. J tapped her magic wand. Go home. The next moment, the figures of the group disappeared from the spot. There was no explosion, not a sound at all. They were back at their home on Privet Road in no time. That was incredibly impressive. I didn't feel anything unusual at all. There were no crackling explosions, nor the feeling of a rubber tube being squeezed. It's as if the surrounding scenery has been completely changed. After all, this isn't apparition. Wait, I'll cast a disillusionment charm on you. He had completely forgotten about that. The Miss Pocket Watch and the ugly statue cannot be seen by ordinary people, or it will cause some trouble. Fortunately, there weren't many pedestrians on the road at that time. Raven cast a disillusionment charm on them, and J has already gone to knock on the door. Mom, we're back. Cesar quickly came and opened the door. She wasn't surprised at all that Raven and J had gone home early. Mother. Oh, my darlings. How's school? Have you gotten into any trouble? Mom, you've asked the wrong question. You should ask her what new trouble she's gotten herself into. J threw herself into Cesar's arms. Raven watched this scene and said with a smile, haha, never mind, never mind. This must be Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Actually, I wasn't that happy. After all, he was Lucius's son. Although I've never met Lucius, I can tell from Raven and Zane that Lucius Malfoy is definitely not someone worth befriending. Just because his father was unlikable doesn't mean he himself was. However, his family's reputation will still have some influence on his evaluation. That's at least how it is in Thessaly right now. Yes, madam, hello, I am Draco Malfoy. It's a pleasure to meet you too. You are even more beautiful in person than Vincent described. At least in terms of etiquette, it's passable, Cesar thought to himself without showing any emotion. Haha, how polite, please come in. What's the situation now? Dad already knows who's behind them and is preparing to make his move. I'm sitting at the table, Sayuran said. Are we manpower enough? Ha, of course it's not enough, but we're confident you'll come back and then we'll have enough manpower. Gideon came out of the bathroom, wiping his hands. After wiping his hands clean, he rubbed Raven's head and pinched his cheek. Wizards are already considered superhumans in the ordinary world. One of them could easily take on 10. Raven and Jeu are among the best wizards, and taking on 100 at once is no problem for them. That's why he said that with Raven and Jeu back, they'd have enough manpower. Oh, you must be Draco Malfoy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, it's my pleasure to have you as a guest. Gideon and Malfoy shook hands briefly before withdrawing their hands. He turned his head toward Raven. We'll take action tonight at the Victoria Hotel. Tonight we won't talk anymore. Malfoy's words made everyone laugh. Malfoy was completely bewildered. He didn't understand what everyone was laughing at. Noticing Malfoy's confusion, Raven explained. In this situation, only two approaches are reasonable. Either negotiate first and then fight, or go in and take action immediately. Either way, the outcome won't change. This matter has progressed to a point where a peaceful resolution is impossible, and there's absolutely no need to waste any more breath. But once we're inside, we'll have a brief, pointless conversation. Not that we won't talk at all, but the final outcome will be the same, though we have to be completely in the right. Raven rubbed his knuckles. They'll regret messing with us before they die. This is a common tactic used by their family. Are you planning to make your move tonight? Can we come along and watch? Damn it. The ugly statue's voice startled Gideon, and he instinctively reached for the cabinet drawer. Raven clicked his tongue in astonishment. I forgot to recall the disillusionment charm. Don't worry, it's someone else I brought from school. Raven waved his hand, dispelling the disillusionment charm and revealing the figures of Miss Pocket Watch and the ugly statue. Wow, a magical creation, that's quite rare. Gideon circled around Miss Pocket Watch once. Sorry, this guy scared you just now. No, it's nothing, your voice is so beautiful. The Pocket Watch lady's voice was peculiar, much like the clicking sound of hands turning. Thanks. Yes, we'll make our move tonight. You can come along, but you'd better cast an illusion spell on yourselves. Raven spoke up. This left Saren somewhat puzzled. Disappearance charm, the invisibility spell from before, why bother? Anyway, tonight at the Victoria Hotel, besides us, only the boss will survive. Wizards must keep their magic secret from ordinary people, but there are many ways to keep it secret. Pretending from the beginning and engaging in deception is a form of secrecy. Revealing the secret and then killing everyone who knows it is also a way to keep it secret. Raven shrugged. Just in case, and even this time, I don't plan to use any large-scale destructive spells unless absolutely necessary. Raven's plan was that if the number of people coming wasn't excessively large, he would just use his ironclad charm to block the bullets, and then use his fists and guns to solve the rest. To avoid breaking wizarding secrecy laws and getting into trouble. Even though Raven broke the Wizarding Secrecy Act, he was still able to resolve the trouble. But it would be best to avoid as much trouble as possible. A short while later, Zane also returned home. All right, I notified the people at the Victoria Hotel in advance. They will evacuate the entire hotel tonight, leaving only the boss. Go ahead and get to work. Let them know the consequences of provoking the Grindelwald family. As summer approaches in Britain, nighttime temperatures are rising somewhat. They drove to the opulent hotel where Gideon and his companions dressed in suits stepped out of the car. This is a great place. I've always loved their cube mousse. I hope what happened tonight won't affect their business. Gideon straightened his suit and began to speak. We are sent by the Grindelwald family. Please go in and announce our arrival. Saren arrived at the hotel entrance and spoke to the person guarding the door. You guys, a woman, 2 kids, and a sissy. Go home, beautiful, this isn't the place. Before the other person could finish speaking, Syaron grabbed him by the neck and tightened her forearm. The other person's neck was snapped. What did you just say? Those who are still alive have never seen such a display of power. Killing someone just because of a single wrong word, he swallowed hard. I'll go and inform you. This matter is not over. Raven pulled a dagger from his pocket. All right, our boss is calling you. The surviving security guard didn't live much longer either. He had only spoken a few words outside when Raven slashed his stomach with a dagger and cut his throat. Be more careful what you say in your next life, truly brutal. Kindness is reserved for humans, not for animals. Raven exchanged a few words with the air beside him. Ah, members of the Grindelwald family, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please come in, I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. A man wearing a mink coat slowly walked out from behind. He was very friendly. However, everyone knows this is because they killed 2 people as soon as they arrived. If they had treated these 2 rude people kindly, this man certainly wouldn't have spoken to them in such a polite tone. You really should keep a closer eye on your subordinates. Hee, you're right, these stray dogs really need to be disciplined. Although they come from the wilderness, this is, after all, a civilized society. Raven and his friends laughed dismissively. This was a reminder to them. His men are dangerous. They are dangerous individuals from all over the streets. This kind of talk is very common in gangster conversations, but their words don't scare Raven and his gang. Who are they? The Grindelwald family of England. In this line of work, what haven't they seen? This is ridiculous. Do you think such childish tactics are even worth using on them? Discipline them well. If you can't, the Grindelwald family won't mind helping you. What are you busy with? Keep those so-called stray dogs in line with his orders. The group walked inside. Behind them, a man in a mink coat wore a sinister expression. That guy's watching you, Vincent. Malfoy said quietly. He was using an illusion spell so others couldn't see him. Don't worry about it, let him take a look some more. The people in front of him would be the ones to end his life tonight. It wouldn't hurt to let him look around a little longer. I had heard that the founder of the Grindelwald family was a very distinguished man, and I assumed he would be the one to discuss this in detail. In response to these words, Raven and his companions simply smiled and didn't say anything more. This made the man in front of him feel even more offended. I believe our time is precious to each other, so let's finish this quickly. What do you want? What do you want? I'll take your lives. Seeing that Gideon and the others didn't give him any face, the man's face darkened. This sudden change of expression took Malfoy, who was under the illusion spell, completely by surprise. Since time is precious, I'll be blunt. You're not qualified to talk to me. Call that old man over and let him talk to me personally. Gideon laughed. That's why people say there aren't many outstanding young people these days. This is just the beginning. You got provoked so easily. Those with poor qualifications are really something else. What makes you think you have the right to see our father? Saren raised an eyebrow and said, Why? Because of this. The man immediately stood up, drew his gun and pointed it at Saren's head. However, the change in expression he had anticipated did not appear on Saren's face. Saren still looked at him with disdain, showing no fear whatsoever. Stop talking the talk, shoot, you tough guy. You think I wouldn't dare? You're welcome to try shooting. There are quite a few hot-tempered gangsters, and this man in front of me is clearly one of them. He immediately pulled the trigger. The pistol made a deafening sound which startled Malfoy again. Blood splattered everywhere, skull shattered. None of these things happened. The bullet stopped in front of Saren as if it had been paused. On the inside of the ruby bracelet that Saren wore, some mysterious runes emitted a faint pale blue light. UF******GR. Before he could finish speaking, Gideon had already punched him in the face. The man was sent flying at least 3 meters away by Gideon. All right, enough of the chit-chat, let's get down to business. What is the main topic? Of course we should fight. What are you? You're an idiot, I don't even want to talk to you. West Asia has adopted the practice of wearing a brass knuckle duster. Don't underestimate this small girl. With the help of brass knuckles, her fists can really kill. Actually, they were carrying guns. They carried not only guns, but also weapons like hand grenades. However, killing someone with a gun is not as satisfying as killing them with your fists. Guns were used in the past because they were faster from 7 paces away, and even faster within 7 paces. Anyone who dared to engage in close combat with an armed opponent was just asking to be riddled with bullets. But now they are no longer afraid of bullets. With the alchemical tools Raven prepared for them, they wouldn't be afraid of bullets or even missiles. In the next hour or so, Malfoy witnessed a scene he would never forget. The 4 men, relying solely on their fists, managed to defeat almost all of their enemies, rendering them unable to retaliate. They even killed several people during the process, and the sight of their corpses almost immediately made Malfoy vomit. Miss Pocket Watch and the ugly statue were both people who had seen a lot, and they didn't react as strongly as Malfoy, but they were still shocked. This is what gangsters are like. This wasn't even a legitimate gang fight. As Raven mentioned before, legitimate gang shootouts always involve guns. They fired at each other, easily claiming countless human lives. Phew, we should do this more often, don't you think? Exercise always makes people feel good. Gideon picked up a napkin from the table and used it to wipe the blood from his hands. However, the results were minimal. Much of the bloodstains had dried, so we needed to wet the napkins to clean them. The hotel owner nervously brought over a basin of water. He wasn't actually afraid of Siren and her family before because they were regulars at the hotel. They were always polite, and if you didn't know their family's past, no one would think they were gangsters. But even if he wasn't afraid before, after seeing what Raven and his family did today, he could no longer view them the same way he used to. Thank you. We apologize for the losses caused to your hotel. We will have them compensate you. Regardless of whether the boss is afraid of them or not, the proper etiquette must still be observed. However, this only made the boss more frightened. Roughly wash your hands in a basin of water. Sire Ron walked up to the man who had been wearing the mink coat. The people behind you trusted you a lot. Their trust ruined you. Sire Ron dragged the man like a dead dog, shoving his head against the second-floor railing. Look closely, these people died because of your arrogance and the arrogance of those behind you. After saying that, Raven threw a thug who had been knocked unconscious but was still breathing off the second floor. Head down. The second floor of the Victoria Hotel is very high, with a distance of at least 15 meters between the first and second floors. From that height, the thug's head was smashed open. That's just how this industry is. You can choose not to sell medicine, not to traffic women and children, and to maintain a friendly attitude towards ordinary people in your territory without profiting from their fears. But there's one thing you have to do if you're in this industry: kill. As one thug after another was thrown from the second floor and died, the man who had been so arrogant at first finally broke down. Fear consumed him, he was scared. Until today, he always believed that he was not afraid of death. He thought he was mentally prepared. After all, too many people had died at his hands, and he wasn't unaware that one day he might die at someone else's hands. But only now has he realized that he wasn't actually unafraid to face death. He was just putting on a good act. It's so convincing that it's even fooled itself. However, even if he is now filled with regret and fear, he cannot escape his fate. After all the thugs were killed by being thrown to their deaths, Sire Ron threw the man out. His blood mingled with the blood of his brothers. His head was smashed. He was beyond dead. At this point, all the rival gang members in the hotel tonight were dead, their bodies lying in the sand. Did you call Uncle John, dear? Not yet, I'll call right away. Raven and Jo sat down on chairs to the side, waiting for Gideon and Sire Ron to clean up the mess. You guys watched the beginning today too, what did you think? Malfoy opened his mouth, his face pale. His mind was completely blank, he had no idea what to say. Your family's work is more ruthless than I imagined. The ugly statue said with a complicated expression. This is just the beginning. As Malfoy lay in bed that night, he pondered what he had seen that evening. Decisive, efficient, and swift in action, it's undeniably cruel. But after careful consideration, Malfoy also realized that this was necessary. Not kill, those people are already at our doorstep. Keeping them alive would be detrimental. Raven and his group did nothing wrong, but he couldn't accept it for a while and felt quite shocked. Do you think he can handle it? Raven nodded. He's far more capable than his father. He'll hold on. Are you planning to invest in him? Gideon said, leaning against the stair railing. Yes, his family and his personal capabilities demonstrate that he is worthy of my investment. Otherwise, why would Raven have agreed to let Malfoy let him study here? His family background is certainly worth investing in, but his personal abilities, I don't see where that's worth investing in. Raven shrugged. Under his father's influence, he can change himself and adjust himself to be better, which I think is worth investing in. Not everyone can achieve this level. Okay, that's true. I was quite surprised when you said he wanted to come and study. I thought that even if he didn't hate you, he certainly wouldn't ask you for help. When Raven mentioned that Malfoy wanted to come and study, almost everyone in his family was taken aback. Malfoy was indeed much better than his father. I think this is all thanks to you. Me? I didn't do anything. Nothing was done. If it weren't for Raven's influence, Malfoy would have remained an annoying guy until at least adulthood. Gideon firmly believed this. All right, go and rest. We have a lot of events to attend in the next few days. This move doesn't really solve the problem. This can only be considered the first shot fired in the counterattack. They still have several games to play. Over the next week, the young wizards at Hogwarts enjoyed a leisurely school holiday, while Raven and his friends wandered around to different places. Everywhere they went, blood flowed like a river. Later on, Raven even brought in some clever werewolf employees. To be on the safe side, they couldn't use magic to attack the enemy, but Raven had chosen intelligent people who quickly learned how to use firearms and what the taboos were. We can talk. Talk, huh? You people are always like this, seemingly smart but actually incredibly stupid. Saren pushed off with his feet. The person she was trampling on immediately shut their mouth. The man had a wine bottle stuffed in his mouth, but now the bottle was completely crushed by his bite. The man's teeth flew everywhere along with shards of glass, piercing his throat and drawing blood. It was unclear whether he was unconscious or already dead. This sight caused the bespectacled man in front of Sire Ron to quietly clench his fists. These people actually dared to kill his son right in front of him. He wanted to explode, but reason pulled him back. No, he can't explode. If he doesn't take action, there might still be room for maneuver, but once he makes a move, there will be no room for negotiation. They will all die at the hands of the Grindelwald family. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied? Sire Ron slowly walked up to the bespectacled man, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up from the spot. Satisfied? We will not be satisfied until you are all corpses. Release Mr. Luther immediately, or we'll shoot. Luther's men pointed their guns at Sire Ron. Saren didn't even bother to glance at them. If you're so capable, then fight. Let's see if the bullets can even hurt her. Unfortunately, Luther still doesn't know that Siren and his team have cheated. He's still clinging to Siren's hand, managing a weak smile. If you kill me, you'll die too. This made Siren burst out laughing. Are you serious? Is that what you really think? Bang, bang, bang. Several loud bangs rang out, the frequency of which was like a long string of firecrackers. Almost instantly, all of Luther's men had their heads blown off and became corpses. Barrett M107, high power, high precision. Sire Ron said with a light laugh. Luther's face turned completely pale. The area is so open you can hardly find a tree. Where did they ambush us? Could we reconcile? That's a pity, no. After saying that, Sire Ron snapped Luther's neck. In the end, within a mere week, the Grindelwald family had completed their thorough revenge. All participants were killed, from the gatekeepers in their gangs to politicians deeply embedded in the national system. Not one survived. With everything resolved here, Raven slowly revealed himself. Along with them, Gideon and his group, along with dozens of iron scaffolding structures, also appeared. Magic cannot be used to attack ordinary people. The British Ministry of Magic has special alchemical tools, and they will be notified immediately if a wizard uses a spell to attack an ordinary person. However, using magic spells for defense or using magic spells to hide oneself in front of ordinary people will not trigger an alarm. That basically brings the matter to a close. Next, the funeral will be held, and then the matter will be completely over. I've been thinking, if these people have a lot of influence in the ordinary world, isn't there a problem with you just killing them like this? Malfoy asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, they may have a high status, but our family isn't to be trifled with either. They have status, but does that mean the Grindelwald family doesn't? The Grindelwald family had an even wider network of connections to an exaggerated degree. This is one of the reasons why there are very few idiots like that who would dare to lay a hand on their family nowadays. I thought you were going to kill their entire families too. The ugly statue being held by the lady with the pocket watch spoke. We don't usually do this kind of thing in my family. Gideon shrugged and said, aren't you worried about retaliation? Don't worry, and this argument actually has a huge flaw. Heaven knows how many people will be willing to avenge them. There will always be some who are overlooked. Today it might be their wives and children avenging them. Tomorrow it might be their best friends. And the day after, a few distant relatives might suddenly appear. Moreover, killing them might incite others to seek revenge for these people. This is a paradox. You can't kill them all, the risk of retaliation will always exist. In the world of ordinary people, there exists a weapon with immense power. Back at Hogwarts, Malfoy inevitably became a braggart. Whether walking, sitting, or lying down, the words he spoke most often were no longer boasting about how powerful his family was, but rather about his experiences in the ordinary world. The people he mentioned most often were no longer his father, but Raven and his family. They were all killed. Yes, not a single one survived. It was swift and decisive. Only a very small number of high-ranking officials were tortured. These words immediately caused the other little snakes to gasp in shock. If they kill like this, wouldn't Raven's family be in even more danger than the Death Eaters? How could someone like that be a good-for-nothing like Hufflepuff? A young wizard with buck teeth spoke up, sounding puzzled. He appears to be a first-year wizard who just arrived at Hogwarts this year. Malfoy frowned and glanced at him with indifferent eyes. A good-for-nothing? The good-for-nothing you're talking about is the youngest ever holder of the Order of Merlin, first class, the heir to Ravenclaw and Slytherin, the youngest outstanding entrepreneur. His wealth has skyrocketed in just 3 years to a level that your whole family couldn't earn even if you worked tirelessly for 10,000 years. You're saying someone like that is a good-for-nothing. The little wizard choked, immediately blushed. Okay, he did use the wrong word. Raven explained before that the qualities valued by the four houses are not what we used to think. Hufflepuff values loyalty and perseverance. Every young wizard in Hufflepuff has something they love to do. Perhaps in the future they will be unable to work in the industry they love for various reasons, but they will never give up what they love. From this perspective, Raven is the epitome of a pure Hufflepuff. I was really taken aback. Crabbe looked at Malfoy and said, He originally thought that even if Raven were to use force, he wouldn't go too far. After all, how ruthless can a Hufflepuff be? Hufflepuff is considered the most lenient of the four houses. An example will make this very clear. Of the four houses, only Hufflepuff has never had a Death Eater, not one. Perhaps some badger cubs deserted, choosing to hide when danger approached, but not one of them joined the Death Eaters. They always seemed quite mild-mannered compared to the other colleges. They only act when someone provokes them. Have you ever seen Raven or Jo attack someone for no reason? Even Filch lost Raven's friendship after he took advantage of her kindness. In fact, Raven never even considered retaliating against Filch, because Filch was at most being ungrateful and hadn't actually done anything bad to him. As for Jo, after being captured by Filch a few times, her only revenge was to run Filch around the castle. She did nothing else. That's how Raven's family is. If you don't provoke them, they'll be fine. They don't attack people randomly for no reason. In reality, they are very easygoing and polite most of the time. In Huxia terms, it means I will not offend others unless they offend me. If the Daily Prophet knew about this, they would definitely fabricate a whole new story. Pansy said, frowning. I don't know why, but Raven isn't worried about it at all. He seems completely unconcerned that anything might go wrong. When this matter came up, Malfoy seemed a little confused. As everyone knows, Rita Skeeter is a mad dog in the world of magic reporters. She bites anyone she sees. She also wrote reports that were unfavorable to Raven, but she doesn't write them anymore. Malfoy still couldn't understand why Raven seemed completely unconcerned about the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet finding out about this. Of course he wouldn't know. Rita Skeeter is now practically a brother in their family. She will only report what Raven allows her to report now. As for the Ministry of Magic, Fudge is an ally who is easy to control. Dumbledore must be furious. He'll adapt. Raven sat at the long table, gently stirring his orange juice. From the professor's seat, Dumbledore looked at Raven with a complicated expression. Should we intervene in this matter? Mind your own business. This is Raven's family matter. Regardless, this act of killing is almost no different from that of the Death Eaters. That's not quite right either. The differences are still significant. Raven and his men were forced to take action. If they don't fight back, that group will come and kill them. Language does have a magical quality, but sometimes language can't solve problems. When faced with a group of enemies whose sole purpose is to kill, any words are pale and powerless. Therefore, there is no peaceful solution to this matter. There are only two possible outcomes. Either Raven and his family are killed, or their enemies are killed by Raven and his group. Dumbledore couldn't really judge whether Raven and his family's actions were right or wrong. Grindelwald, however, greatly admired Raven and his family's actions. Raven and his companions chose not to spare their enemy's life, nor did they choose to use the Oblivion Curse, an effective but ineffective deterrent spell. They chose the most brutal, effective, and intimidating approach. That's so Grindelwald-esque. Professor Sprout stormed up to Raven. Raven, this is terrible. You better tell me all of that is fake. I'd love to say that, but I'm sorry, Professor, it's really true. Professor Sprout was nearly scared to death. So many people. But none of them are innocent. I'm sorry, Professor, we have to do this. They're targeting us. The law can't punish them, and we're doing this to protect ourselves. That's not wrong. But the kind-hearted Professor Sprout still found it hard to accept at first. She was worried about Raven and the others getting hurt, but she also didn't want to see the young wizard burdened with a murder charge. Especially since West Asia is only 11 years old and Raven is only 13. Well, they got what they deserved. How are you? Are you hurt? Those things must have been incredibly dangerous. Just hearing those descriptions made her heart pound. The scene must have been incredibly dangerous. If you were there, you definitely wouldn't say that. The lady with the pocket watch passed by and left behind these words. Danger. Raven and his family are the biggest source of danger. In short, although it was difficult to accept at first, the professors and Dumbledore gradually came to terms with the incident. The last day before the holiday was no different from previous years. Results were announced and the college trophy was awarded. Everyone did a great job this year, very well, very excellent. This year's Academy Cup still belongs to Hufflepuff. Even if Raven didn't use a spell to boost Hufflepuff's reputation, his acquisition of Ravenclaw's Temple of Knowledge is still a point worth considering. However, what certainly earned Hufflepuff the most credit was Raven's donation of many Slytherin books to the Hogwarts library. Each book deserves at least 50 extra points. These books boosted Hufflepuff's score very high, even though the vast majority of those books would have to stay in the restricted section. Furthermore, with Hufflepuff winning the championship for the first time this year, it's practically a certainty that Hufflepuff will win the College Cup. This thrilled Professor Sprout. Although Hufflepuff had won the House Cup for 3 consecutive years, including this year, she was still happy that the young wizards had won the House Cup. Ron and his friends' scores slipped slightly in this exam. Harry's grades remained stable, neither rising nor falling. Hermione and Raven's grades remained unchanged. Gray and his team maintained an above-average level. West Asia secretly changed her terrible grades. Her written test scores were really bad. Her ranking was entirely due to her practical test scores. To ensure her story was flawless, she had also prepared a story with Raven and his group beforehand. Raven felt this was unnecessary. West Asia has been doing this since elementary school. He always felt that this was unnecessary, because my family knows all too well just how much of a threat Zia is. Even without home visits, the teachers knew that Zia could never possibly achieve such a high score. Frankly, they don't care at all how many points West Asia can get on the test. It was precisely because they didn't care about Zia's grades that they would still encourage and praise her every time she produced her altered report card, even though they knew it was fake. This summer, Raven and his friends will stay in England. Kieran has prepared the first draft of his novel, which he will publish during the summer. Ake plans to find a very skilled carpenter to learn the craft, and Gray intends to train his physique so that he can become an athlete in the ordinary world someday. Ryan plans to use this summer vacation to read more books and figure out his future direction. As he left the station, 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on Raven from the shadows. The weakened Voldemort was held in Barty's arms, his sinister eyes fixed on Raven and Ja's departing figures. A powerful, exceptionally talented individual. As a legendary wizard, Voldemort could sense the immense magical power emanating from Raven and Ja. Raven has become stronger. He is many times stronger now than he was in first grade. Moreover, he seems to have become even more mysterious. And the little girl next to him, she looks like his sister. Her magic was just as powerful. If we could get their blood and then resurrect them. Magic is such an ethereal thing that even modern wizards don't know much about it, but one thing is certain. That means magic must be closely related to bloodline. Let's go, Crouch. I have all the information I wanted to know. They're here today just to find out if Raven has really grown to be as strong as the newspapers say. If so, they will need to be much more careful with their next plan. Raven and Ja quickly went to rest after returning home. Raven would go fishing with Zane every day. Zia is busy every day conquering various places with her ordinary friends. Gideon and Sire Ron returned to the United States, where their business was booming and they were incredibly busy. They couldn't afford to be away from there for too long. Sometimes Cesar would go fishing with Raven and his friends, and other times he would meet up with some local friends. Son, what are you looking at? Zane looked at Raven and asked. Raven raised the book in his hand. It's a notebook, one of the notebooks Ravenclaw left behind, which I mentioned before. Many of her ideas are still remarkably ahead of their time. Interesting and useful knowledge. Both bone marrow inscriptions and vein patterns are powerful sources of knowledge. Logically, Raven should now be spending more time on these 2 types of knowledge, dig deeper to uncover more possibilities. But he didn't do that. He was frantically absorbing the knowledge left behind by Ravenclaw. Geniuses are always timeless. Yes, but she spanned a bit too many eras. While Slytherin's legacy was ahead of its time, it wasn't far ahead of their era. Ravenclaw is completely different. She gave Raven the feeling of someone who had traveled from the future back to the past. The pages turned. Raven's attention was highly focused. His learning speed was already astonishingly fast, but now it's even faster, making it seem like he's just playing with the books. Okay, you scared me a little. Zane watched his son flipping through the book at an almost manic speed and couldn't help but twitch his lips as he spoke. Since Raven graduated from first grade, he had never been amazed by Raven's learning speed again. This is the first time in recent years that Zane has been so amazed by Raven's learning speed. I have to make the most of every second. For what? Zane didn't understand why Raven was in such a hurry. He wasn't even taking fishing seriously anymore. Is it just because they're worried about that childish and ridiculous Voldemort to deal with a very terrifying enemy? Voldemort? No, the Grim Reapers. What is it, Grim Reapers? It might not be the one we know. It could be some other strange creature. In any case, that thing must be extremely dangerous. In other words, they don't even know what their opponent is. Very dangerous. How did you provoke something like that? To be honest, I don't know what's wrong with that thing. I suspect it's related to my previous research. Okay, let me think. Does that thing take bullets? Raven shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, and this is the worst-case scenario, then not only bullets, but even spells might be ineffective against that thing. So this time his family can't help him. Don't worry, Dad, I'm more confident now. I can handle this. Marrow veins the knowledge left by Ravenclaw and Slytherin plus his own. He can handle this. Seeing Raven's confidence, Zane couldn't help but relax a little. Okay, little cowboy, let us know if you need any help from your family. Always be careful. Changing oneself through bloodline alchemy. While holding his notebook, Raven conducted safe human experiments on himself based on the knowledge recorded in the notebook. The notebook he's holding isn't Ravenclaw's, it's his own. Based on a vast amount of Ravenclaw knowledge, Raven summarized some new knowledge himself, as well as some knowledge that required experimentation. He is experimenting with knowledge right now. You're incredibly brave, you actually dared to conduct these experiments on yourself. The big-eyed man looked at Raven and said, she thought Raven would go find a test subject, since directly attacking herself would be somewhat reckless. But Raven didn't, he seemed to have no intention of using other experimental subjects. I've derived the results. These experiments don't have major problems, and even if they fail, the consequences won't be unbearable for me. Raven kept conducting all sorts of experiments on himself. Under the influence of these experiments, Raven's magic is changing rapidly. Legendary Wizard, Raven's magic is surpassing that of legendary wizards. At the very least, his magic is surpassing that of all the legendary wizards of this era. The big-eyed man stared at Raven for a while, then turned and returned to the Hall of Knowledge. At the highest point of the Temple of Knowledge, several new notebooks are currently floating. Those notebooks looked different from the others. They emitted a faint golden glow. The golden light enveloped them like a book cover. These notebooks contain the new knowledge that Raven has added to the Hall of Knowledge. Essence, structure, a new method of compiling spells. Every piece of knowledge he presented was epic-making, so it was placed at the highest point of the Temple of Knowledge and completely protected by a magic spell. A genius among geniuses. Raven was always amazed that Ravenclaw could create the Temple of Knowledge and fill it with so much groundbreaking knowledge. He believed this demonstrated Ravenclaw's almost unparalleled wisdom. But what Raven didn't know was that this knowledge was the culmination of Ravenclaw's life's work. When Ravenclaw was Raven's age, she couldn't have unearthed so much advanced knowledge. As the heir, Raven is perfect. He can not only perfectly inherit the knowledge left by Ravenclaw, but he can also surpass Ravenclaw. Thinking about the successor, the big-eyed man slowly turned his gaze to another notebook. That notebook looked much older. That was the last book Ravenclaw put in. Unlike other Ravenclaw notebooks, this one looked more fragile, as if it had been read many times. But in reality, it was just a diary. Helena Ravenclaw's diary. After Helena betrayed Rowena, Rowena would occasionally flip through this notebook. Helena believed the tiara she stole was the one Ravenclaw used to enhance her wisdom. Little did they know that thing actually did not increase people's wisdom at all. Nothing can make a fool smart. The crown was merely a limiter used to restrict her condition. Why did Rowena fall seriously ill so quickly after Helena stole the crown? The Creator was fair in creating humankind. He gave Ravenclaw wisdom ahead of her time, but also gave her an incurable disease. No magic or potion could cure her terminal illness. Even the elixir of immortality could only extend her lifespan by a little, and its effect would gradually weaken as the illness worsened. Ravenclaw could only create a limiter for herself, slowing the effects of the disease while simultaneously using the elixir of immortality to prolong her life. But all of this was shattered by her daughter Helena, who stole the crown, causing the suppressed disease to erupt. She no longer had time to make herself a limiter, so she gave up on extending her lifespan. She knew that even if she regained the crown after the disease broke out, it would be useless. So she gave up on pursuing the crown and Helena. She chose to conceal the truth. Since everything is already irreversible, why let her daughter know that it was her reckless behavior that killed her mother? This is why Ravenclaw never went to see Helena again. Otherwise, with her intelligence, finding Helena would be a piece of cake. Ravenclaw left this diary in the Temple of Knowledge and added a sentence on the last page. Nothing is more important than family. Helena is also intelligent, but her intelligence isn't as exaggerated as Ravenclaw's. Ravenclaw's biggest regret before her death was that she hadn't spent more time with her daughter, which led Helena to ultimately make the wrong decision. In fact, Ravenclaw originally intended for his daughter to be his heir. But because of what happened later, the girl with big eyes carefully flipped through the diary for a while before leaving the Temple of Knowledge. This diary tells the same story from beginning to end. Perhaps if we entrust it to someone who is only concerned with their career, they will learn valuable knowledge from it. But the diary was of no use to Raven. He has long valued his family enough. Is he still conducting experiments? Of course, you've seen what's written in that notebook before. The ugly statue spoke. Raven's laptop is used extremely frequently. He would summarize and compress the knowledge as much as possible before writing it down in his notebook. Moreover, he always used the front of his notebook and then the back. Therefore, each of Raven's notebooks contains a wealth of information. The notebook he's holding now contains at least 100 different experiments and new ideas. How can the experiment be completed in such a short time? I really don't know how far he'll go in life. With so much knowledge at his disposal, Raven might actually become stronger than Merlin. That's part of the fun, watching him grow step by step to the end. The ugly statue spoke with a smile. But I don't understand why he insists on becoming stronger, what drives him. In the past, there wouldn't have been any particular motivation. It was like humans climbing mountains, why climb mountains? What's on the mountain or what's at the foot? Neither. They climbed simply because the mountain was there. But now Raven does have a motivation. He's attracted the attention of something very strange which he likes to call death. Raven's motivation right now is to avoid being killed by that thing. Death, he observed such an existence. He wasn't sure either, perhaps it was some kind of magical creature. Okay, this is absolutely insane. Standing above the clouds, Raven looked at the city beneath his feet and the sky above him, and his lips twitched involuntarily. To understand the current situation, we need to rewind 3 hours. What are you doing? Well, as you can see, we're experimenting with some new knowledge. Raven answered Furong's questions while doing his work. Aren't you going to take a break today? No, I plan to finish all the experiments I have on hand first, and I do get some rest. I sometimes go fishing with my dad, even though he still couldn't catch any fish. All right, scientists, take a break today, it's your birthday. Birthdays are for resting, Raven thought for a moment. Okay, just a moment, I'll be right there. I'll go rest after I'm done. He flicked his finger slightly, and another small amount of mercury floated out from the side. The mercury formed a spiderweb in the air and slowly drifted onto the amber in Raven's hand. What's this? Furong looked at this scene with some confusion. This is an ancient spell. Phew, it finally worked. You wouldn't believe how many times I failed. Just look at the amber fragments laid out behind the table, and you'll know that Raven failed at least 100 times. Because without hundreds of palm-sized pieces of amber, it would be impossible to stack the blocks so high. Ancient spells? You mean you used ancient spells when you made it? No, I mean exactly what it says. This is an ancient curse. Raven showed off the amber in his hand. Mercury flows on it. The color of this piece of amber seems to be a bit deeper than before. A very strange ancient time delay spell recorded by Ravenclaw. Even Ravenclaw themselves couldn't successfully replicate it. Okay, so how do I use this? Why is it a spell and not an alchemical tool? Hibiscus returned the amber to Raven, who smiled and said, the key point is its destructible nature. Alchemy tools can be damaged, but this thing doesn't. This is one of the differences between spells and alchemical tools. There's an even better way to distinguish them that Raven didn't mention. Even when alchemical tools are damaged, they retain a physical form. For example, a magic stone, even if damaged, remains just a stone. However, this ancient spell is different. Once this spell is used, whether it is mercury or amber, it will immediately decompose and disappear completely. I see. What is its effect? I don't know. Ravenclaw didn't record it in great detail in her notes either. She said that because it's so rare, she couldn't be sure of its effects, but it definitely has some offensive power. In the notes, Ravenclaw inadvertently used this spell to kill a troll. This thing definitely has offensive capabilities, but exactly how strong those capabilities are is unclear. Let's go, let's get out of here. This thing needs to be recharged. Raven casually put the amber into his pocket. This thing can draw magic from a wizard to power itself as long as it gets close enough to the wizard. Not much was learned. At least the magic it absorbed was not enough to kill a giant directly. Its purpose in drawing upon that magic was more to activate it than to accumulate energy. We were just thinking about you. Welcome, Hibiscus, it's a pleasure to meet you. Upon seeing Hibiscus, Cesar immediately went up and hugged her. This is terrible, come quick, great scientist, look at all these gifts, there's nowhere to put them. Oh, welcome, Hibiscus, only you could get this guy to cooperate. That's what Saren said jokingly. Every Christmas and Raven's birthday, their house is overflowing with gifts. This year's is the most outrageous. The living room is practically overflowing with gifts. The gifts literally flooded the living room. This year, Raven received an unusually large number of gifts because many of them were wrapped in green or with green ribbons. Raven, go check. I think I just saw a gift Malfoy sent over. It's really amazing. Harry stared at the pile of gifts, his eyes constantly searching for something. He really thought he just saw a gift that Malfoy had sent. How did you know it was Malfoy who sent me the gift? When the owl delivered the gift, it opened the card and I happened to see the sender's name inside. But I wasn't sure since those owls had been practically going crazy, flying over here one after another. Many of the gifts here were given to Raven by the young wizards, so it's natural that owls would be used to deliver them. Okay, then I'll have to wait a while before looking again. I need to clear this space first. Raven opened his crossbody bag and used a spell to make the gifts float into it one by one. As the gifts gradually disappeared, the oranges and toast that had been buried underneath them finally emerged. That's terrifying. They thought they were going to die. Starlight landed on Raven's shoulder. Being able to fly is great. She wasn't affected at all. That's definitely over 100, not bad, Reese. You've made quite a few friends. Breaking 100, breaking 1,000 is even possible. Raven felt that his older sister and brother's claims were becoming increasingly exaggerated. Breaking 1,000, 1,000 people willing to give him biological gifts on his birthday. Forget about it, it's simply impossible. Who can have so many friends? All right, you guys, come help. Gideon, go get the cake. Dinner's almost here and you haven't even gotten the cake back yet. Okay, moms. I'll go with you. I'll go over to Gideon and say that, she said. Every time she went to the dessert shop with Gideon, Gideon would buy her lots of delicious desserts, which made her develop the habit of following Gideon every time he went to the dessert shop. Gideon smiled and ruffled J's hair. He led Zia towards the door. Harry, on the other hand, kept pestering Raven to see if Malfoy had really given him a gift. That's the arrogant Malfoy. If he can send Raven a gift, Harry guarantees this story will stay on the Hogwarts Daily News for a month. Sirius is chatting with Zane. He discovered that Zane was incredibly knowledgeable, and chatting with Zane always allowed him to learn a great deal. Seeing this, Raven couldn't help but say, maybe I should try to make the house bigger. Since not everyone has arrived yet, the place already feels a bit cramped. The Ron family, Hermione's family, and even Professor Lupin and his group are coming to visit later, so it's going to be very crowded. With the support spells created by Raven, the current unseen extension charm is incredibly safe. However, Thessel did not want the house to become too big. Who would really want to live in a house the size of a football field? Even getting up to use the restroom at night requires trekking through mountains and rivers. However, this spell is still usable in an emergency. At least now the house feels much more spacious. I really want to learn how to use this spell, but it's not much easier than the Veil charm. The main problem is that Harry didn't put enough effort into mastering this spell. If he puts in the effort to master this spell, he can learn it in about a week. I think you'll learn this spell very quickly. No need to waste this time. We don't usually need it more than a few times. Sirius said in a very casual way. He's right, you really don't need to use the Seamless Extension spell very often. Apart from wizards who sell products containing the Seamless Extension charm, other wizards rarely use this spell. Even wizards who make a living from this spell don't use it too often, because they want to avoid seeing too many Seamless Extension spell products on the market. Otherwise, their products won't fetch high prices. While the group was chatting, Ron and his friends arrived. The Weasleys still arrived in their flying car as usual. Mr. Weasley is starting to understand this a little better now. He drove faster and much more steadily than before. However, his driving skills are still not as good as Zane's. Raven, happy birthday. Congratulations on getting another year older. I don't see what's so celebratory about this. Come on, being a year older means you're one step closer to adulthood, and there are so many things you can do as an adult. We're counting down the days until we turn 18. George and Fred put their arms around Raven's shoulders and said, "That's naive of you, Raven is nothing like you." Percy pulled the twins apart, freeing Raven from their grasp. "Happy birthday, Raven. Here, this is a gift I picked out for you. It'll definitely suit you perfectly." Percy's performance aroused the Gemini's playful spirit, and they soon began to tease Percy. Raven couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The twins still tease Percy, but Raven can tell that Percy's relationship with the twins has become closer than before. That's good. "Happy birthday, Raven. Here, this is a gift. I spent a long time choosing it. I originally wanted to pick out a really expensive pair of boots for you, but that brat bought them. So I could only buy you the second most expensive hat." Malfoy stole the gift Ron had originally planned. To Ron, that guy was still the epitome of annoying brat and stinky bug. "Thank you, Ron. Don't mention it, it's nothing." Ron is quite wealthy now, and he always likes to pick expensive gifts. But he'll eventually realize that when giving gifts to people who are richer than himself, the price doesn't matter. Ginny did a good job in this regard. The gift she gave Raven wasn't as expensive as the one Ron gave her. Although it might not be as expensive as what Ron gave, it still made a very good impression. Of course, this approach doesn't apply to Raven because he receives so many gifts that whether they are practical or expensive is not important to him. After the Weasleys came the Longbottoms. Neville and his family also arrived at Raven's house with a large pile of gifts. They came using a flying broomstick and a disillusionment charm. However, Neville seemed to be a bit clumsy with the disillusionment charm and flying broomstick, so he got a scolding from Granny Augusta. Frank and Alice have now fully recovered, and thanks to Grandma Augusta's excellent care during this time, they look even healthier than the average person. After the Longbottoms, there was Hermione's family. As ordinary people, their arrival is quite normal. They arrived in their cars as usual to visit. That's not all. Next, the Lane family, the Ack family, the Cedric family, the Grey family, the Kieran family. A large group of people gathered at Raven's house. This prompted Cesar to praise Raven. Temporarily casting the invisible extension spell was a good idea. Otherwise, given the original size of their house, it certainly wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. The Dursleys, who were not far away, stared wide-eyed at the scene. This scene reminded Vernon and Penny of their past memories. Before the eldest and second eldest sons of the Grindelwald family grew up, and before Zion Grindelwald retired, this scene would always happen on holidays. A steady stream of visitors came to Zane with gifts on certain important days. They racked their brains for a gift a month in advance, hoping that this gift would earn them a chance to kiss the back of Zion's hand. Some important figures would even travel great distances by plane or train to come from faraway places to celebrate the holiday with their family. This is unbelievable. We absolutely have to buy another house right away. Vernon hated people like that, this kind of dangerous person. Harry Potter, that little wizard, was one of the dangerous ones. He originally had a good impression of Raven and thought he would be a less dangerous person. Now it seems he was the most dangerous guy. They should get out of this damned place right now. But what about your job? Penny looked at Vernon with concern. I'll look for something else. There will always be other companies in other places willing to offer me a job. Vernon felt he had to find another job and move to a different house as soon as possible. This place is far too dangerous. On Raven's side, all the visitors had finally arrived. The last person to arrive was Dumbledore. This birthday celebration reminded Zane of his past. Raven is even better than he used to be. How long did it take him to achieve this result? At least until he reached middle age. And look at his son, how old is he? 14 years old. In fact, Raven only met everyone here after he entered the magical world. Raven and many of his ordinary friends didn't come today. After all, many wizards will be coming today, and in order not to break the secrecy law, Leigh Wenham will invite his ordinary friends to be his guests. If you include all these people, their house probably wouldn't need to close today. Raven is truly the best one in their family. Raven, your pockets are glowing. Glowing, Raven glanced at his shirt pocket. The amber spell was indeed glowing in his pocket. What's going on? Raven frowned and took out amber from his pocket. This stuff is terribly hot. Even with Raven's current physical condition, he was not immune to burns. The surface of the skin was burned by the high temperature, and fresh blood scabbed over, with a little fresh blood seeping from the scab. The amber fell to the ground, and the blood seeping from Raven's hand dripped precisely onto it. I told you these experiments can't be done haphazardly. Cesar turned to grab the first aid kit, but then she remembered there were so many wizards present. A first aid kit couldn't compare to the effectiveness of spells and potions. Fleur took out her wand to heal Raven, but Raven stopped her. All right, everyone, don't panic. It's nothing serious. Look, the wound is almost healed. Raven raised his hand to show the wound on his hand. The wound is visibly healing back to normal. This is the ability of the gerbil red Selaginella. As long as there is water and energy, Raven's wounds can heal quickly. This is truly an amazing ability. More than that, I'd like to know what's going on with that stone. Ryan looked at the amber on the ground and spoke. He knew Raven's recovery ability was extremely strong, so he wasn't surprised at all by this. What puzzled him was that if the amber was hot enough to burn Raven's hand, how come it had been sitting quietly in Raven's pocket? Shouldn't it have just burned through the pocket? This ancient spell, has it absorbed enough magic power? Raven crouched down and looked at the amber on the ground. The amber was rapidly absorbing the blood that Raven had just dripped onto it, and its color gradually turned into the color of blood amber. All right, guys, step back a bit. Nobody knows what this stuff will actually do. Raven waved his hand, isolating the surrounding area. This spell is powerful enough to kill a giant monster instantly. Among those present, probably only a handful would survive being hit by it. Blood amber lay on the ground, showing no other unusual reactions. Its radiance, however, is gradually diminishing. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, intending for the blood amber to fly into his hand. However, the blood amber only trembled once and then remained still. Um. This surprised Dumbledore. This thing actually ignored his magic. Ancient spells are always strange and unusual. Raven cast several protective spells on himself before walking step by step toward the piece of blood amber. Unexpectedly, the ancient spell that had shown no reaction just moments before, appearing like an ordinary piece of blood amber, suddenly unleashed a powerful impact as Raven approached. The impact actually sent Raven flying, and Gideon, after catching Raven, was even knocked to the ground by the residual force. I told you long ago that you need to be more careful around great scientists. This was indeed a mistake. The impact of this thing couldn't even be blocked by the ironclad spell. Logically, the ironclad curse should have been able to withstand the impact. Wait, Raven, are you all right? Furong frowned as she looked at Raven and said, "It's all right, that thing just threw me off balance. It didn't hurt me at all." But these words did not make Furong's expression any better. She immediately took a small mirror out of her pocket and handed it to Raven. In the mirror, lines emitting a faint orange-yellow glow appeared around Raven's eyes. Those are the blood vessels around his eyes. Why did it suddenly start glowing? Raven frowned as he looked in the mirror. But I didn't have any abnormal reactions. He feels no discomfort at all now. Soon, the veins around Raven's eyes dimmed. This left everyone completely baffled. What exactly is the purpose of this spell? Raven, where did you get that thing? It's really weird. Neville stood around Raven, seemingly checking to make sure there were no other abnormal reactions on Raven's body. I found it in Ravenclaw's notebooks. Ravenclaw once used that thing to kill a troll. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock. A giant with that stone, and you just put that stone in your pocket. Raven shrugged. I didn't expect this thing to charge so quickly. Ravenclaw's notes say it took her half a month to fully charge it. God knows this thing charged in less than an hour. Everyone was relieved to see that Raven was indeed fine. This is really strange. What exactly is the effect of this thing? Raven was a little confused. The power it just unleashed was definitely not enough to kill the giant, but Ravenclaw wouldn't lie about something like this. There's no need for it, so the question is, what caused the difference? Why could Ravenclaw's ancient spell kill a giant monster outright, while the one he wielded only managed to send him flying? The difference in power is enormous. Besides its power, there's also its mana absorption speed and the reaction before use. According to Ravenclaw, she sensed that the amber in her pocket had stopped absorbing magic, so she took it out. The amber feels warm to the touch and emits a faint, pale yellow glow. There was no other reaction. Later, this thing killed a troll by chance. During a battle with a dark creature, amber fell out of Ravenclaw's pocket, and a troll stepped on it and was immediately blown half off. Half of the giant's body was blasted to ashes. Therefore, Ravenclaw speculated that the curse might be triggered by a major impact, but looking at it today, it seems that's not the case. This left Raven completely baffled. All right, let's think about these things later. Come on over, let's eat first. Mom's here. Raven snapped out of his daze and said. No one noticed that a fleeting amber light also flashed in the blood vessels at the back of Raven's neck. Thanks to Reese reminding me beforehand, otherwise I was planning to cook this meal myself. Cesar looked at the table full of food and smiled as he spoke to Mrs. Weasley beside him. Haha, then this is an impossible task. Mrs. Weasley also said with a smile. There are so many dishes that even using magic would be difficult for one person to prepare, let alone an ordinary person without magic, who would have no chance of managing to cook them in a short time. That's why I said before that thing. Eat less fried food, Alice, you haven't recovered yet. You know what, Zane? If you had magic, you'd definitely be a member of our Raiders group. Eat some of this, Harry, you're still growing. At the dining table, the sounds of everyone talking mingled together. The restaurant was bustling with activity. Are you sure you don't feel anything unusual, Raven? Of course not, don't worry, a few layers of iron armor charms are still very useful. Raven didn't feel that there was anything abnormal about him. I must commend you for replicating an ancient spell that even Ravenclaw couldn't replicate. That's another remarkable achievement. However, as your professor, I must also warn you that ancient spells are far too dangerous, and you shouldn't have been so reckless. Dumbledore sat opposite Raven and spoke to him. This time it was indeed my misjudgment. Your willingness to admit your mistakes is a virtue. It would be even better if you could correct your mistakes properly after admitting them. Oh, by the way, I shouldn't be a spoilsport at this time, but I feel it's necessary to remind you that perhaps you should reduce some of your obvious violations. What do you think? The plate in front of Raven made some soft clinking sounds. Today is a special case, Professor. Dumbledore was reminding Raven to minimize the number of times he used spells outside of school. At least, do it discreetly. He also knew that Raven was definitely uncontrollable. But at least if it's done discreetly, he can turn a blind eye. So things aren't a special case now, are they? These words caught Raven off guard. Special circumstances. Of course, now of course. Raven's gaze gradually shifted to what was in front of him. His cutlery was spontaneously cutting the steak on his plate for him. This was seen by everyone as proof that a spell was being used and Sirius was doing just that. But what's going on? Raven knew perfectly well that he hadn't used any magic. What's wrong, Raven? Do you feel like something's not right? Fleur, sitting next to him, noticed that Raven's expression was off, as did Dumbledore, who was sitting opposite him. Raven looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. I am not using any spells right now. No spell was used, so how did these tableware pieces move? You means you're not controlling the cutlery right now? No, at least subjectively I didn't want to control them. Upon hearing Raven's words, the cutlery suddenly tipped over, as if it had lost control in an instant. Okay, if this isn't under your control, then that's a little scary. Everyone realized something was wrong. They stopped talking and stopped enjoying their food. Raven had a strange feeling in his heart. It was a very mysterious feeling. He raised his hand, and the steak slowly floated up in front of him, but he knew he hadn't used any magic. This time, not only Raven was surprised, but Dumbledore's eyes also widened slightly. There was absolutely no magical fluctuation. Raven is indeed a legendary wizard now, but he is far from having the experience to smooth out the surrounding magical fluctuations. No matter what, he would cause a slight fluctuation in the surrounding magical energy when he cast a spell. But right now there's absolutely no fluctuation. Is this really not a curse? What is this? Raven did not stop. The steak was separated before his eyes into pieces and then into individual muscle fibers. The muscle fibers were then disassembled one by one. Good heavens, Raven dissected an entire steak right in front of them, even breaking down every single muscle fiber into 10 pieces. No magic or science used. Here comes the scene that will leave everyone wide-eyed. The muscle fibers in the air were quickly reassembled. 10 muscle fibers reassembled into a single muscle fiber, which then coalesced to form a steak. Raven accomplished all of this without using any magic. What on earth is going on? Raven felt his mouth was getting dry. Are you sure you want to do this? Yeah, let's not retaliate. That's the Grindelwald family. The young man and the lad looked disdainful. You can run away if you want, but I will definitely get my revenge on them. They killed our friends. That's true, but their friends are involved in organized crime. Aren't gangsters already living a life of constant danger? It's normal to be double-crossed by your competitors, right? Moreover, even if we take a step back and assume the worst, they were the ones who struck first. Isn't it expected that you'll be killed in return? I quit. I'm leaving. A young man dropped the homemade Molotov cocktail he was holding and quickly left the scene. Another young man also quickly succumbed to the pressure. No, I'm quitting too. I want to live a few more days. I still have a girlfriend. He also dropped the Molotov cocktail and quickly left the scene. That's why people say young people are prone to impulsiveness. Even with only the leader remaining, he still wanted to continue his revenge. Cowards, you bunch of cowardly chicks. Druno is incredibly unlucky to have friends like you. If he knew what you did today in heaven, he'd be so angry he'd want to strangle you. Complaining won't solve the problem. The things that need to be done remain the same. Even if he's all alone, he'll continue to avenge Drunner. The young man lit the Molotov cocktail, stood up, and with all his might threw it toward the house opposite. Raven, who was inside the room, immediately sensed that something was wrong. Even without activating his malicious senses, he keenly detected the Molotov cocktail flying in from outside. Actually, judging by its parabolic trajectory, the thing would at most hit their garden, and the flames would be extinguished before they even started burning. But Raven controlled the thing with a single thought. Seeing the Molotov cocktail floating in the air, the young man thought he was seeing things. Why do Molotov cocktails float in the air? What shocked him even more was yet to come. The Molotov cocktail began to decompose in the air. The bottle was peeled away layer by layer, and the liquid inside gradually disappeared. The fabric was disassembled into lines and then gradually disappeared. In the end, only flames remained in the air. Flame, staying in the air. Flames floating in midair without anything to support them. The young man, witnessing this scene, felt his worldview being reshaped. Raven got up and slowly opened the door. Oh, I really hope you have some particularly reasonable reason. He looked at the young man across the street and slowly began to speak. Even with Dumbledore present, Raven couldn't kill anyone. He erased the young man's relevant memories, added a false memory to him, and then released him back. Raven, how are you feeling? Everyone came to the door and looked at Raven. I didn't feel anything before, but now. Raven clenched his fist. It's never been better than before. Magic surged through his body. The runes of the Thestral and the unicorn were harmoniously merging within his body. Raven now realized that he hadn't fully digested the Marrow inscription before. Wait a moment, I have something else I need to do. With a single thought, he instantly became completely invisible to everyone. This is not a disillusionment spell. It's not the Thestral's conditional invisibility, but true, complete invisibility. Even Dumbledore couldn't detect the flaw in Raven's invisibility. Raven leaped up from the spot. He shot into the air like a rocket. That speed completely exceeded the speed of the crossbow bolts. It even created a sonic boom on the spot. Raven was unharmed by the sonic boom. He soared into the clouds in less than 3 seconds. At that moment, only one word was in Raven's mind: Superman. Okay, this is absolutely insane. This is not the limit. It hasn't even touched the threshold of the limit. Raven now truly feels like he can do whatever he wants. Under the sun's rays, Raven opened his arms but quickly lowered them again. Such actions are still too childish for a mature soul. He doesn't need to sunbathe to become stronger. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wen instinctively felt something was amiss. His magic power is increasing even faster. Why? It can't really be because. Oh damn it, this is going to be a disaster. The effects of knowledge about bone marrow and veins are terrifyingly powerful. Today was the first time Raven truly realized this. Dumbledore carefully examined Raven's body, and even Grindelwald joined in the examination. They reached the same conclusion. Raven's body is so healthy and powerful that he's no longer human. Superman, a true Superman. His body is now stronger than normal people can imagine. But I just did that. What? Dumbledore could hardly believe his ears. Just now, in just a few short minutes, I transformed my body into this. Perhaps even saying just a few minutes is too much. Raven has just transformed his body to its current level in an instant. What exactly is this? Modify realities. Raven slowly began to explain again. My current innate spell is to alter reality. Okay, that's a little scary. You mean changing the appearance of something, like transfiguration? Grindelwald frowned and asked. Raven looked at Grindelwald, and those amber eyes actually made Grindelwald feel a little uneasy. No, not some, all of them. By Merlin. This time, even Dumbledore couldn't control his emotions, because he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Grindelwald found Dumbledore's reaction somewhat strange, since he was staring at him when he exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Dumbledore's lips twitched a few times, but he couldn't make a sound immediately. Zane brought a mirror from the side and handed it to Grindelwald. Upon seeing the reflection in the mirror, Grindelwald's eyes widened instantly, and he gasped sharply. Where is the white-haired old man in the mirror? All that existed was a young man so young he didn't even have a single wrinkle. He looked radiant with exceptionally bright eyes. By Merlin. Raven made him younger. It only took a single thought. Like I said, modify reality. In the midst of their conversation, Dumbledore instantly reverted to his youthful appearance. Dumbledore didn't immediately realize any of this. He only realized something was wrong when he saw his own hands. Wait, let me think. It's impossible for such a powerful spell to exist in this world without any side effects, so it must have side effects. What are those side effects? Yes, it did have negative effects before, but I modified and removed them. Even Merlin would have to exclaim in surprise if he arrived. Well, let's turn us back first, Raven. Don't you want to be younger? Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He definitely likes his current physical condition. I know him too well. Grindelwald looked at himself in the mirror. He's young again, has a longer lifespan, and can use this opportunity to do so much more. However, his joy was short-lived as his appearance instantly reverted to its original state. He didn't even react for a moment. Damn it, why did you take that effect back? We all know what you'd do if you were given a longer life and a healthier body, my old friend. To prevent you from starting a third wizarding war, I think it's better for you to stay the way you are. Dumbledore began to speak. So what exactly happened? Why did I suddenly gain this ability? Hibiscus sat down next to Raven and asked, I think I understand what the effect of that ancient spell was. Raven did not answer Hibiscus's question directly. Using the impact to harmonize the wizard's body, that's the effect. That's why I was thrown back by the impact but wasn't hurt at all. Ravenclaw can use this impact to kill a troll directly because trolls aren't wizards. The impact has no harmless effect on them. For wizards, the impact of this spell is a highly effective way to regulate their bodies, but for other creatures, it is deadly. So that ancient spell restored your body, granting you this ability. But how can that be explained? I also used 2 bone inscriptions and 1 vein inscription before, do you remember? Of course, what about the marrow patterns of the strals and unicorns, and the veins of the gerbil and red resveratrol? Are they related to them? Raven nodded. Yes, and it's very relevant. The strals possess mysterious and powerful abilities and are often associated with death. The gerbil and red selaginella are widely recognized as plants with almost resurrection capabilities. Unicorns are naturally sensitive to danger and malice and can evade most fatal threats. Do you understand? Everyone was confused by Raven's words, except for Kieran, whose eyes lit up. A powerful force linked to death, the ability to almost resurrect, evading the pursuit of death. The 3 holy relics of death. Raven has implanted 3 unusual deathly hallows into his body. Ancient magic merged the 3 powers within Raven, originating from different creatures. That's what gave Raven that power, the ability to alter reality, a range of 10 meters. Through the experiment, Raven easily drew his conclusion. This ability to alter reality only works within a 10-meter radius centered on him. Raven cannot modify this range. Even so, this ability is still quite extraordinary. This is absolutely outrageous. Does that mean you can do everything you want within a 10-meter radius? Raven nodded. The ugly statue's entire face was wrinkled. Resurrect the undead. Can an elderly person regain their youth? I just did that to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Even block the killing curse. I can simply turn it into a regular white dove. He's inhuman. This is a capability that no human being should possess. I have a new idea. Do you think you could integrate this ability of yours and turn it into a spell? People with big eyes tend to have more active minds. She immediately thought, if Raven wanted, could he also turn this ability into a spell that others could learn? It's possible, but for some reason I can't modify it to a level that an ordinary wizard could learn. Raven conjured a notebook as if by magic. This notebook is as thick as a dictionary, and its interior is filled with densely packed text. The girl with big eyes took the notebook and simply flipped through it, but the words on it directly affected her. Black liquid involuntarily flowed from her eyes, her pupils began to tremble rapidly, and her wings twisted irregularly. Damn it. The ugly statue never expected the big eyes to react this way. Raven frowned as well. He snatched the notebook away, but Big Eye's symptoms persisted, as if he were possessed. Raven had no choice but to use his ability to modify the appearance of the large eyes to normal. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm back. Even after recovering, her big eyes still looked like they were still shaken. What's going on? This notebook cannot be seen by just anyone. It has the power to cause pollution. Pollution capacity. Raven opened his notebook but didn't think there was anything wrong with the book. But the way her big eyes looked didn't seem like she was faking it. I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Destroy this book, Raven. It cannot exist in this world. This reaction puzzled Raven. What are you standing there for? Destroy it now. Big Eyes rushed anxiously to Raven, but she still didn't dare to look at the book in Raven's hand. Calm down, buddy, don't panic. What happened? What did you see? Why are you so scared after just a few seconds? A few seconds? You wouldn't believe what I saw. What an incredibly long and agonizing time I endured. I was trapped in that hellish place, forced to confront things that no one should ever have to face. You have no idea what I went through. What kind of sight could have frightened Big Eyes like that? Big Eyes is arguably the calmest and most outstanding of all their creations, yet even she was frightened like this. Let me see that book, Raven. You're crazy, you have no idea what you're trying to do. I want to see for myself what kind of sight it is that could scare you so much. Believe me, you don't want to say this. Don't agree to Raven's request. Destroy it now, only you have the power to destroy it. The Big Eyes look almost insane. But the more she acted this way, the more curious the ugly statue and Raven became about what she was seeing. Are you sure you want to see this? No. I'm sure. Big Eyes even considered attacking Raven and forcibly taking the book, but she couldn't bring herself to lay a hand on the heir to Ravenclaw. Time is of the essence. Big Eyes looked at it for about 4 seconds. I'll give you half a second. After that, I'll close the book immediately. Do you understand? You bunch of lunatics. Why do you always have to make things difficult for yourselves? Hey, don't get so close. I understand, come on, Ravens. Raven pulled the big-eyed man aside, then quickly opened the book in front of the ugly statue and then swiftly closed it again. It couldn't have taken more than half a second, but even so, the ugly statue immediately fell backward after the book in front of it closed. Raven caught the ugly statue in a flash, preventing it from shattering. Oh my god, what is that? Even the ugly statue seemed to be in a daze. What happened? What did you see? Raven's words brought the ugly statue back to its senses. He didn't look at it for as long as Big Eyes, so he wasn't close to going crazy. Damn it, I can't describe that thing, or rather those things. I seem to be everywhere, yet I also seem to never exist. Damn it, Big Eyes is right, you have to destroy this book, Raven. This book cannot be seen by anyone else. No one but you can withstand the impact of this book. It will drive people uncontrollably insane. These Ravenclaw alchemical creations were rational enough, and look at them now. They only glanced at the book and didn't even look at it for long. The longest they looked was only 4 seconds. This reaction reminded Raven of 2 books. The Necronomicon, a legendary, terrifying book that can drive people mad with just a glance. Lovecraft's works. There is another book based on the Necronomicon, the Book of Chaos in the Marvel Universe. Both books can achieve this effect. Okay, don't panic, I've destroyed it. Seeing the book turn to ashes in Raven's hands, the ugly statue and the big-eyed figure finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems your spell can only be used by you. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Perhaps I could directly use my ability to modify others and forcibly grant them this ability. No, don't do that. The big-eyed man spoke loudly. This action will have consequences you can't control. There are some things you absolutely mustn't do. You absolutely mustn't do this, understand, Raven? Big Eyes firmly believes that if Raven does this, he will release things that should never have been released. Things that should never have been seen by humans. Okay, calm down, I won't do that. Are you sure you're okay? I can help you alter your memories. Big Eyes refused Raven's help. No, I'm fine, I need to remember those memories, it's a warning. Dumbledore kept all the news under wraps. He didn't want anyone to know about Raven's ability to alter reality. This ability has turned Raven into a wish-granting sprite. Rejuvenation, bringing the dead back to life, curing incurable diseases, these are all minor matters. For Raven, he could do these things with a single thought now. Even resurrecting the dead would only be a few more steps for Raven. Create a passage between this end and the other end of the curtain, find the soul to be resurrected through the passage, then pull it back to this end of the curtain and resurrect it. With just these few steps, Raven can resurrect people who have been dead for many years. Honestly, this is no longer a power a wizard should possess. To prevent unnecessary trouble, Dumbledore suppressed all information related to the event. Surprisingly, Raven had assumed that Harry would come to him for help regarding his parents. Raven now truly possesses the ability to resurrect the dead. Resurrecting Harry's parents, as mentioned earlier, can be accomplished with just a few more steps. But Harry didn't bother Raven with this matter for a long time. Raven didn't know at first that Harry had actually struggled with the decision for a long time. Harry was worried that this would have negative effects. After all, it involved resurrecting the dead and adjusting other people's ages, which didn't seem like it would be without side effects. He didn't want Raven to pay a heavy price for his sake. However, at the same time, he also really wanted to see his parents in real life. This is his true wish, one he is willing to give everything to achieve. So Harry really struggled with this for a long time. Until nightfall, in their sleep, Lily and James firmly refused to discuss it. Don't they want a second chance at life, to witness Harry grow up, to see him get married and have children? Of course I want to. They're desperate. They're willing to pay any price if they could, however, they cannot do that. As people on the other side of the veil, they knew many secrets that Raven and the others did not. Raven is now being watched, but they can't say what's on him. That thing was too terrifying. It wasn't that they didn't want to say its name, but rather that they simply couldn't. In short, whatever the reason, they told Harry that Raven must never be allowed to cross that line. Once that line is crossed, that thing will have a reason to take direct action against Raven. This is something they all don't want to see. Although Harry was still a bit confused, he understood one thing: Raven must never be allowed to resurrect the dead. Raven cannot resurrect anyone, not just his parents, even if he has the ability. Hearing them say that, Harry stopped worrying about it. It wasn't until Harry had completely let go of his worries that he told Raven about it. Raven now knew exactly what was targeting him. However, not wanting Harry to worry, he didn't voice his speculation directly. Modifying reality ... It feels like this magic could produce a lot of unbelievable effects. Now it's time to test your imagination. Perhaps you could turn your house into a huge mansion. No, have you forgotten? Nobody in my family likes particularly large houses. For us, a house just needs to be spacious enough. They don't necessarily want a particularly large house. Harry felt his imagination was being tested like never before. I used to fantasize about being omnipotent, about being able to do anything with a wave of my hand. But now that I actually have an omnipotent friend, I can't think of anything to do. What were his thoughts before? To conjure up a huge pile of cash and buy the Dursleys' house. No, Raven is not short of money at all. He can buy whatever he wants. Or how about becoming taller and stronger? This is of no use to Raven at all. His body is already incredibly strong. Do you know what I've been doing lately? Raven said to Harry with a smile. What? Well, I've made my family members all able to use magic. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, how could he not have thought of that? With this ability, how could there be ordinary people? With a single thought, Raven could grant ordinary people magical powers, turning them into wizards. So Mr. Grindelwald and the others aren't home today. They went to Diagon Alley to buy wands. That's right. Although I could make them the perfect wands right away, we both agreed that going to Diagon Alley to buy wands is a ritualistic act, and life always needs a little ritual. This is so creative, how come I didn't think of that? Raven smiled, then took a Philosopher's Stone out of his bag. I also gave the Philosopher's Stone some interesting functions, such as giving life to inanimate objects and directly imbuing them with intelligence. But I won't demonstrate that yet, as it caused a huge mess before. We cannot casually bestow life and wisdom upon others. If a rat were made to realize that it is just a rat, a creature that everyone hates and that survives by eating human scraps, wouldn't it go crazy? That's simply impossible. This still attributes intelligence to mice. They are living creatures, just not very intelligent. Imagine giving a teacup or a wardrobe life and intelligence. They would never consider the life and wisdom they are given as a gift. And most importantly, we can now completely solve the Voldemort problem. Harry was a little confused by what he said. But isn't your ability to alter reality limited to a 10-meter radius? Yes, that's right, but some spells aren't limited to a 10-meter radius. Raven made a sweeping motion in the air with his right hand, and a lifelike skull pattern appeared in the sky. The Dark Mark, activated through a special method, can summon all wizards who possess the Dark Mark. The summoned wizards can choose whether or not to respond to the summons. This spell has no range limit. So what if I changed it so that anyone with the mark must respond as soon as I activate it? Do you think that would solve the Death Eater problem? Harry's eyes lit up. You're a genius, Raven. Wouldn't this easily solve the Death Eater problem? Without Death Eaters, Voldemort would be unable to move an inch. Even with limitations on range, invincibility is invincibility. Let alone this area being 10 meters wide. Even if the range is only 1 centimeter or even 1 millimeter, it is still invincible. The limitations imposed by the scope are negligible. This is awesome. We're wizards now, Gideon said, twirling his wand. Reese, you really should have come along and seen it. Mr. Ollivander was utterly astonished when he saw Gideon and the others. He even fell straight down his ladder. As Raven's family, Gideon and his group occasionally appeared in Diagon Alley, so Ollivander, with his excellent memory, remembered them perfectly. He knew that everyone in Raven's family except Raven and Jo were muggles, so he was completely shocked when he saw Gideon and his family also entering the wand shop as wizards, wanting to buy a suitable wand. How can a muggle become a wizard, especially muggles who are already adults? If this news gets out, the entire magical world will be shaken, and Raven and his family will become the most famous family in the entire magical world. However, Zane did not allow Ollivander to release this information. He gave Ollivander extra money and asked him to keep quiet about the matter. Ollivander initially wanted to refuse, since even if Zane didn't give him more money, he would keep quiet about it. He believed he still had some professional ethics, and Zane's act of giving him money was, in his eyes at the time, nothing short of an insult to his professional ethics. But after seeing the extra gold coins, he changed his mind. Whether it's considered offensive or not can be put aside for now. He's recently taken a fancy to a brand new wand-making kit. It's normal for him to be surprised, since there's never been a case of an ordinary adult suddenly turning into a wizard before. He's not just surprised, he's shocked, haha. Clearly, everyone found Ollivander's reaction quite amusing. By the way, should we start learning magic now? Having magic power alone is not enough, you also need to know spells. Reese, can you just teach us those spells directly? Like we don't have to learn anything, you just pour the knowledge into our heads. What's that Huxia word again? Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Tai Hu Guan Ding. Gideon doesn't want to study. Not only did he not want to learn, but his older sister Celine didn't want to either. Of all the children in their family, only Raven was willing to spend time studying. I could do that. Ignore them, Reese. Those lazy bones should get to work. Cesarly began to speak. Listen to what your mother said, you should all study hard yourselves. Zane took a sip of the red wine in his glass and spoke with a slight smile. Huh, isn't that unnecessary? Rise could have just taught us all the knowledge for us. But that's knowledge you didn't learn on your own. You need to study hard yourselves, understand. But, okay, moms. Despite saying that, Gideon and Cyrone still plan to secretly go back and ask Raven for help. As long as Mom doesn't know, it's fine, but Cesarly's words completely shattered their hopes. Reese, don't help them. They haven't read a book in so long, I'm starting to wonder if they've become stupid. Raven found this somewhat amusing, but he nodded in agreement. Okay, moms. Well, this is it, we're doomed. I'll have to learn by myself from books. Cyrone and Gideon shook their heads helplessly. However, their motivation to learn spells was stronger than their motivation to learn mathematics. Who wouldn't want to become a powerful wizard who can turn the world upside down with a wave of their hand? So even though those spells seemed complicated, Cyrone and Gideon were willing to put in the effort to learn them. Raven's side is getting better and better, while Voldemort's side is getting worse and worse. You little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* in large numbers. God knows how that damned little b asterisk 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 d managed to modify his dark mark, making it so that anyone with the dark mark must answer the call. Those who do not respond to the call will suffer excruciating pain. The pain was so intense that they felt the Cruciatus curse was far more benevolent in comparison. Fortunately, he noticed something was wrong in time. Otherwise, even his capable assistant, little Batistuta, would have been driven completely insane. At that point, he would truly be all alone. Even with immense power, he wouldn't be able to successfully resurrect and exact his revenge. Even though he reacted quickly enough, Barty was still quite exhausted and would need to rest for at least some more time. This is why even Voldemort was furious at this moment. After venting his anger, Voldemort let out a sinister laugh. Good, very good, Vincent. Only this is worthy of being my nemesis, laughable Harry Potter, gaining fame through lies. He always considered it a great insult to Harry Potter to receive the title of savior who killed Voldemort. How could a guy who relied on his mother's sacrifice and cheated his way to victory be worthy of defeating the great Voldemort? How could he be compared to the great Voldemort? His nemesis must be powerful enough and talented enough to be worthy of being mentioned alongside the name Voldemort. Who, I will personally defeat you, execute you. Your blood will become my most precious wine. Voldemort's wand trembled slightly in his withered hand. A bottle containing a silvery white liquid slowly floated to the lips of little Barty, who was lying unconscious on the bed. Unicorn blood. Drinking it will turn you into something inhuman and haunted, and you'll suffer for the rest of your life. But who cares? Voldemort didn't care whether Barty Jr. lived or died. Even now, he's willing to use unicorn blood to revive Barty because there are only a handful of Death Eaters left alive, and each one is extremely precious. You certainly wouldn't want to kill your dear potions teacher, would you? I can't wait to see your expression when Severus betrays you. Voldemort believed that Raven would selectively kill the Death Eaters, and that Snape and Lucius were definitely not yet dead. He saw this as a good opportunity. In a few months, when he returned to Hogwarts, he could have Snape backstab Raven. Raven's expression at that time will definitely be quite interesting. Voldemort always believed that Snape was one of his men, a spy he had planted within Dumbledore's ranks. But what he didn't expect was that Snape was a master double agent. He appears to be a Death Eater spy infiltrating the Order of the Phoenix, but in reality, he is a former Order of the Phoenix spy who has switched sides and joined the cause. If Raven hadn't become exceptionally powerful, he might not have revealed his identity. But now that Raven is powerful enough to surpass Dumbledore, there is naturally no need for him to continue infiltrating the Death Eaters. Voldemort will then be walking right into his trap. Your ability is really convenient. Watching the swan earrings being easily reshaped in Raven's hands, Hibiscus couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is indeed a very good talent spell. I'm very satisfied. It perfectly solved all the problems Raven faced and perfectly met all of Raven's needs. By the way, couldn't you just modify the swan earrings in an instant like before? Of course, but I've realized that the process is indeed very important. Watching the swan earrings in my hand change little by little is quite an interesting feeling. Making direct changes is simpler and more efficient, but it loses the enjoyment of observing the process of change. By the way, when you summoned those Death Eaters, didn't the Ministry of Magic react? Many Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban. Without wands, they could not respond to the summons and were tortured to death. Fudge couldn't possibly be unaware of something this big. I spoke to Fudge beforehand. He's a stubborn, foolish, and greedy guy, but he's also easy to control. Just throw a big bag of galleons on his desk, and he'll be able to solve most illegal things. If you throw 2 large bags of galleons on his desk, he'll find a way to get a judge to acquit a murderer. Throw 3 large bags of galleons on his desk, and there's nothing in the British Ministry of Magic that he can't handle. They are greedy, but from another perspective, they are also very easy to control. Raven is far from short of money. If he wanted, he could conjure up huge amounts of galleons. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to do that, otherwise there's a risk of inflation. Here, try it on. I've improved its weight distribution and added some extra features. Small features. You'll see once you put it on. Hibiscus took the new swan earrings into her hands. That's a really beautiful piece of jewelry. There are 3 colors in total, black, white, and blue. The 3 colors combine harmoniously to create a simple yet elegant swan earring. Upon receiving it, Furong's first impression was how light it was. These earrings are so much lighter than before, they feel like air now. Put it on your ears. A second special feeling arose. These earrings are not only lightweight now, but they also no longer feel like there's anything in my ear. When she wore it on her ear, Hibiscus couldn't even feel the earrings. As meticulous as ever. There are other functions too, explore them carefully. Upon hearing this, Hibiscus began to carefully experience the new abilities of the swan earrings. She was surprised. Reverse the killing curse, enhance spell effects, resist disease, keep the mind clear, and you even added animagus powers to it. No complicated steps are needed. Simply by wearing these earrings, Furong can instantly become an animagus. Furthermore, while all other animagus can only transform into one type of animal, Fleur can transform into any animal she desires. Isn't that a bit over the top? Chain lightning, what does that mean? Gives you the ability to unleash wide-range spell attacks on your opponents, which can be freely combined with other spells. For example, Avada Kedavra. One spell can kill a whole bunch of people. 100 years from now, these earrings could become sacred objects. What Ravenclaw crown, what Gryffindor sword? Do you have cow earrings like these? Even an ordinary wizard could become a legendary wizard if they wore this. I can't modify this ability for you, nor can I create a piece of jewelry that will grant you this ability simply by wearing it. However, I can try my best to make the jewelries function as close to this ability as possible. This is why Raven added so many new features to the swan earrings. Actually, it didn't have to be this complicated. Raven could have directly used his modification abilities to give Fleur those abilities without going through the swan earrings. However, Hibiscus didn't want Raven to use his modification abilities on her right now, so Raven modified the swan earrings instead. As amazing as ever. Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. The International Quidditch Tournament is in a few days, how about we go check it out? Sure, I happen to be free right now. With improved combat effectiveness and the company thriving, Raven finally has some free time and can relax. By the way, isn't there an international wizarding dueling tournament coming up again? I remember Professor Flitwick wanted you to participate in it, didn't he? Raven shrugged. The professor did want me to participate. He even prepared a letter of recommendation. However, he told me a few days ago that it's no longer necessary. How strong is Raven now? Even Dumbledore wouldn't be a match for him. Should we let Raven participate in the competition now? Why bother? It's a complete waste of time. Therefore, Professor Flitwick abandoned the idea. That's a real shame. I was really looking forward to seeing you win the gold belt. I can conjure a golden belt right now if you want to see it. You know that's not what I meant. After chatting about other things for a while, Furong gradually steered the conversation towards something more important. I heard from Mrs. Maxim that there's going to be a very grand event this year, bringing together 3 of the best magic schools in Europe, and Mrs. Maxim wants me to represent Beauxbatons. These words made Raven narrow his eyes. A 3-way battle for supremacy. He's practically wiped out the Death Eaters already. How dare Voldemort pull this stunt? Does he really think he can act recklessly as long as he still has the Horcruxes? Do you know what kind of event that is? I don't know yet, Mrs. Maxim didn't tell me. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Triwizard Tournament, a grand event jointly hosted by the 3 best magic academies in Europe. The name immediately brought Furong to mind. What you say makes sense, but wasn't the Triwizard Tournament banned a long time ago? Because so many players died, the tournament was suspended for a long time. Why has it been relaxed again? Also, why should we loosen restrictions? Heaven knows what those people at the Ministry of Magic are up to, but it doesn't matter. I've made all the necessary preparations for you. You won't encounter any danger during the competition. As long as Hibiscus doesn't remove her swan earrings, she has the ability to kill a dragon head-on. If people with such abilities can encounter insurmountable dangers in a competition, then the Triwizard Tournament is no longer just a relatively dangerous event, but a blatant murder plot. Kieran's novel was successfully published. In an era where every article needs to be carefully reviewed by editors, and even if an article has the potential to become a hit, it cannot be published if the editor does not approve of it. Kieran's ability to successfully publish his novel is enough to prove his talent in this area. Moreover, his book achieved good results in its first week of release. This is really well written. Have you already come up with a plan for the next one, Kieran? Cedric flipped through the book in his hand and asked. Of course, I've already thought it through. We have so much material to draw from in our lives. As long as you're willing to think, inspiration will flow endlessly. This book is really well written. Kieran's books may not be that profound, but in terms of sheer entertainment value, they are exceptionally well written. By the way, Ak, did those little wooden carvings you prepared last time sell? Don't even mention it, I'm furious. Another apprentice beat me to a fight with cheaper wood and a lower price. That buyer had absolutely no taste. The wood I used was clearly more durable and had a better grain. There are buyers like that. Their main goal is to buy cheap and usable items, not more expensive but better performing ones. They are not your target audience. Raven believes that Ak's target users should be people who are not short of money. They buy decorative items not for any practical value, but simply to make them look nice. This is the kind of customer Ak is targeting. Customers who buy decorative items expecting them to generate real value are not Ak's target customer group. You guys are amazing. I really wish I could be as amazing as you. I read dozens of books this summer, but now I feel even more lost. Ryan slumped on the sofa looking rather sullen. He has read a great many books, but he still hasn't found his goal. He became even more confused. It seems like he can do anything, yet it also seems like he can't do anything. Don't worry, we'll figure something out. If all else fails, you can apply for an Auror position at the Ministry of Magic. In this day and age, Aurors have an incredibly leisurely life, almost like they're retired. At least that's the case with the British Aurors. There aren't many particularly dangerous jobs. In this era, their daily work consisted mainly of catching illegal immigrants and sorcerers. The workload isn't heavy, but the salary is ridiculously high. Raven's right. Don't worry, if all else fails, we can both become Aurors. Cedric has always wanted to become a professional Quidditch player, but his father wants him to work for the Ministry of Magic. So if he can't become a professional Quidditch player in the future, he will most likely end up working for the Ministry of Magic. Come on, you definitely become a professional Quidditch player. I'll never see you working at the Ministry of Magic in my lifetime. Ryan thought Cedric was also one of the most talented people. He couldn't understand why all his friends had talent while he had no talent at all. In fact, if he had actually said that, Raven and the others would have certainly given him a good rebuttal. Ryan is definitely not the type who lacks talent. He just hasn't figured out how to use his talent yet. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about something else. Furong told me some new news that I'm sure you'll find interesting. This successfully diverted Ryan's attention to something else. What's the news? A three-way battle for supremacy. Upon hearing this before the others could react, Cedric's eyes widened. You mean the Triwizard Tournament that was banned before? What do you mean? Has the Ministry of Magic decided to restart it? Raven nodded, at least that's what Hibiscus said. Great, I have to try this. Unlike Cedric's excitement, Gray and his friends didn't even know what the Triwizard Tournament was. Can either of you explain to us what exactly the Triwizard Tournament is? The Triwizard Tournament brings together the three most powerful magic schools in Europe. From these three schools, the warriors best suited to represent their schools are selected to compete. The winner not only receives unparalleled honor, but also a prize of 1,000 galleons. Wow, there's such a competition. So why was it banned? Did the Ministry of Magic lose money on the prize money? No, of course not. Apparently, they shut down the competition because too many people died. Is it that dangerous? You still plan to participate in such a dangerous competition? Of course there's no danger and no honor is there. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Can a school only select one warrior? Yes, a school can only select one warrior. So you still plan to become a champion at Hogwarts? Gray and the others looked at Cedric with strange expressions. If a school could only choose one champion, then Hogwarts champion would definitely be Raven, not Cedric. Why? I just want to try it. Trying something can't be illegal, right? That's true. Raven, are you also planning to participate? No, I have no plans to compete. You know, there's absolutely no need for me to compete right now. This may sound arrogant, but it is indeed the truth. If Raven participates, there's no need for other schools to compete. They can just give the trophy to Hogwarts. Okay? Haha, actually I'd really like to see you on the field, turning a dragon into a puppy with just one look. The expressions on the other spectators' faces would be hilarious. Everyone thought about it following Gray's line of reasoning. I have to say it's actually quite interesting. I don't want to expose my abilities in public, so you can just keep this fantasy to yourselves. That's true, even if Raven were to take the stage, he couldn't just reveal his abilities at will. Using seamless lighting and shadows is probably the limit. I'll go back and check this out. I hope it's true. By the way, are you guys planning to go to the Quidditch game in a few days? We can go together. Sure, let's go together. I don't have any plans. Where would you like to meet? Everyone agreed with Cedric's suggestion, except for Raven, who just shrugged. We can watch it together, but you don't need to wait for me when we get there. I promised Furong I would go with her family. At this point, Ryan slapped his forehead. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. I should have invited Grace too. She might have agreed. Come on, tell us, it'll save us some trouble and you'll suffer less. That's a tough nut to crack. After being interrogated for so many days, he's become completely inhuman, but he still stubbornly refuses to say a word. He's a respectable person, but not very useful. Saren gave a wink to the others around him. Everyone immediately understood what Sairon meant and left the interrogation room. Soon, only Sairon and the man who had been tortured beyond recognition remained in the interrogation room. Sairon pulled a beautiful white wand from her pocket. I'm giving you one last chance, what are you going to say? The man strained to look up at the twig in Saren's hand. He gave a dismissive chuckle. Those tortures couldn't make him talk, and you think you can get him to talk with just this little twig? Are you kidding me? His mind quickly changed. Both the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperious Curse can achieve Saren's goal. Using the 3 unforgivable curses will have a negative impact on the caster, and this negative impact is irreversible. However, Raven modified these 3 spells beforehand, eliminating the negative effects they would have on the caster. Such a spell must not be spread widely, otherwise the magical world will be thrown into chaos. However, it's fine for small-scale use. Go in and give him a quick death. A short while later, Sairon left the interrogation room. The man in the interrogation room was grinning like a fool. What did Sairon do to that man? The brothers were curious, but they knew they shouldn't be. Having worked for the Grindelwald family for so many years, they had long since come to understand one thing. The less you know, the safer you are. What they need to know, Zane and the others will tell them. They will never get answers to things they shouldn't know, no matter how curious they are, and their curiosity might even lead to their deaths. The spell is really effective, isn't it? Gideon leaned closer to Sairon and said, Yes, it really works well. Reese has really helped us a lot this time. Many things would be very difficult to do in the ordinary world. For example, that stubborn guy from earlier, with no parents, no ties, and a mouth harder than stone, would rather die than utter a word. In the past, they really wouldn't have been able to do anything about this guy. If he doesn't care about anything and is stubborn enough, then of course they won't have many ways to get information out of him. But things are different now. With magic, this problem becomes much easier to solve. A soul-stealing spell. Whatever information you want to know, you can find out. If he remembers, he can even recount embarrassing things he did as a child. So who's behind him? Carl's, I've really had enough of these young idiots. This is a crucial juncture where a new era is giving way to an old one. Many outstanding young people will stand out at this juncture, but equally many foolish and arrogant young people will do many stupid things during this time. Carl's? Which Carl's? The Wilder ones you forgot. His father is Jones Wilder. Oh, that guy always with a cigarette in his mouth, thinking he's the successor to the Razor Shield. So it's him. I'll take care of him then. Don't rush. We must kill them, but not now. We need to think of a better way to make his death more meaningful. By the way, did you manage to settle things with that supplier from before? It's settled. That guy seems bold, but he's actually a coward. He's built his business to where it is today entirely thanks to his father. However, being timid also has its advantages. This guy is very easy to control. Anyway, as long as we get it sorted out, we'll be truly established in America once we've got Carl sorted out. They've actually established themselves quite well now, but Saren still feels that those roots aren't strong enough. They need to establish their authority to make those other covetous guys even more wary of them. That's what Saren thought. Reese mentioned there's an international ball game in the wizarding world in a few days. Do you think we should go and watch it? Saren raised one eyebrow. How did the topic shift to this point? Gideon shrugged. I just remembered, so what do you think? It would be quite convenient to go. That's what magic is all about. A simple spell can take you directly from America back to England. It's incredibly convenient. Although this was also thanks to Raven, who expanded the range of the apparition charm to the maximum, reducing the difficulty of learning it while also increasing its safety. I don't recall anything particularly important happening that day, so let's go. I'm quite curious about the Magic World's ball game. The siblings chatted as they took the elevator to the ground floor reception room. They had planned to prepare for the reception here, but when they came up, they found that people were already sitting in the reception room. She was a serious woman with a neat high ponytail, long brown hair, and some light freckles on her face. She was wearing tall leather boots and her brown coat looked quite nice. "Madam, this is trespassing. Under US law, I have the right to take you to court. Your arbitrary use of spells to attack ordinary people is enough for me to take you to court." Gideon chuckled softly as he walked to the side and picked up a bottle of red wine. "Miss Olivia, I had no idea you were a judge. Would you like some red wine?" The woman called Olivia glanced at the red wine in Gideon's hand and continued coldly. "If I were the judge, you should all be in jail right now, not continuing to enjoy these expensive drinks here." Ron took a bottle opener from a nearby cabinet and tossed it to Gideon. "It's a pity you're not a judge. I'm curious why you keep targeting us. We're ordinary people, only my younger brother and sister in our family know magic." "Really, but I trust my eyes." She had personally witnessed Ron pointing her wand at a muggle. Even if it was only for a moment, she believed she saw it. "I don't know how you evaded the Ministry of Magic's checks, nor do I know how you managed to avoid being recorded in the Wizarding World's Register, but I know for sure you are no ordinary people." "All right, you can certainly think that way, that's your right. But everything needs evidence, Miss Olivia. You have no evidence to prove we're guilty, but we have evidence that you trespassed. Now please leave, we have guests to entertain later." "Raven, it's a pleasure to meet you." Apolline gave Raven a big hug. Then Guillaume went up and hugged Raven. He initially harbored some hostility towards the young wizard who had abducted his daughter, but that hostility vanished upon meeting Raven. Raven's manners, appearance, talent, everything about him was perfect and impeccable. To put it bluntly, if Guillaume were a woman of the same age, he too would have developed feelings for Raven. "The Wine Daily has been full of news about you lately. Everyone's speculating that you killed those Death Eaters." "It was indeed us who did it, but we didn't leave any evidence." Guillaume didn't see anything wrong with it at all. On the contrary, he greatly appreciated Raven and his team's actions. "You did the right thing. Those Death Eaters should have been dealt with long ago. They've not only wreaked havoc on people's lives in Britain, but they've also affected the lives of people in other countries. Although I, as a member of the Ministry of Magic, shouldn't say this, the Ministry can't punish them. If you can join the Ministry in the future, you'll definitely bring about positive changes." The Wizarding World needs Raven. "Okay, Dad, didn't we agree not to talk about these things today?" Hibiscus interrupted Guillaume. "Haha, okay, you're right, we shouldn't be talking about this today. Raven, do you have a team you support?" "Actually, I prefer the Bulgarian team that Crumb plays for." "Oh, Crumb, that big guy, Fleur told me about your Quidditch talent. If you were willing to compete, I believe you'd be even better than that big guy." Raven chuckled lightly, offering no rebuttal. He certainly has a great talent for Quidditch. However, it's impossible for him to play in the World Cup. It's not that he can't play in the World Cup, it's that he doesn't want to. I'm not interested. "Raven, can you lower the game's difficulty? It's too hard, harder than math." Gabrielle spoke up. This interrupted Guillaume and Raven's conversation. "Ah, this game. It's a pity I can't do that. The high difficulty is also one of the most interesting aspects of this game. This is terrible, I can't even beat the third boss. They're so powerful they feel like real magical creatures. Do these magical creatures even exist in reality? Perhaps they exist. After all, we don't know all the magical creatures in the world right now, do we?" Gabrielle really likes all of Howling Forest games. Who wouldn't like it? After all, the games produced by Howling Forest completely refreshed the worldview of wizards, and many adult wizards would unknowingly spend an entire day immersed in the game. "I really hope she can control herself." Apolline began to speak. Gabrielle is about to start her first year at Beauxbatons. As her mother, Apollino didn't want Gabrielle to cause trouble by secretly playing games in class. She will. "Fleur once told me that Miss Gabrielle has very strong self-control. She will manage herself." "Thanks for your kind words. She's really become a bit too addicted to these games lately." "Ah, I'm not complaining about your games, don't get me wrong, Raven." Raven smiled and shook his head. "I understand what you mean. Indeed, this is a common phenomenon. Young wizards generally have weaker self-control. So I've been thinking recently about whether to add a time limit for underage wizards to the game." This can effectively control the problem of young wizards' addiction to games, but the problems it brings are also obvious. A less free gaming experience will make young wizards feel very awkward when playing games. And to be honest, young wizards who can get engrossed in games will get engrossed in other things even without games. Forcibly controlling the little wizard's playtime is merely a temporary solution. Therefore, Raven has been struggling with whether or not to add restrictions to the game cards. Won't this affect your game card sales? It will definitely have some impact, but as you know, my purpose in releasing these game cards is not to make money. He did it purely out of interest and hobby. To allow myself to play some fun and novel games. When it comes to money, he really doesn't care about it at all now. Alright, let's stop chatting now and get ready to go. Guillaume interrupted the conversation. They should get up and head to the French Ministry of Magic. Because of Raven's previous actions, the French Ministry of Magic has now practically blacklisted him and Fleur. If the two of them wanted to use the French international key, they needed to go through layers of checks. Those checks were extremely time-consuming, and even though Guillaume was a member of the Ministry of Magic, he couldn't pull strings for his daughter and son-in-law. By the way, Raven, have you figured out how to explain this? Strictly speaking, Raven should still be in the UK. He shouldn't have been in France. If we're being honest, Raven is basically an illegal immigrant now. While the French Ministry of Magic certainly wouldn't arrest Raven as an illegal immigrant, Raven should at least come up with some reason or excuse. At least that's what Guillaume thought. Heh, why bother explaining to them? If they're smart enough, they won't ask any more questions. He stormed the Ministry of Magic in his first year, defeated the Hydra in his second year, and by his third year he had become a legendary wizard, having killed almost all the Death Eaters. If the Ministry of Magic members were smart enough, they wouldn't have foolishly asked Raven, "Oh, you're Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. What are you doing here? Did you sneak in? What's your purpose?" Asking that question is simply asking for trouble. That's not necessarily true. Recently, a new batch of greenhorns joined us, many of them recent graduates. They're not that smart. It's true that there are people who can grasp the basics of how society works while still in school. But coincidentally, very few of the recent newcomers to the Ministry of Magic are like that. If they ask, I will give them a satisfactory answer, don't worry. In fact, Raven didn't need to waste his time on these things at all. He could easily take the Delacour family off the field at the World Cup with a single thought. They didn't need to rent tents, because Raven could send them home with a single thought. He could even go directly to the World Cup stands, open a portal there, and let them easily open their refrigerators and take out a few bottles of chilled beer. However, Raven did not do that. As I said before, the process is indeed important. We hope you understand that we are simply following the rules. Of course, I completely understand. Please feel free. Raven handed his crossbody bag and his wand to the member in front of him. What can they find out from here? They couldn't find anything during the examination. Even a diligent examiner wouldn't be able to find anything in Raven's crossbody bag and wand, let alone the fact that the members aren't even checking carefully. Guillaume was wrong about one thing. Although the Ministry of Magic has a lot of hotheads now, they all admire Raven. Raven is now considered an idol among the younger generation of wizards. He accomplished things they never dared to dream of, and many of these things even benefited them. For example, killing the vast majority of the Death Eaters made their lives much safer. Therefore, the current young members of the Ministry of Magic, at least the young members of the French Ministry of Magic, all admire Raven. Checking Raven was a job requirement, not something they actually wanted to do. Okay, everything's fine, you've passed, have a nice day. I will. Raven smiled at the Ministry of Magic official in front of him. At least the younger members have a better attitude than the older guys. It really surprises me. I thought we'd be spending half the day waiting here. As a result, their inspection time today was actually half of what it used to be. This is amazing. Raven's influence is greater than we realized. Look at those young people, their eyes are practically glued to Raven. Several of them even had notebooks in hand, seemingly wanting to ask for autographs, but they hesitated. I really didn't realize your influence had reached this level. After all, I've helped them solve a lot of problems. The group followed Guillaume deep into the French Ministry of Magic. The place where the cross-border keys are stored is a corridor. There are all kinds of wooden doors here, each door representing a key that connects to another country. Not many people come to France using door keys these days. They just left the door key here like that. I'm not afraid of two more intruding wizards. Moving the door key is quite troublesome, and they're unwilling to spend too much effort on it. Guillaume led everyone to the gates of Dartmoor in England. To make it easier for wizards to watch the ball game, the French Ministry of Magic specially set up this temporary key to the door. Using it will take you directly to the venue of this year's Quidditch World Cup. Let me check the time. Perfect timing, we can catch the next teleportation. Come on, put your hands on the door. Although the key cannot be moved, the French Ministry of Magic can change it into a timed key. Start up at fixed times and locations. It's no longer the type that triggers teleportation upon touch. This can also effectively reduce the probability of intruders using the door key illegally. After all, the door key is triggered on a timer, and unless an intruder times it perfectly, they could easily miss the teleportation. Place your hand on the door, the teleportation time will arrive soon. The user experience of using a door key is just as unpleasant as that of using apparition. It felt like being hooked by a large iron hook around the navel and pulled around. I wouldn't call it pain, but it was definitely uncomfortable. As the world spins, the scene gradually changes. Raven and his companions plummeted from the sky. Because everyone was experienced in using door keys, no one made any mistakes in this part, allowing their faces to have a close encounter with Mother Earth. I've never really liked using door keys. It's something I can only experience occasionally. Guillaume wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had used the door key many times, since his job required him to travel to other countries from time to time, and the door key was definitely the first choice when traveling. But even after using the door key so many times, he still doesn't feel comfortable with it. Why couldn't they have made the door key more comfortable? Well, nobody really dares to do that. It's not that they can't modify the spell, but rather that a modified spell might have more negative effects. So, for teleportation spells, nobody really tries to improve them. The spells for apparition and portkey could actually be improved, but for so many years, no one has dared to modify them. In the simplest terms, it means that if the vulnerability is functioning correctly, then don't touch it anymore. God knows how many other vulnerabilities will pop up after fixing that one. Can't the apparition charm be improved? Yes, of course. Even though its flaws are obvious, the apparition charm can certainly be improved if a smart enough person is willing to put in the effort to study it. But who would dare to do that? Even assuming someone dared to improve the apparition charm, who would dare to try out the improved version? These spells involving teleportation are exceptionally fragile and dangerous. Even the current apparition charm can tear a user apart if they're not careful. Therefore, no one is willing to improve these teleportation spells. What if the changes make it even more dangerous? What if unexpected and serious consequences arise during the improvement process? These are all possibilities, aren't they? So why waste energy and risk trying to improve these teleportation spells? Since the spells are still working, I'll just keep using them as they are. This is the main reason why these teleportation spells have obvious drawbacks, yet no one has tried to improve them. Oh, I see. Wait, what did Dad go to do? He went to rent a tent. This can be considered one of the rituals of watching the World Cup. Only one tent can be rented per person at a time. So where did this rule come from? There wasn't such a rule before, was there? If you have any objections to this year's new Ministry of Magic regulations, you can raise them with the Department of Physical Education. We're just doing our job. What's going on? Why are we arguing over renting a tent? Guillaume was somewhat speechless. I don't know what went wrong with the sports department this year. They actually stipulated that each person can only rent one tent. It wasn't a big deal. They could just find someone else to rent a tent, but Guillaume just felt the rule was unnecessary. This is completely unnecessary. I'd like to rent one of our tents. Hello, one tent. The member glanced at Raven and immediately felt that Raven looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, are you Mr. Raven's Vincent Grindelwald? My goodness, what an honor. I'm a fan of yours. One of the benefits of being famous, you can use facial recognition anywhere. Although in the end Guillaume rented a tent for their family, Raven rented a tent for his own family. However, it was obvious that the tent Raven rented was new and in good condition, and even had much more interior space than a regular tent. The importance of fame. Miss Hibiscus, it's a pleasure to meet you. Fleur nodded to Harry and shook his hand politely. Forehead. If you're looking for Raven, he's gone to pick up his family. He should be here soon. Before he finished speaking, Raven appeared in the tent with Gideon and the others. I'm back. Well, Harry, good afternoons. It seems we arrived a bit earlier than you. Good afternoon, Raven. Harry looked very excited. Ron too. Everyone was incredibly excited. After all, this was the World Cup. Hello, Raven. I hope I can call you that. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ron and the others have told us a lot about your exploits. Charlie extended his left hand to Raven. He certainly looked like a nice guy, with a broad face, dark brown freckles, and a short, stout but very sturdy build. Even before he introduced himself, Raven knew he must be Charlie, the nice guy who kept dragons in Romania. It's a pleasure to meet you too. You must be Charlie. Ron always talks about you. He's very proud of his brother who raises dragons in Romania. Haha, is that what he said? That's great. I was even worried I'd embarrass my younger siblings since my job is really not exactly glamorous. Huh? Are you kidding, Charlie? Raising dragons. That's a job that countless people would kill for. No one will feel inferior because you raise dragons in Romania. Trust us, this job is incredibly cool. The twins spoke, one on the left and one on the right. Besides Charlie, Bill also shook hands with Raven. That guy was really cool. She had long hair, a ponytail, and wore a stylish earring. He doesn't seem like a white-collar worker at Gringotts, he's more like a rock singer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Raven. I believe your story is now known to everyone in the wizarding world. Raven didn't try to hide it, he just smiled and shrugged. That's exactly what I hoped for. Professor Dumbledore always said fame was poison, but I believe fame is a tool. For those who can't control them, they're poison, right? Raven and Bill exchanged a glance, then both laughed. Oh, I really regret not going home sooner to talk to you. We would have become very good friends. Everyone can be friends with Raven, even that brat Malfoy. Ron thought Bill's words were completely meaningless. Who could be unable to be friends with Raven? Is it mischievous ghost? By the way, where did Gray and the others go? Weren't they planning to come watch the game too? They'll be coming with the Ryan family. I estimate they'll arrive about half an hour before the match starts. Ryan and his family, that's terrible, they might not even make it to the opening ceremony. Hermione said, pursing her lips. Ryan and his family are always very relaxed, perhaps only this word can describe their lifestyle. Ryan was already the most anxious person in their family. His father and mother were both incredibly relaxed. Miss Beaver, I thought you would bring your family. I am not Miss Beaver. Really, I bet your patroness charm is a beaver. It doesn't mean anything. Hermione and Fleur started bickering. Hermione was clearly at a disadvantage. She always comes out on the losing end in arguments. Zane and Cesar are chatting with Guillaume and Mr. Weasley. Sirius was among them, but he spoke little and listened most. Wow, what a big group of peoples. Cedric said, standing at the tent entrance. Can we come in? Is there any need for us to play these games? Come on in. Cedric entered the tent, followed by an older-looking man. Ah, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, my words cannot even begin to describe how happy I am to see you now. Ced has told me so much about you. It's obvious that this is Cedric's father. I'm also very happy to see you. Ced always says he's proud of his father. Really, he said that? Ha ha ha. He's always like that, but actually he's my pride. Amos can easily get carried away when talking about Cedric. He likes to show off his outstanding son to others. It took Cedric a great deal of effort to separate Raven from his father. Phew, sorry Raven, that's just how my father is. I always tell him I don't want him to keep showing off my so-called achievements, but he just won't listen. Raven smiled. You have a father who loves you deeply, but where is your mother? Didn't she come along? They're here, but Mom just ran into an old friend outside. Apparently, it's a very close friend from her school days. They lost contact over the years for various reasons, and to run into them here today, what a small world, isn't it? So that's how it is. Meanwhile, in Thessaly, Mrs. Weasley was rambling on about the twins. The Geminis are the one who gives her the most worry in her family. Although, with Raven's help, the twins' joke shop is now thriving, earning more money each month than Bill, who works at Gringotts. However, Mrs. Weasley still wanted the twins to do well on their regular wizarding exams. At least this will be a fallback plan. If the twins' business doesn't go well in the future, they can still find stable jobs at the Ministry of Magic. But their grades plummeted. If I wasn't careful for even a moment, those two would bring back abysmal results. Cesar, however, felt that the result was unimportant. Why be so anxious? You know their business is booming. They manage their store very well, don't they? That's true, but I still hope they can leave themselves a way out. I have a feeling of unease. After all, this is business, and Mrs. Weasley couldn't help but wonder, what if they lose money? What if the Geminis go bankrupt due to some unforeseen event? These things are all possible, aren't they? Indeed, having more options is always better. Right, but they actually got such glaring scores on such an important exam. It really infuriates me, but they just don't seem to care. Ryan and his team finally arrived at the venue, travel-worn, 30 minutes before the start of the match. They were almost stopped outside the venue, but Amos stepped in and helped them out. I told you we should have left 2 hours earlier, but Dad just wouldn't listen to me. The Pendletons are always like that. They like to do everything slowly. All right, we've arrived just in time, everyone's happy. A girl was standing next to Ryan. She looked about the same height as Ryan, was rather thin, and had long brown hair tied in a high ponytail. Senior Grace, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you, it's great to see you all, it's so lively here, isn't it? This was her first time attending the World Cup. I thought Grace would bring her family. That's what I initially thought too, but she said her family doesn't like such lively places, so they didn't come along. There are too many people here. People who prefer quiet wouldn't want to come to a place like this. My God, who's that handsome guy? He's dressed so cool. Gray looked at Bill and exclaimed in surprise. He'd only ever seen this kind of outfit at rock festivals. It was really unique. That's Bill, Ron's brother, who works at Gringotts. Working at Gringotts dressed like that, I thought Gringotts staff would wear those stiff suits. Hee hee, you can't let Mrs. Weasley hear that, or she'll keep you nagging for at least 2 hours. Furong chuckled lightly and said. Mrs. Weasley had been rambling on for a while, mostly complaining about the twins' grades and second most about Bill's attire. She felt this was really bad. This outfit is so inappropriate. Especially his long hair, which Mrs. Weasley always wanted to trim. However, I do agree with Mrs. Weasley on some points. His current style definitely needs some work. Blindly pursuing a rock and roll style only reveals his lack of taste. Hibiscus was as ruthless as ever. I remember Ron had 2 older brothers besides George, Fred, and Percy, right? If this is one of them. Oh, I see. That head of red hair was really eye-catching. Is that Charlie, the dragon keeper Ron always talked about, the one in Romania? Of course, look at his arm, there are scars on it. Those must have been done by a dragon. Gray and the others finally reunited. The group can now proceed to the competition venue to prepare for watching the match. Wow. Ak looked at the competition venue and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It's a magnificent place, isn't it? The Ministry of Magic worked on this for a whole year. It can hold 100,000 wizards. Mr. Weasley said with a smile. 100,000 wizards is no small number. There weren't many wizards in the magical world to begin with. 100,000 wizards is already quite a lot. Go to the very top, Arthur, on the very top floor. Well, thanks. Mr. Weasley's ticket was a very luxurious first-class ticket. I wonder what kind of favor he did to earn such a high-level ticket from the other party without hesitation. Mr. Weasley originally wanted to give Raven and his friends first-class tickets as well, but they refused. There's no need to waste Mr. Weasley's influence with that guy over something like this. Raven and his crew have plenty of money. Getting a ticket for the highest-class VIP box is a piece of cake. There are so many people. There must be at least 90,000 people sitting here. As they walked up the steps, Kieran couldn't help but mutter to himself. That's an underestimate. Don't be fooled by the fact that it says this place can only hold 100,000 people. In reality, it can hold up to 120,000 people at its maximum capacity. And I heard the Ministry of Magic was selling standing room-only tickets a few days ago. Amos replied to Kieran with a smile. If you include standing room only, this place could hold at least 100,000 wizards. Upon reaching the top, everyone finally saw the private rooms. Since Raven's ticket was linked to Mr. Weasley's, the boxes could be connected simply by opening the doors. Looking down at the entire stadium from above, it appears to be oval in shape, with its structure arranged in a stepped fashion upwards. To their right was a huge sign that continuously played and flashed various advertising slogans. Look, maybe we should spend some money to advertise here. The results would be amazing. Do we even need to advertise? Just print Raven's image on our storefront, and every wizard within a few kilometers will come to check it out. The twins looked at the billboard and said with a grin, Raven is the best advertisement. With Raven around, they don't need to focus too much on advertising and promotion. They only need to add the words Roaring Forest below their store name and customers will flock to them. Don't do that, it's too embarrassing. Raven couldn't help but interrupt the twins' thoughts. Others might just be joking when they say this, but if a Gemini dares to say it, then they must really have this plan. Would you like something to drink or eat? No, I won't eat. I need to concentrate fully on the game. Fred is right, we need to watch this game carefully and not be distracted. George and Fred refused to eat or drink anything while watching the game, and Harry and the others did the same. Okay, hopefully this match won't last 5 days like the last World Cup, otherwise I'm worried you guys will die of thirst in the stands. I'd like a beer, is that okay, Raven? Beer always goes well with events like this. Actually, Mr. Weasley didn't have this habit before, but after visiting Raven's house a few times and watching a few football games with a beer, he fell in love with it. Of course, here you go, chilled. Raven raised his hand, and a large glass of beer appeared in Mr. Weasley's hand. It will automatically refill if it's not enough. Just put the cup down when you're done drinking. Oh my god. What kind of magic is this? Cedric slapped his forehead. He'd forgotten that his parents were here, and they had no idea of Raven's current abilities. A trivial little spell, you know. I enjoy studying these useless little spells. Raven wanted to move on from the topic. This doesn't look like a minor curse. Sorry Raven, could I have a beer like this too? Of course, you can let me know if you want other kinds of wine. Amos didn't react for a moment until his wife patted him on the shoulder, at which point he looked at his left hand. His left hand had somehow risen up and was now firmly gripping a large glass of beer. This is amazing. He didn't even realize he had changed his movements. Raven's spell is powerful, isn't it? I told you before. Indeed amazing. This beer tastes really interesting. Raven smiled and conjured a different drink for each of his family members, then conjured a glass of orange juice for himself and a glass of coconut juice for Hibiscus. Since he didn't know what Guillaume and Apollinaire liked to drink, the wine he conjured up for them was one that most people could accept on their first try. Gabrielle was given a Coca-Cola. This is really useful magic. These wines just appeared out of thin air. Amazing. If my transfiguration teacher knew about this spell, he'd jump up and shout, "This is impossible." Well. Is this spell difficult to learn, Raven? Cedric could tell at a glance that his father was interested in studying, and that wouldn't do. It's difficult to learn, extremely difficult. That's why Raven didn't reveal this spell, right, Raven? Raven nodded with a slight smile. It's quite difficult to learn. I knew it. I even wanted to learn this spell myself so I could conjure up wine anytime, anywhere. And then let you get drunk every day? Absolutely not. I'm telling you, ignore Raven. Don't let him learn your spell. I know him too well. Mrs. Diggory spoke without any mercy. Haha, right, and Arthur too. Don't let him learn that spell. Today is a special case. I'm usually very strict with him at home to prevent him from getting completely drunk. Who would want their husband to be drunk every day? I've never gotten myself completely drunk. Yeah, the only time I've ever seen someone stand in the toilet after drinking so much is when they flush themselves down the toilet. I still remember when I was in 3rd grade, my dad came home from a business dinner and immediately stepped into the toilet, insisting on flushing himself down, saying he had to go to the Ministry of Magic right away because he had urgent work to do. Bill's blunt revelation made Mr. Weasley blush deeply. Everyone burst into laughter. While Harry was pleased, his eyes caught sight of a seat below. The creature sitting in the seat was not a wizard. She had a pair of large, bat-like ears and wore tattered clothes. Dobby. The house elf turned around upon hearing the sound. No, although she looks very similar, she is not Dobby. Did you just say Dobby? Do you know Dobby? That scar, oh my god. You must be Harry Potter. Seeing this, Raven couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What happened? Didn't he kill little Batty? Even if he hadn't killed him, he shouldn't still be here. Are you Crouch's house elf? Is he asking you to save him a seat? Yes, sir, yes, my master asked me to reserve a seat with a better view for him. Amos and the others didn't find this strange, but Raven's micro-expressions had already undergone a subtle change. Having spent so much time with Raven, Furong knew very well that this change in Raven's expression meant he was thinking about something. What happened? She lowered her voice and quietly turned her head, speaking as if in murmur. What did you find? Barty Crouch, a ruthless man capable of turning down family for the greater good. Do you think he'd be interested in this kind of sporting event? Even if he were, with his status, wouldn't it be easy for him to get a VIP box ticket? Why would he want to squeeze in with the other wizards down there? Now that you mention it, it does seem. What do you think is going on? I'm not sure either. I read Shan's memories and there were no problems. There was indeed an empty seat next to her, no one was sitting there. That's very strange. In Sparkle's memory, Barty Crouch Jr. had long since escaped, and Barty Crouch had recently been secretly searching for him. As for reserving a seat today, she was indeed reserving a seat for Batty Crouch, which was indeed an instruction given to her by Batty Crouch. So what's going on? Are workaholics finally making time to watch football games? Is there any danger? That shouldn't be the case. Let's not think about it for now. Maybe it's the answer that seems the least likely to come. Indeed, for him now, he could kill Voldemort with a flick of his wrist, and all schemes and tricks were insignificant in his presence. There's no need to waste time thinking about this. Oh right, I should take out the ugly statue, I almost forgot. This guy was also very curious about the current Quidditch game, and kept pestering Raven to take him to see it. It's strange, why do all the house elves think it's wrong to pay them for their work? I thought Raven had changed a lot of things, but they still think it's wrong to pay them for their work. You have to eat one bite at a time. You can't turn yourself into Dudley overnight, can you? At least you'll notice that Sparkle isn't particularly opposed to receiving payment for her work. She just feels that Dobby shouldn't be paid, that's all. In the past, Shan Shan would definitely have considered receiving payment for her work a taboo subject. But she didn't do that now. Although she didn't think it was a good thing to do, she also didn't think it was taboo. In Raven's view, this was already a significant improvement. House elves are weird, aren't they? And do you know what could be weirder? Look at this telescope. Haha, I can repeat that image. Look, I can make that old man pick his big nose again, and again, and again. Haha, isn't that fun? Ah, this is disgusting. Over the next half hour, the number of people in the private room gradually increased. However, since Raven and his group also opened their private rooms, connecting the two rooms together, it didn't look too crowded. Mr. Weasley shook hands more frequently. Facing such a large group of prominent figures, Mr. Weasley had to maintain proper etiquette. Surprisingly, Percy did not show any fascination with officialdom. He only shook hands with a few people he needed to know, or a few important figures that Mr. Weasley had introduced to him. He remained composed and dignified throughout, unlike someone who is either impolite or a fanatical fan who has just met their idol. He seems to have really changed a lot. I don't think he needs to sit down anymore, because as soon as he sits down, someone else will come and he'll have to get up again to shake hands. Fleur thought Mr. Weasley could simply stand there. Adult troubles, Mr. Weasley really knows a lot of people. Raven took a sip of orange juice and couldn't help but sigh.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.